Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a very, very special night here for the VRS Valorant League. I know I am not temporal. Not the usual host here tonight. Unfortunately, he could not be here tonight, but I'll be filling in for him, trying to do my best to bring all the hype and all the information that you guys are going to need before this very, very crucial night between our final two teams. It is, in fact, grand finals. This is going to be the final best of five we see here this evening. But we got some lovely talent joining us here tonight. Demented Loki, Wumby, how are you lads doing on this fine Wednesday, my dudes?
Doing fairly well, and I'm excited to see the third and fourth from our Group B to go for the finals.
Right. A bit crazy. And we're going to talk a little bit about, the adventure, the journey these teams took. But Wumby, been together a few times on this desk. How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I mean, I'm just happy to be here.
You know what? Me too. It is, in fact, Wednesday, my dudes, and it is, in fact, grand final. So, yeah, got a few things to talk about, and you know what? 15 minutes. It seems like a lot of time. It's not. It's not. It flies right past. But we might want to introduce, I guess, the folks who might not have caught the games last week, and even the semifinals that was off stream too. So, why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit about what actually happened on stream and off last week, starting with the on-stream game where we saw Phantom Thieves taking on PGR. That game went to 4, where it was Phantom Thieves who won the first game. PGR did, in fact, have quite a massive game there on Ascent, but PT came back, cleaned it up, punched their tickets to finals, and that was the show there. But off stream, we also had a couple teams playing at, I believe it was Staring at Walls and Act Gaming. So we can actually take a look at how that went as well. So it was Act Gaming, a team we know from last split in the VRS, who did take map number 1 on Icebox, but there you see it. Saw boom, 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 back to back to back. Cleaned it up after that. Had a huge game on Haven there, as you can see, 13-0, and also punching their tickets to finals. So now here we are with our two final teams left here to decide who's going to be our champions. That is Saw Staring at Walls and PT Phantom Thieves. Um, Loki, you mentioned it there for a second too. This is a bit of a surprise. I think we had. I saw the reactions you guys had when I sent you the updates for what happened in that off-stream game, as well as watching the semifinals last week. It's these two teams that came in as the third and fourth seed from Group B. So, how are you guys feeling about seeing these two teams here tonight? One B, we'll start with you.
Um, I'm pretty excited to see Saul. This is the first time we'll ever see him, and I mean it's in the grand final, so that's pretty ironic. And as you know, Girth, they were in VLS last season too, and they
Hmm.
didn't like I said this yesterday. I mean, yeah, not yesterday. Sorry, last week. I'm thinking we are on Wednesday, so never mind. But it was last week where I said this that they didn't have a good season in VLS, so to see
Hmm.
them come into a completely different environment and they're just able to just sweep through teams like it's no tomorrow. I'm talking like Act Gaming, even they did lose against PGR in like the regular season, but again winning against teams like Act Gaming, also winning against Phantom Thieves earlier on in the season. So to see them make that type of comeback and just be in the grand finals, it's a huge glow up from them. And hopefully, if they do decide to come back to VLS, I'd be happy to watch them. Hell, I mean, I'd be happy to cast them.
Yeah, definitely a big one too. Coming shifting leagues around, but finding their success in this one is definitely a feels good for them. To see that success coming through. So really great. Loki, quick thoughts on these two teams that we are about to see here tonight and their journey.
Well, going back and looking at the archives a little bit, we didn't see them live, but we do have their match history, of course. I'm expecting to see a lot more solo play coming out from Saw than our Phantom Thieves have had so far. And watching those two things come to a head could be very interesting as these games unfold. But I find it really funny that they're going against Phantom Thieves, who has been seen before, and they're the ones that kind of got to skulk in the background this entire time.
A little bit of eyes on one of these teams, maybe a little bit more secretive for the other, but hopefully these teams, right? They can see each other, track GGs. They can go see what agents have been played, what maps have been selected, what kind of guns these guys are going to be running tonight. And I'm sure we're gonna get some answers as we proceed here. But you mentioned something there, Loki, too, was maybe a bit of what we might see from these teams. And to make it to this point, it's no small feat. You are finalists at minimum tonight. You are walking away with prize money, but one of these teams will be champions, and one of them is going to have to be that much stronger than the other. what do we think the main strengths or the main kind of key component of each of these two squads are? Loki, we'll throw it back to you to continue your point about Saw.
So we'll just start this off. We have Saw has a really confident line, having Unit on Reyna, on Jet, these very self-sufficient
Mhm.
duelists, as well as we're seeing them consistently get 5+ first bloods on these games that they're winning. So I'm expecting to see some very aggressive play where they take space and get running. But if we go back to even just the semifinals that were streamed recently with Phantom Thieves going against PGR on Haven, on Ascent, and stuff like that, they had a really good game of having Entranced Sky alongside either Cinder or Nismo to completely shut down pushes, especially since they're really good at grabbing that first body that gets overzealous through. So I'm gonna have to see how that unfolds.
Awesome stuff. And Wumby, we've seen Saw in the past. We've also got to see PT on stream last week. What do you think one of these main strengths, you can pick either team or you could do both, think is going to be the advantage, the edge that these teams need in order to pull through?
Mm, I guess I'll start off with Phantom Thieves because it's a little bit easier. I haven't watched Saw as of recently, so it's hard to really judge them based off of what I've seen from VLS last season. Obviously, they've improved since then, so and they've switched things up around, so I
Hmm.
can't really look at that and say, "Oh, well, this is what we can expect." But I guess for Phantom Themes, one thing that I really did like in their game against PGR was their ability to adapt. Maybe not so much on Ascent, but Ascent is a map that they're not really too comfortable on, especially when looking back at previous results, where they are quite literally they have not won that map. They played that map 4 times, have not won it a single time. Their win percentage is quite literally zero, seis or whatever the saying is in Spanish. And again, one thing that I really did like about them, though, despite them having troubles on Ascent, was their ability to adapt. They had a lot of issues on Haven, especially when Cheese Wedge was on a Neon, just sprinting in sight and getting so many multi kills. And so what they did to counter that, because the one thing that PGR weren't doing, they weren't really clearing corners with flashes. They played players in the corners with cross angles, and they were able to isolate Cheese Wedge and really kind of numb out PGR's ability to attack at times. And even when they switched onto the attack themselves, they did really good on that front and like targeting Cheese Wedge, and they're able to eliminate him off site, and then they're able to get easy plants down. Also, I feel like their teamwork was really good. There wasn't a lot of complaints on my side. Again, the only negatives that I can really pull out from was from Ascent, and that's a map that they have issues on. I've had a conversation as well with their IGL and Cinder, who's told me that the reason why they've had issues on Ascent in that matchup against PGR was because of Yuki's comfortability on the Jet, and that was made obvious due to the lack of entry that Phantom Thieves had in that game. So, I mean, you can look at those things and you can kind of jumble them around, and that's what you have for Phantom Thieves. But for Saw, we haven't seen them at all this season. I don't know what to focus on. I don't know what to expect. I mean, I'm expecting Unit to have a cracking game, but then if he
Oh
doesn't
yeah.
have a cracking game, then who does? For Saw.
And that's both made some really great points too. The fact that we might be looking at Saw for that individual solo play, people sneaking around, pulling some crazy stuff off, but the team play from Phantom Thieves, we'll see which one of these two immovable forces are going to come together and which one ends up actually coming out on top. But yeah, I'm super excited to see what kind of style these teams are going to have. If you know what, you got the fact that you got one ban. This is a best of five, so both teams will have a ban on the map. Just remove Ascent. That might be the play for Phantom Thieves due to their track record. There, we got the statistics to kind of back it up now, so it might not be the worst of ideas to go for something like that. But narrowing down a little bit more, we talked about the teams. I want to kind of hone in on a few of these individual players, the ones that even as a caster as well too, it's like I've said that name a lot this evening. I wonder why. It's because there's a few that tend to stand out, a few that tend to catch your eye, and I did do a little bit of homework as well too for this evening, and there were a couple of players that caught my eye. So I did want to bring one from each, even though both teams have five, at least minimum five. You got substitutes in there too, but every one of these players are incredible. These are the ones that stood out for me, and I'm going to start with the side of the Phantom Thieves here. We'll bring it on up on our screen. It was none other than Cinder that caught my eye here. Had a couple of cracked games last week. I think a 20 bomb or two. And you see the numbers, they KDA of 1.54, average combat score of 282. And the first bloods, this guy has been popping off. He's getting in there and he is making sure to make this stuff happen. So to expect to see Cinder's chamber tonight would not be that much of a surprise. And again, a couple of those specialty chamber players have just kind of stood out for me. Even last week, PGR's Obama Fortnite been on stream a few times. You see players like that as well too, like Cinder as well. Here, I'm expecting some big old op shots, but on the other side, right? We got two teams here. We got another, I think, highlight player that caught my eye for the side of staring at walls. So we can bring them up as well too. And this is Unit. Staring at walls Unit stood out to me. The Reina plays last week as well, up there in the double digits for those each of those maps. KDA of 1.39, average combat score of 251, and average first blood of 3.4. So pretty close in terms of if you were to do a side by side of Unit 2 Cinder. I would say these are pretty damn close, but these players at the top of the list here, at the top of, I guess, the forefront of what I'm going to be looking at tonight. With that being said, though, I may have snagged the top ones there, but are there any other players you're looking out for tonight? Any other interesting agents or players that we might be seeing tonight? Wumby, we'll start with you.
I don't know. You mentioned Cinder, and I was gonna mention him as well. But I think another player that I was gonna be looking at, it's between Ayuki and Nismo for me. I felt like a lot of the time when I was watching them against PGR, it was really like, of course, Cinder was at the forefront. I believe he was voted as the MVP of that whole entire series. But Ayuki had a lot of good plays on the Jet in particular, and Nismo as a controller, as a lurker as well. When you look at his plays on the Viper and the Omen, had a lot of good plays, especially with the amount of good positions he's put himself in. Um, I don't really know for Saul. Like, of course, you have Unit with these insane numbers. In the last game against At Gaming, he didn't really drop below 20 kills. His combat score was almost always above a 300, and
Yeah.
his first bloods were always three to like, I think the highest was like 6 or 8 or some BS like that. It was crazy, but like,
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at other players on Saw, I mean, I remember Zachariah from VLS. Dean Bop is another player that I'm looking at
Mm-hmm.
as well.
Mm-hmm.
When I think of his stats and what he's been able to do in his role. So, I mean, I don't really know who to focus on for Sabia because you have the focal point in Unit, but then you look at the rest of them. It's like, well, who can you choose from them? And that's not me saying anything bad about them.
They're all
Um,
great, right? Though they're
yeah,
all
of
fantastic so
course.
far. Loki, though, gonna send it to you. Any players that you're looking out for tonight? Any big plays that you're gonna keep your eyes out for?
I'm gonna be looking at Nismo with no questions here. They've been able to run it up on the assist charts consistently alongside all of those lurks we got to see. Able to nab one or two players, cause a lot of chaos, and keep these pushes completely stalled out. It's been just a lot of fun to watch them, and their positioning, especially on Omen, around some really cheeky smokes, has always been able to keep me entertained. But for if we're gonna be looking into those old scrolls at Saw, I'd be looking at Dingbop or Swix. They've been able to keep those assists high.
Mhm.
So either they're hitting a lot of shots and just barely missing, or their util is going to be really, really pivotal on some of these rounds to be able to get unit popping off and gonna continue to fuel the Empress.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one too. And something that's a good point to bring up too is that, KDA might not always reflect, well, more specifically, the kills might not always reflect how much work some of these players are really putting in terms of getting that information, scouting out locations, and of course, utility use is going to be super, super helpful, especially when we're talking about a team like Phantom Thieves, who is so reliant on that team play. Do we have something in the same sort of realm for staring at walls where they are focused on more just having their front runners that are going for the frags, and you have that backline support helping you out with all the utility? I'm looking forward to that. I'm super excited for this, but we are very close to actually getting into this first game of the night. We'll be waiting for map selection in just a little bit as teams are loading in here. And of course, later on this evening, we will actually have an interview with our champions once one is finally decided. And I think the only other point I wanted to bring up that, yes, we are on patch 5.0 currently. Pearl will not be enabled for tonight. I think it's a bit of a red flag there, or a flag on the play, if you want to say that. Throw a new map in for finals, probably not. So, yeah, we will unfortunately not be able to see Pearl until next split. So this fall split coming up, which should be super fun. I'm excited for that one. It's looking pretty cool. I got to go and do some scouting and see what's actually out there. But before we get maps, it's the big one. It's the one where we got to put all our casting, our hosting, analyst ability, our reputability on the line, where we go and make these predictions. So, Loki, I'm going to send it to you first. Who's winning tonight, this best of 5, and in what kind of fashion are they going to be doing it?
I think we're going to be able to see Phantom Thieves pull another 4-1 out of the hat.
Another 4-1? That's a lot of games. Maybe 3.
Oh.
I could see, you know what?
Hey,
All
math
good,
is hard
buddy.
sometimes. Math
Is hard all the time. Like, let's be real honest with that one. But yeah, they, you know what, had one game there where when I was going back, I'm like, hey, just a little quick nap in the middle of playoffs, but hey, they came back and they won really strong after that. So yeah, maybe that. So Phantom Thieves 3-1. Is that
Yep.
the official
Yep,
lock-in, Loki? All right.
that's the number, the final Jeopardy there, Alex.
All right. All right. We'll get that up on stream in just a couple seconds. But 1B, what is your prediction for this evening? Who's winning it, and in how many games?
I don't like to make choices. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie
but
to
you
you.
gotta,
I don't like to make bets like
flip a
this.
coin. You just flip a
All
coin
right.
and say, yeah,
Can I flip
that's
a
gonna
coin? Let me find a coin for you. How about
be.
that? I'm serious. I'm gonna find a coin.
If you know, it's tough, right? Just like we love both teams. Both teams have been doing amazing. So how do I actually make a decision at this point? Sometimes I carry around with a little D20 and, odd, even, toss that out there, see what we
I
get.
have a whole coin purse, so I have
All
so many
right.
coins to choose from. Somebody gave me these coins out of outside of a Domino's, so we have this one. I can't remember which one this is, but this is like a really nice coin.
All right.
So I guess let's see. For heads, I'm gonna say this is heads because yeah, this is heads. This nah, you know what? You're not gonna see it. Heads. This heads is going to be Phantom Thieves. Tails is going to be Saw. Since I
right.
struggle to make decisions on my own, the big coin is gonna help me make it.
Lady Fate shall.
Oh,
What is it
okay.
gonna say?
Phantom Thieves. There you go.
Phantom Thieves. All right. We got Phantom Thieves over for 1B. And I was a little torn on this too, because like, okay, I can see this going a couple of ways, but I am gonna say, this little bit of a dark horse that we haven't seen all split. Saw looking strong, able to take down a team like Act 13-0. That is no small feat whatsoever. Absolutely cracked to see something like that. I'm gonna give a little bit of an edge to um staring at walls tonight. I would say 3-1, but I'm not even going to pass by the possibility that if we do see a game 5, that Phantom Thieves, I think, might take it. So if it goes 4, I'm going to say Saw. If we end up going to 5, I think Phantom Thieves might have the gas in it. But it's going to be absolutely crazy to see what actually goes down tonight, what actually is going to be the results of these games tonight. I do believe we are getting map selection in just a second. So we should have that up very shortly for all of you to see what kind of things are going to be played tonight. So I'm hoping, like we said, like you guys mentioned as well too, possible Ascent ban here from Phantom Thieves, right? Since it is a best of 5, both teams get that first ban, and then it's just boom, map selection right after that, because we are playing without Pearl tonight. It's only the 7 maps that have always been available, I guess, for the past little while. So let's see what it is going to be. Just waiting for confirmation from our lovely, lovely producer, Mr. Bantastic. Do we have those map selections? Maybe, possibly, yes. Are ready to go? Look at the okay. We've got them up and ready to go. So, first of all, Fracture is going to be banned out there. Bind is also off the board. So, did not decide to take Ascent off the board, but hey, you know what? could make for quite a spicy map. Could be a redemption story for Phantom Thieves to say, hey, we don't care about your statistics, none whatsoever. But the actual picks in order here, it will be Haven for map number 1, Ascent for the second map of the night, Icebox for game 3, map 3. If we do go to a game 4, we will see Split and, for summer Split just to top things off. If we get to that pivotal game 5 tonight, we will see the nice breezy, beautiful breeze. That's kind of reiterative to say it like that, but hey, love breeze. I love seeing the action out there, and especially with a couple chamber players out in the mix. Those long range plays can be quite devastating. So I'm very excited for this one to get started. I do believe we are just a couple seconds out from getting into this one. I do believe, I am the party leader. So Wumby, Loki, if you are ready, I'm ready. These teams are ready. Just going to confirm that we are good to go. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is grand finals. It is the final game, the final series of our summer split here for VRS Valorant. There should be predictions going up in just a few moments. So make sure you use your channel points. Let us know who you think is going to be winning tonight's games. But, just going to do a quick server check before I send it on off to our agent select, which I think, probably going to see a chamber, probably going to see Arena from those two players we saw earlier this evening. Loki, Wumby, any final thoughts, points that you want to bring up while we're just confirming things in the background?
I'll go first. I am not shocked that we're not seeing Vine because I don't think Phantom Thieves have played it a single time this season. Ascent is not a map that I'm surprised to see Phantom Thieves back on. I had a conversation again. This is the same conversation I had with Cinder when he discussed with me what he thought the issues were against PGR on Ascent. And for the most part, he said that they fixed them now. So it'll be up to us as the casters and also as the viewers to see whether or not those issues have been fixed, if those if those holes have been plugged up. Not really surprised by the map pool all too much. We saw, me and Loki casted Phantom Thieves last week where they played on Icebox. They had a little bit of trouble closing it out, but for the most part, they did win it. They did pull through. And Breeze is another map in which they looked very comfortable on. So, and also Haven bumped up with Breeze is a both of those maps are very comfortable maps for Phantom Thieves, as per Saw. They played these maps before and they looked amazing on them according to the results.
Awesome stuff. Loki, final thoughts, final ideas before we send it off to Agent Select.
Yeah, Phantom Thieves, they seem to really enjoy the longer maps. Like, seeing Bind taken off the board doesn't really surprise me. And seeing if history repeats itself on Ascent will be interesting. But so far, math is hard for me too, clearly, as we've heard so far. But Phantom Thieves, that statistic's not going to stop them. They haven't really worried about it so far. So we'll be in for some very interesting matches.
I'm looking forward to it. Getting the final ready checks right now from these teams. It is going to be Phantom Thieves on the defender side first here for Haven, which is going to be quite interesting. I always like watching a good Haven map with it being the 3 points out there. It's pretty wide. A lot of options here for these teams. Super excited for us to see the start of this final series tonight. So let's get her going without any further ado. This map is about to get started. First one of this best of 5. We're heading on to Haven. Wumby, Loki, take it away, lads.
Yeah, I'm anticipating seeing Unit grabbing that Reyna as they're already hovering it right now, but let's go into these initiators for a moment. Nismo, we know, is going to be grabbing Omen to be able to keep things slow, but we have a complete wild card in the form of Saw. I saw some KOs, I saw some Sovas in their match history, but I don't know if I've seen a common thread so far. But how are you expecting things to play out for this map so far, 1B?
Yeah, like you said, Unit's obviously going to be hovering over that Reyna. If it's not the Reyna, then it is going to be the Jet. I've seen this type of what the hell, Cinder. Oh my God, please.
What
Why?
a madman. I think Cinder likes you, 1B. They heard the way you were talking about Phoenix hitting that run it back, and here we are on the final stage, grabbing Phoenix instead of the chamber. This might be an exciting game.
I don't think he heard me clearly because I said picking Phoenix is a troll. And if you pick it, then you're throwing, and I think Cinder's throwing. Because no, 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 no. I mean, okay, the good thing about Phoenix is he does have walls, so he does have vision denial combined with the flashes as well. And he obviously has to run it back, so if he is down, he is immediately revived in the position that he sets to run it back in. But I don't really know. He's not viable on any map, not even Haven. So it's a mystery as to why Cinder went with them. Maybe that's what that's what Phantom Thieves are experimenting with. They're obviously going to capitalize off of that unpredictability that they do have. And if they've scrimmed it, if they think it's good, then I mean, hey, who are we to judge? We are going to be casting the match. We are going to be discussing it. And if the Phoenix is a huge issue, then we'll obviously say it. Though for Saw, their composition is no surprise. This is a composition that they've ran before, is in previous games of the season, especially with the KJ and the Fade combined together with that KO. So I mean, not too surprising there in their comp.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be seeing some super high-level tactics as Ayuki is going to be making Zechariah the first to fall. And it's just going to be another slow push. We're seeing taking those first picks, dropping it down as if the hot hands is going to continue to slow things down. 0 Point was able to get Cinder, and it looks like we're going to have Staring at Walls back on that back foot. But look at Phantom Thieves. They're not even budging.
No, they're not. It looks like for Saw, they're just gonna go for a quick rotate towards this mid area. They did lose a player in Gardens by Ace, so probably not wanting to challenge that Ace site any longer, but it looks like they are going to re-challenge it, probably to catch Phantom Thieves off guard, maybe thinking that they've gone for a rotate is what Saw is thinking, but no, Phantom Thieves there. It looks like they are ready for this.
Yeah, and they're letting Unit lurk up on their own, and it's going to spot out Nismo, but no one is going to get shot out quite yet. Everything's still nice and quiet. Dark cover getting popped could be able to slow things down, and it looks like the call is going to be run your way to C. Phantom Thieves having a nice soul read, staying nice and firm for a little bit there. Looks like they're starting to throw that all away as they're making their way up C, staring at walls, letting Unit lead the charge all on their lonesome. 10 seconds going to be on the clock as this plant's starting to go down. And they still have the KJ set up to be able to hold this post plant on a pistol round. Looking really good for staring at walls, especially since Cinder doesn't really have much health to refrag. With this guiding light comes out, we spot everyone on it as Entrance Guy is going to make Unit fall. Here's Wombat going to be grabbing Conquer, and the curveball taking out Wombat with a Yuki on the prowl. Has the Sheriff in hand, trying to end this round quickly. 13 HP left on Cinder. Going to start holding that as the flash drive comes out. Full flashing multiple members. The bomb is not quite halved as Kilo is going to be sitting here. Gets tapped by Yuki, is grabbing a 4K to start us off right. Womby's muted.
Sorry. A little bit of a mishap, but you know what I mean. But it happens. But like I said, it was a good retake initially as well for Phantom Thieves. Obviously supported. I talk so much crap about Phoenix, and as much as I love him, he is quite literally the worst duelist inside of the game. But those flashes really, really did help on that retake, especially removing the player playing on those stacks, and then not really doing much outside of helping eliminating the player on stacks. But I mean, it was a good retake for Phantom Thieves nonetheless to win the first pistol round.
And Yuki again getting that first blood to start us off with the Marshal on a Unit. That is your high fragger falling right at the start. If they're not going to get it running up, who will? As it's now Wombat going to lead the charge into this falling dark cover onto B. Nismo has a Spectre sitting off to the side, ready to start running it up as the 0 Point does not land. Paranoia only going to be hitting one member of the team. Now the bomb's going to get planted. The guiding light tapping as the hot hands going to come out, make a little bit more space. Phantom Thieves is on every side of this retake as Cinder and Conquer are going to be dropping bodies back and forth. Kilo not quite able to make their way into the dark cover. And that's a perfect round 2 for Phantom Thieves.
Perfect round 2 for Phantom Thieves. A good retake again, this time onto the B site, not on that C site. And I mean, you saw the hot hands being used, able to create some more space. Again, Cinder using his util on the Phoenix to perfection, and it's a flawless as well. But next round, we're going to see Saw. They're going to be able to buy up full guns and full rifles, and well, I mean, in this round, Phantom Thieves are going to be on the back foot in terms of gun disadvantage, but that's usually how these rounds go. That is how the trend is. But I mean, I believe I've seen Phantom Thieves win out these half buy rounds before, even against full buy. So maybe a gun difference isn't really, all that much difference.
Especially the way they've been doing these retakes, but I'm interested to see this aggressive push coming out from Ayuki one more time in a second here. Cinder guarantees the ult next round, if not this round, off of an orb in a second here, as the Tailwind is ready in the hands of Ayuki, staring down the way with a Marshall, but Unit was not spotted as they're going to be making their way up long. All of staring at walls, they're fanned all the way out and going to just stay nice and thin, trying to find some space somewhere. But here we have Unit still just hesitant to take these first peeks even as these rounds are coming out because Ayuki's punished them so hard so far.
Looks like Ayuki's going to move into the back line of these Phantom Thieves play, but that alarm bot is going to immediately detect them if they do so. Unit is none the wiser by Ayuki's position, and look at this trigger discipline. There you go. He gets one on the back, but he can't find a second. Gonna have to move right back into sewers, but is immediately traded out by Dingbop, and it frees up this A site for Saw.
It looks like things are gonna be starting to heat up. Ayuki is the first one to fall. The curveball comes out, full flashing Unit, who's caught in the middle of a paranoia. His util use is beautiful, but Cinder's gonna be the first one to fall with their head popped. There goes Conquer. 2 so far. Another one slams for the slaughter this round.
Interestingly enough, the first entry for Saw came in from Dingbop and not really Unit, though Unit did get a 3K. He was 0-2 at the beginning of this game, and now he's 3-2. So, it took him a couple of rounds to warm up. Only took him the full rifles versus the half buy of Phantom Thieves, but you take your victories where you can get them. 2 ultimates also available on the side of Phantom Thieves as well. The Run It Back and the Blade Storm. With the Run It Back, you can place it in a specific area, and if you are downed, then you teleport back to that area. So basically, it's like a self-revive without having to pick yourself up.
Yeah, and here we have Ayuki up in hand, has the trigger discipline to not commit on these wiggles, and Conquer grabbing frags across the side of the map. Once again, we just have staring at walls completely spread out right now, not wanting to commit anywhere, especially not into those crushing arms that Ayuki has with the operator and with the Marshall earlier even. But Conquer gonna be continuing to spray shots back and forth. It looks like Unit wants to start making their way up mid. They're gonna be nice and slow about it. They have the rest of the army right behind them. The dark cover going to be a bit of a deterrent. Here comes the Run It Back. They're gonna be starting to stomp their way through. Cinder at the ready to be able to push through, but all of staring at walls that's left standing is currently in garage. This might be a bit of a situation for Sky as the shots go a little bit wide, and the Guiding Light Conquer is able to fall right after in the loving hands of Dingbop, but Nisbo is the last one on the site right now, trying to hold what they can. Was able to grab Wombat, now it's gonna grab Unit, but Hilo gonna be making it all down to Ayuki, who does still have the op to work with. But we're going to have to be able to see if they're able to make any use of it into Dingbop and Aquila, both having a little bit of util to use still. So making their way back and forth. Here comes the Blade Storm. They're going to be playing the range game just a little bit, tapping the bomb, getting sprayed by both, and caught by Dingbop in the end, keeping it nice and even so far.
Yep, decided to use that cloud smoke as a bit of cover to support themselves on the defuse. I'm sorry if you hear some vacuuming in the background. That is my mother, and it is going to be really, really loud for a while because she likes to vacuum. Anyways, yeah, I mean, that was a nice try for my Yuki to try and help cover their own defuse, especially trying to pull out the Blade Storm in order to take those long range fights. Also had an operator, so could have done the same with the gun, but nah. I mean, it's what happens. But it was a very expensive round, though, from Phantom Thieves. And now look at this. They're all on an eco. Null command comes out. And Ayuki Suppress can't dash out of this area. Is going to get the first pick, but 2 kills for Saw.
Yeah, and just like that, this round is looking very bleak for them. A Yuki with a Sheriff is definitely something you want to be seeing play aggressively so far. We know they're good for their shot, but unfortunately, that was onto a null command. Looks like a Phantom Thieves is going to be looking to push into this in a moment, but Wombat has a really good angle, though their full flash can't shoot yet. Trigger Discipline looking amazing, but in reality, they just couldn't see as they're going to be grabbing two, making it another perfect round on the board.
Crazy thing about it is, and with that flash, they didn't necessarily clear the corner as they entered in from A link. So while Wombat was flashing and left them vulnerable for like a couple of seconds, could not shoot because they couldn't see, didn't even try and spray down right in front of them, despite the fast entry back into sight from both the Sky and the Sage. And again, just didn't clear their corners during that retake. But there's not a lot of options that you do have in a 2v4 situation, or 2v5, my fault. But I mean, eco round done, full buyback on for Phantom Thieves, and an operator in the hands of Ayuki can get him an early pick onto Unit if Unit isn't careful. Oh.
Looks like it's not going to quite be in the cards today. Tailwind going to be ticking down, and Unit now has a lot of room on A long to be able to continue to play with. As it's another slow round from both teams. Haunt is out, not spotting anyone. Cinder holding onto the hot hands, looking to deny a push B. But no one's budging quite yet. We have Wombat all the way up on that barrier orb, but nothing too substantial so far, as it looks like Zechariah wants to make their way up mid, but has been advised against it so far. Dark cover coming out, but Unit all the way up A long. Things might get explosive in a moment here. Wombat going to be looking to push into garage. They got the dark cover out. This barrier orb is not there anymore, so they can start making their way in, clearing these corners. As even Unit's on the way back, they're going to be caught by Entrance Sky to be able to start this off. The slow orb going to be bringing that push to a crawl for just a moment longer.
30 seconds left.
Cinder left all on their own on B is going to be able to have contact of their own in just a moment. The guiding light didn't quite spot anyone, but Dingbop gonna just avoid that spray momentarily. The curveball coming out to be able to try to save Cinder, who's caught in the prowl and sees the corner of Aquilo, who's gonna be taking them out. Isbell is able to grab Unit. It's all down to Zechariah and Dingbop. And Cinder's going to be falling, but the bomb will not. As that's an team ace and very good defensive play from Phantom Thieves.
Saw just looked really confused about what they wanted to do there for a majority of that round. You saw a player kind of like try and sneak his way into garage, not really clearing it necessarily. I believe through a pair that was the Omen of Wombat, who just threw a paranoia in there, but didn't necessarily clear it with the rest of the team. And again, Saul just didn't really know where to push from there. When they were running out of time, decided to go for a B push, which is necessarily what you don't see the attackers do, just because of how easy it is to get caught out on the B site if you're just trying to rush in and get something like that.
And speaking of getting caught out, there it goes Dingbop at the hands of a Yuki. Not even getting grabbed by the Haunt as they're able to hit the tailwind and get out of there. That's a lot of their post plant just gone right off the bat, as Conqueror is going to get tagged a little bit through the dark cover. Here's the 0 point, and there's the flash drive alongside Alir to be able to try to keep this a nice open C site. Here's Conqueror with the swing, gonna fall to Wombat, but through the smoke, Zechariah is going to fall. The bomb still is not going to be going down in a little bit. Unit going to be trying to hold off the spawn, get this bomb started to tap down as the paranoia comes out. Only going to be catching Aquilo as Unit is going to be peeking into the off. Not quite able to grab it as the spray is not quite there. Two players very low on health. Wombat's able to grab a Yuki for his troubles, but Nismo is going to fall to Aquilo. Actually, there it goes in trance. It's all down to Cinder. In a wild turn of events, there's the flash drive. Continuing to play around these angles as Cinder is going to be catching them with the op just as they whipped the knife out. And to run it back, here we go again.
Able to pick up the operator off of the body of his, fallen comrade and Ayuki, and is able to use it in that gunfight. That was almost a bit of a dicey one as well for Phantom Thieves due to the isolated gunfights that they decided to take against the Kilo. I thought they were most definitely going to lose that round. Had Cinder just been a little bit off with that op shot, it takes a little while for it to cock back up. He would not have won that gunfight with the Kilo. So that, again, was a really, really close one. And even we talk about the teamwork and coordination from Phantom Thieves and all of that stuff in the pre-show. that wasn't really as coordinated and as full of teamwork as they probably would have wanted it to be. But there is 4 ultimates ready for Saw, and they could use it in the post plant for this round.
And we have a Yuki on top of boxes, not going to be as aggressive this round, as it looks like Saw is going to be making their way. The op shot is just a little bit wide. Here comes the lockdown, but there's the run it back, getting shut down by Cinder, who almost is able to get the frag onto a Yuki at the same time. Empress is coming out. 4 seconds left on his lockdown. Things are going to be getting a little bit less dicey in a second as the Nightfall also came out. It's almost every ult down to be able to just get themselves on this board right now. But here comes the curveball to be able to try to make some space on the site in the hot hands. But again, second op shot going a little bit wide. Cinder right here to flash for the team. But that's the dark cover going to be shutting out Yuki's position down as Kilo is going to die to Nismo. And everyone just got swept, actually. You blinked and you missed the end. What happened?
Just completely boxed. Nah, I'll tell you what happened. They just completely boxed Phantom Thieves out of their own sites using both the lockdown ultimate and from KJ and also the Nightfall from Zachariah to force those defenders out of the ace site, force them back, and Phantom Thieves really had no way of retaking that other just by using their util and guns. But you saw how good the entry game was from Muted, especially. He got, I believe it was like 3 kills or 2 kills in that round. He just dismissed as he got one and he got the other, and you blink and you miss him and he gets a kill, just like how you blink and you miss this round as the fast entry happens onto the C site.
Yeah, Unit grabbing Trent Sky through the smoke out of nowhere as the snow command doesn't get a lot of value in and of itself, but here we have the bombs down. Unit's gonna be getting tagged by a sheriff through the smoke too, as Recess City is not quite in our favor. Yuki brought Zechariah very low. They're gonna be continuing to try to do something with Bladestorm, but they get dinked through the site box. It was actually Conquer with the dog is able to take one out, but Wombat is able to grab a Yuki. Finally getting them to fall as Conquer is able to get a sheriff under Wombat. This is an insane save round so far, as Cinder's able to grab Dingbop as well. But it's all down to this 1v1 all over again, and the bomb is not half. There's not a lot of time to work with. Here we go, it's ticking down. Gonna get the push through the flash drive, and that's gonna be Cinder falling. Akilo does win this 1v1 this time.
He had such a good lineup through the smoke as well. Had he just sprayed down just a little bit, he probably would have caught a Kilo in the back, but nah, it's just a little bit too good to be true. But that was an eco round for Phantom Thieves. That's why you saw them play a little bit further back as well. Not really enough of them on the site like you usually would see by like in the back of C, by platform, or even by that back box in the back of the C site as well. Instead, decided to play for a retake. Unfortunately, the first kill happened onto Garage, where a player was just trying to hide out and try and help the team on the retake. They just couldn't sustain their position, and Phantom Thieves couldn't sustain the retake.
Yeah, and it looks like Ayuki is gonna not quite get their aggressive play this time. Unit might be the first one on the board. Looking a lot better as they've been able to start getting a couple frags together. On the Prowler, gonna be caught by Cinder in a second here, but the timing on both is just there. Cinder's gonna be the first one to fall, dismiss into the dark cover. Nismo gonna be the next contact, trying to take it with a team, is able to grab Unit. Bomb is down. Trinsky gonna be pushing with the Judge, is able to grab Wombat, but get caught between a rock and a hard place. The rest of the team's gonna fall.
Bit of a janky buy as well for Phantom Thieves. You saw the Judge in the hands of, I believe that was the Sage, and we see a timeout coming out from Phantom Thieves. Cinder obviously wanting to have a word or two with the team. We've seen some funkiness, not really necessarily in that round, but in the previous round before that, where I guess they've just been giving up side control easily, and also a little bit of map control as well. Sometimes maybe even surrendering the first pick a little bit too easily, especially to Akilo. Unit not having, you know, a terrible game, 7-7, but you see other players on this team stepping up, and Akilo and Dingbop, and you know, Unit was a player that we were focusing on, but you have to give your props to what Akilo and Dingbop are doing, especially doing such a good job on both the KO and the KJ.
Yeah, if Unit's not going to be there to do it, I guess Akilo will. And so far, it's been really interesting. Right now, Cinder has everyone back in the powwow saying, hey, let's slow it down. We've made it this far. We came in being at the name that everyone expected to lose out completely. There's a lot of game left. How do we be able to try to be able to make what we can in the last couple rounds of this half, go into next half, and try to sweep them on attack. Since that looks like what the plan's going to be. After all, we see Cinder off of the chamber and onto Phoenix, which so far has been really fun to watch the curveballs come out and make a decent amount of difference on some of these sites. But it looks like they're just swapping up how they hold this defense completely, having a Yuki pushing out of mid. And Cinder's going to be grabbing that orb, gets to run it back, but a unit is going to be there with the spray down through the wall. And now it's going to be leaving Nismo on their own on the A site. Not looking great as the Paranoia does come out. They're almost able to grab one, but Akilo going to be able to save unit as Dingbop is going to spray down Conquer right after Entrance and bring it all the way back down to Yuki with the Sheriff in hand, getting ready to have a close angle. Getting a little bit of deja vu. They're usually good for one as unit's going to be making sure history isn't repeating itself, but it's another flawless for Saw.
Last round before the switch.
They were kind of expected to lose due to the fact that they were on an eco versus full rifles, but you know, that's not what the timeout was used for. I think the timeout, if they were gonna take a timeout for round 12, which is this round right here before we go and make the big swap between both of these teams, then maybe they should have had it like right before this round. If that were the case, maybe they were just having it just to kind of coordinate what they would do on the pistol. Now they're gonna have a forced buy where they try and get the best buy that they can. I mean, it's a full buy technically because they got an operator in the hand by Yuki who's been really deadly at getting these opening picks.
Yeah, and it looks like Saw is defaulting again, having a Yuki just sit and wait for unit to get overzealous on the A angles, and Phantom Thieves looks like they're gonna be holding these angles a little bit tighter, having Nismo on a very cheeky one to watch short. And Ayuki still on the back foot. We were able to spot out unit as the shot went a little bit wide to try to grab Nismo. Things are going to stay nice and slow. The Haunt does spot out Ayuki as the tailwind's there, but the spray down from Dingbop will connect and leave Nismo all the way up top. Going to be able to see where they can go as they're able to grab unit, drop their way into short, and get this Paranoia going out. Able to grab one more for their trouble. Cinder with the run it back is able to stall Sakurai as here comes the Nightfall. And Seekers is able to blind one. Dingbop gonna be grabbing the trade almost immediately after. His bomb needs to get going down to be able to put the ball back in Saw's core. And here's the lockdown to be able to try to shut them out. Cinder holding a very aggressive angle in heaven to be able to try to deny this plant just a little bit longer. As it looks like Cinder's actually gonna get caught in the detain here. But playing with their good old buddy in Trans Sky as they're gonna be getting these fires going. We saw Dingbop making their way into hell, as Cinder is going to be ascending those stairs, trying to be able to see what they can make, as Akilo has a beautiful crossfire to work with them as well. Here comes the curveball. Akilo can't see anything as everyone's getting back into position, but Entrance Guy is going to be into the blender. There goes Dingbop getting the first spray down, and now here comes the wall going up. Last of the half, they're going to have to be able to make something happen fast as the timer is ticking down. They don't have a lot of time. Dingbop in a very good position to intercept as they're going to start running away, make use of the nanos. And they didn't shoot the nano. They pay the price. And here comes the bomb.
And Cinder dies to it. 8-4 is going to be the halftime score. And I mean, you know, defense tends to be the weaker side on Haven, so at least for Phantom Thieves, they get that out of the way, and now they switch on to a, you know, statistically, according to the NAVCT site, this is, you know, Attack is statistically the better site on Haven due to how it operates with the 3 sites and how hard it is to defend this map at times because you're stuck extending your resources, you're stuck extending your men. And that's what we saw for the most part from Saw, is that they overextended, not really overextended their utility or anything like that, but you saw when they got like when Saw got one pick, it freed up so much space into the A site and made one player, if one player went down for Phantom Thieves, then another player was made vulnerable, just like how we saw in that last round where the first one to fall was Ayuki, then the second one to fall after that was Nismo, who was supporting him on that A site. So now on the attack, they can set the pace, they can set the tone, and I feel like they're going to do it right now.
Yeah, and they're going straight into the KJ util, able to grab Dingbop, but your healer is low. This timing around these smokes might just be what does them in, as Wombat's able to grab a Yuki. 20 HP on Conquer, though, to be able to try to hold it nice and close, caught by the Prowler. That's the smoke falling just as they pop their way in. That barrier orb is cracked, a shorty in the hands of Zechariah. Gonna be holding an Omen in place. The right click from Akilo. It's good for one. Conquer able to grab that one back. Cinder grabbing their second on the round with a frenzy. Bringing it all the way down to Zechariah in a 1v2. Almost able to make something happen with the classic. But that's 4 on the board if you count Conquer.
Cinder falling down to that fireball of Phoenix and falling down to that fireball of Phoenix. And I mean, it was a good 2v1 post play as well from both Cinder and Conquer, who were both together at the same time. And you saw Cinder like prep the fireball as well, and he could have nearly fallen to Dingbot there, but or not Dingbot, my fault. Yeah. C site is going to be the focus though for Phantom Thieves, as the KJ utility is going to be the main source of focus for them. You see the nanoswarm set up right in front of Ayuki as well, but the smokes are going to be able to block their vision and also slow down Phantom Thieves as they try and prepare for an entry onto C.
Yeah, things are going to be nice and slow for everyone except Unit, who's already made their way into window and going to be looking to intercept with Zechariah on the entire side of Phantom Thieves. The right clicks from the classic, not quite where they need to be, as Conquer's able to grab one. Unit goes undiscovered as they hear all of the stomping. Back to C they go. They're able to grab Conquer to start us off. And that's a really strong pick to go with. And Sky going to be getting a Spectre, but Nismo on the side looking a little bit ratty as there goes Unit. And Yuki's able to grab 2 over onto the site itself, bringing this all the way back down to Wombat. And the Tailwind will try to close the rest of this round, but the team play on this attack side has been really good, continuing to set the pace and run with it. And here comes the curveball, as we heard that right click was a little bit too good to be true from Wombat.
The way that they're using the Phoenix flashes are almost to perfection, but that's not what won them the round. I just wanted to comment on that because I feel like Cinder's doing a really good job on Phoenix. No matter how stressed I looked at the beginning and how much I said he trolled, right now he's doing such a good job on it. But the main one that I wanted to focus on was Nismo's positioning in mid. I felt like that position that he held to shut down Unit on the flank, who initially got a first pick, and then once Phantom Thieves figured out, hey look, we're being flanked, Nismo was like, all right, let me hold this cross and you guys bait him into the flank. Unit didn't check his corners, didn't expect Nismo to be there, and it was just an easy pickup for them and an easy round for Phantom Thieves.
And here we have Ayuki deep diving, letting the team grab Wombat. And there's the plant, the Cloudburst, and the Phoenix Wall going to be going up to be able to keep things nice and calm for just a little bit longer. Ayuki has a very strong position on the backs of these sites, as Nismo going to continue to hold from window. Oh, nice post plant from Phantom Thieves. Unit was able to grab Ayuki. Here comes the Empress. Spots one out. The shots are going a little bit wide. There goes Cinder. Captain's down. The ship is sinking. Here comes Conquer to try to be able to grab it all together. There's the guiding light. Doesn't matter. Units on their third of the round. They pop out of the dismiss right into the loving arm of Nismo, who's going to be crushed under the weight of the responsibility to try to hold this round. It's now 6-9 in favor of Saw.
Important round for them to claim, but I mean, that's what you expect on the anti-bonuses. They invested in the rifles. Maybe you could have saw some more, I would say some more investments from Phantom Thieves, since they are on the back foot, probably not thinking that the lead is that big of a deal to invest too heavily into that round, so that's why they stuck with the half buy. But now, I mean, we get past the first 3 rounds of the game, which I usually don't think are the most important. It's usually round 4 and 5 that round 4 and 5 of both the beginning of the game and also in the half as well, where I'm looking at both of these teams because they both have really good advantages when it comes to the economy, in the way that it switches and the way that they can buy it.
Yeah, here comes the run it back. It's looking like a very similar push, as Cinder's not quite able to get anything to happen. Sakurai shutting that down, and here comes the drive-by from Akilo, able to grab Yuki, able to grab Conquer. Transky going to be bringing it back, and Nismo's able to grab Dingbop. But this is just a bloodbath of a round, all down to Nismo now at the end of it, and Unit's going to be taking them out. A bird could have dropped its little beak onto Nismo as a loving form of affection, but they caught a bit of lead instead.
Fast entry inside of the B site just didn't work out. First of all, that wasn't really a full buy from him. We heard some ultimates come out, such as the Blade Storm, as well as I believe not the running back. I was gonna say the running back, but the Blade Storm did come out. It wasn't really that big of an investment from Phantom Thieves neither, so they just decided to just say, screw it, let's go for the B site, and that's just why you don't go for the B site. But they did take down some bodies with them, and so Saw loses a couple players, and they also lose a couple of creds. But I mean, here comes the first pick for them as Phantom Thieves lose their main entry in Ayuki.
Yeah, we're just talking about getting a couple bodies caught, and we have that beautiful push with a flash drive coming out from Akilo to start us off. They've really been on one this entire game as the shots are going to be catching Cinder too. Unit with the spray down, almost able to grab a second one. Dismiss is able to get them out, but Entrenched Sky is going to hunt them down as Wombat's right here to be able to get the trade and flicks right to Nismo.
Put themselves onto 11 rounds, and we could just see a big flip in the way that Haven started out versus, how it's playing out now. Saw didn't look too used to what was brought against them, especially with that Phoenix pick being such a huge curveball, pun intended, because curveball, he throws curveballs. You don't get it, it's fine. I'm late with the jokes. But anyways, it's 11-3 for for Saw, as they edge themselves further on into match point. 3 ultimates ready though for Phantom Thieves, and they could use it to just take down the site. Resurrection also available for Entrenched Sky too.
And here comes the guiding light to be able to get a little bit more space, but this KJ util is not gonna get used as Dingbop will fall. The spray is bad onto Zechariah, and Akilo is able to grab a trance. This went from bad to worse as Cinder's able to shut down the null command, but that's only temporary as they're gonna get spotted out by this Prowler. Is able to grab Wombat, and here's the res. Actually, no, you don't. That Deafen is a beautiful status debuff as the Paranoia comes back out to 2v2. We know Cinder's able to play these when it comes down to the clutch. The Leers are out. There's the fragment to be able to make a little bit more space. The unit can't see anything quite yet, but the spray is just not there. Zakilo is able to grab it on the other side, take out Nismo, bring us over to match point.
Oh my god. Just so many whiff shots from 2 players on the Phantom Thieves side, from Cinder and also from Conquer as well. Conquer throws out the guiding light, like you've mentioned, to make a little bit of space inside of the C site. Doesn't, expects a player to be playing by C Link, peeks it, does spray down, but just can't control the spray to the point where Zechariah is dead. He even turned around because he thought he confirmed that kill. No, you didn't. You gotta wait for the animation to go through. You gotta wait for that kill to be confirmed. He didn't. Conquer got a little bit too impatient, looked the other way, and Zechariah gets a double. Conquer, Cinder also had a moment where he whipped really hard too. And I used, okay.
Unit's gonna be opening this up. There's another first blood on the wall. Ayuki gonna be looking quite nice up there as a pretty little trophy. Here comes the Empress. Unit wants to run it up, but gets shut down by Entrenched Sky. Here's the run it back. Wombat gonna have to be on that back foot. Here's that res. Zechariah on the flank, grabbing Nismo. And the Prowler to be able to secure a little bit more space, making their way back. The Seeker's out. Dingbop's going to be grabbing Entrenched Sky just before the Cabbage Patch grabs them. Ayuki gonna be shutting that lockdown off. And Cinder has the curveball in hand, is going to be grabbing Zechariah in a second here. No shots fired, as Cinder's going to be making their way over towards the site. Akilo on a very good spot to be able to try to shut down this actual bomb plant. There's the fragment. It's going to be getting a little bit of a tag, but Conquer not worried about it as they get their shot through the wall. Onto Heaven. Here's Zechariah coming through Link. 1 versus 3 to be able to try to make something happen. Ayuki back from the dead. He'll be grabbing their head, bring us 7-12. There's a little bit more game left.
Blinked and I missed like half of that round. That went by so quickly. I don't even think I have anything for that. I'm not gonna lie to you. But this is everything went by so quickly. I mean, yeah, there goes my analysis. It was a very quick round, a very quick entry though from Phantom Thieves to get the initial pick on to, I believe, Unit, who not Unit, sorry, Unit. Ayuki was the first one to fall, and then like Unit just got converged on from the rest of Phantom Thieves, and they just rushed straight into the A site, and it caught them. I believe the pace and how many players were behind Ayuki just caught them off guard, just like how the C site push is gonna catch them off guard. Beanbag's looking the other way, and it's just Phantom Thieves in full site control.
Yeah, Phantom Thieves not quite able to get the pick to start us off, though. A little bit worse for wear, but other than that, Dingbop is fine. They can sacrifice an ult for this. The unit's going to be pushing out, gets caught by Conquer, who's completely blind by the Prowler, though. Sakurai's able to grab a Yuki. The top of the team is down, but Conquer will be making sure they don't go quietly as Akilo's on this flank. Going to be able to see what they can do. Nismo looking a little bit cheesy over in long, and they're going to be grabbing Akilo. It's all down to Zechariah, who's going to be getting called by Entranced Sky.
You know, people talk about the 9-3 curse. It's 12. It's like 12 to 6 a couple rounds ago. So maybe we have a 12 to 6 curse in Valorant. I don't believe in curses in this game. You know, this community and their godforsaken. I don't know. What's that word? It's like is it beliefs? Not beliefs. No. Conspiracies. There it is. This community and their godforsaken conspiracies and a 9-3 curse. You know, you guys should be focusing on a 12-6 curse because it looks like Saw are kind of throwing the lead that they have at the moment. They're in a very good spot to take this map a little bit earlier inside of this matchup, and it looks like Phantom Thieves, they're adjusting pretty well to what's being brought. First kill is going to be onto Units, who decides to aggress onto Guard and gets punished for it. Is it eco round, though, from Saw? So, of course, they're going to be taking these early gunfights, trying to damage the economy of Phantom Thieves.
Speaking of damaging the economy, there goes Conquer right after Cinder to fall. Here's the Nightfall. Was going to be trying to go huge for just a second there, but it's still a 3 versus 3. This is very good for the eco round. And honestly, they're looking very good so far. Phantom Thieves having some headaches back and forth, but Wombat on this flank is going to be having that Sheriff in hand, soon to be a Phantom, and going to go on these shots for Nismo, getting a little bit of a tag, but nothing too crazy quite yet, as we have a really nice setup for this post. Akilo going to be pushing out with the Sheriff, is going to get called by Entranced Sky, who's able to grab Dingbop as well, almost able to have their 4K, but Nismo, we're no longer seeing double. Get Wombat out of here.
So the scoreline separated by 3 rounds, and Phantom Thieves, we could see this happening, but I'm surprised that we don't see a timeout coming out from Saul, because they've been, I mean, that wasn't, that was an eco round for them, so they were expected to lose it against full rifles, but maybe if they lose this round, we'll see a timeout, because they really need to discuss maybe what's going on and what's going wrong in his defenses, because they're getting caught out very early on in these early engagements, especially Unit taking these head-on gunfights and just losing them outright and being the first pick.
Yeah, the knife is going to get shot up from Akilo, who looks like with the flash drive, they're going to want to take a push in the second here. Not quite blinded full by the blinding guiding light. And there's the spray down on the Conquer, taken back by a Yuki. Almost a beautiful upset to be able to run the rest of this coming out from him. And there's the res onto Conquer to be able to keep the body advantage. Nismo is going to be grabbing Zechariah from the side again, holding these flanks. So Yuki is going to make Dingbop the next to fall. Wombat up close and personal with this barrier orb. Going to be waiting for it to fall, waiting for Unit to get into position. Who's going to be taking a 1v2, is able to grab a Yuki. Cinder's going to be the next one up, but Nismo from behind is going to hit him with the hook. There goes Unit, sacrifice the entity as Entranced Sky is on top of these boxes, on top of these walls, playing with the last of this timer. Cinder, once again, from behind, going to be grabbing Wombat, bring us to 10-12. We might see an OT.
How many lines did you have where you said from behind? There were just so many good flanks from Phantom Thieves, especially from Nismo in particular. And that's why we highlighted him. You know, I talked a little bit about his Viper. I didn't really talk about his Viper plays. We'll see that most likely on Breeze, just because that's a map in which she's more popular on. Haven is a map for Omen because of how wide it is and how his teleports can offer you such good lurk potential, and also you can position yourselves on higher platform places. And Nismo, again, on these like really good positionings, able to flank behind and attack the back line of this Saw defense yet again.
Yeah, they always catch the flank, and you know what they once said about someone with the high ground, but we have the run it back in the curveball. Gonna be grabbing a Kilo. There's the Prowler to be able to keep things nice and blind. Coming up into the Stinger does not matter. It's not that good right now. The Cinder's able to grab a second one on the round. This might be able to close us right up, just about to get to that beautiful overtime as the Yuki's going to make Wombat fall. There goes Dingbop, and on the other side of this Cloudburst, so goes Unit.
Alright. I think Saw needs to take a timeout. I think it's time to take a timeout and just have a talk because again, I mean, you know what? The thing about Haven and the way that the site operates is that you don't necessarily you want to play retakes a lot of the times just because of how open the sites tend to be and how little manpower you can provide on the sites. You also have the KJU to help support you on that. But I feel like the utility just hasn't been effective at holding off Phantom Thieves from the site long enough to give Saw a good enough chance to react.
Here we are, we're back onto this B site. Here comes the null command from Aquila. Bomb is already down, no bloodshed yet, as here's the Empress coming to play. Coming through these dark covers, Aquila's gonna be immediately taken from the side and gonna start getting shot out by another player on the side of Phantom Thieves, as units gonna be making their way up mid to be able to try to close this out. It's a 1v3 to play within the pocket. There goes the Trans Sky. All of the knives gone from that Blade Storm.
I've got your
Ayuki through one dismiss. Here comes the Seeker to continue to make things just a little bit more awkward. They just gotta play time and get Ayuki on the board once again. We're going into OT.
Switching sides.
I'm very surprised that, again, I said it, why haven't we seen the timeout from Saw? Clearly thinking that they could just, like, just carry themselves over the... But, you know, this... I mean, not really, this is not necessarily endurance from Phantom Thieves that we're seeing, but the mental fortitude to be able to get over the finish, not necessarily get over the finish line, but when, you know, death is knocking at their door, they just completely bulldoze the door down over death and crush it. And right now we're in OT because of their persistence to just not give up. And I mean, there were a lot of things that went wrong for Saw that helped Phantom Thieves along the way to get us into overtime. But for the most part, Saw have just completely fallen apart.
Yeah, we might be able to see history repeat itself on these C takes, letting most of the space go over to Saw. Unit's gonna get the first frag, but a Conquer doesn't let them dismiss away. Feels been good for 2 frags though, as the sprays are back and forth. Nismo's down, but they were able to grab Wombat. Conquer able to take a little bit of a bite out of one of the players on Saw as they're making their way through Garage. The rest of the cavalry is here. They're gonna be leading the charge with a guiding light, starting to stomp their way up. Ding Bop, good for the first, not for the second, as the Yuki's gonna be coming up. Grabs 2 of their own. Kilo gonna be running them out. Here comes the Flash Drive, gonna be playing another 1v1 with Cinder. 2 go in, but only 1 can come out on top this round. All the utils gone. They're going back and forth over and over. There goes a Kilo coming out on top this time in the end.
Oh, that swing from Akilo. I felt like he was going to win that gunfight just because Cinder decided to hang back a little bit. Didn't try and like move around after he ran out of utility, especially with those flashes. Got flashed himself, Akilo running out of utility too. And it was just a nice little 1v1 clutch from Akilo. First round in overtime goes in favor of Saw, and I mean, again, both of these teams on their defenses, like you said, they give up so much space, more specifically inside of the C site, and it really, really hurts them at the end of the day. But, I mean, we could see from Saw, especially with how much the KJ utility is stacked on C, it seems like they forced a rotation where it looks like the main focus for Phantom Thieves is going to be towards A.
Yeah, everything is just nice and slow. So far, their holds on to C have not been great, but Unit might be able to make the difference being such a confident fragger thus far. But neither team seems to want to budge with anything that they have so far. Comms back and forth, just no, hold on. We know Unit wants to run out. We know Zachariah wants to run out, and there's the shot from Unit, not on point. And Cinder's going to be making their way tap back. We saw them see get A fast now, as the Haunt's not going to be able to really spot much of anything. But Yuki going to be heading this charge through the dark cover as some of their own comes out to be able to hold Heaven. The Prowler's going to land, but who cares? Ayuki's in the Cloud Burst. They're feeling good. Paranoia will be missed. And there's the Barrier Orb getting immediately shot out by 3 members of Saw. So we're going to be mounting the rest of this offensive. It's 5 versus 5 in the retake. The Paranoia going to continue to slow things down. Unit not able to get a foothold to be able to start sprinting off, as it looks like they're going to continue. play this nice and slow. Kilo waiting to be able to hit them with a pop flash.
Ooh.
As I don't think anyone of Phantom Thieves is ready to be able to deal with this. The Leers are going to get shot out, and the crossfire is there. Yuki's going to grab Dingbop. There goes Unit, and almost everyone's gone, and Zechariah will be the next to fall. We're going to go into another section of OT. These attacks from Phantom Thieves, just on point.
That's what crossing goes will set up in from hell, and also in the right corner from A Link once you enter into that A site. And they used I believe 2 sets of flashes, 2 from the Leers, and then they had like a really nice lineup. That's why we were like, ooh, Kilo had like a really nice little lineup from A Link, bouncing it up off of that wall and on the tower, and then he's gonna flash the right side of the corner where that stage was. Just couldn't clear those corners, couldn't really clear the cross angles, and oh my god, Ayuki, come on.
Ayuki with the aggressive op, you love to see that, but Unit is going to be pushing all on their lonesome, waiting for the rest of the team to get here to be able to try to make something happen through this dark cover. It's going to be dropping soon to reveal a Nismo on the other side. Sees the gun barrel, is able to take the shots back and forth, is not able to quite make them fall. Dingbop is going to be getting the first frag onto this actual site take. And the dark cover is able to pop out and grab and trend Sky too. Conquer coming out, grabbing Unit while they're flashing and reloading. The most vulnerable Cinder from the side, grabbed a Kilo. This is a good retake right here as Dingbop is going to be continuing to play from Garage. Well, we have Wombat all the way over, and Window is going to be making a Yuki fall. It's a 1v1 to be able to see what's going to be happening. Both of these teams, they have rough defenses, but they've been able to make stuff work on attack so far. Pushing up, Cinder gets taken out though, making it 13-14, a very scary place to be for Phantom Thieves with how the defenses have been so far.
Match point.
Yeah, that has to be a little bit of a heartbreaker from Phantom Thieves, but I mean, like, you know, attack is king and Haven so far, so maybe we'll see another attacking grab from Phantom. I don't know how long this is gonna go on. I'm not gonna lie to you. We could be going. I look. We'll most likely be going all the way to 30 rounds. So I'm not even gonna lie to you. I unless we see some complete shape up in the way these defenses work from both of these teams, we might be going longer than what we're going. I don't know.
Yeah, we might just be seeing that shape up right there in the form of Unit immediately being taken up by a Yuki, and there's all of the util dedicated now onto C site from Saw, as Zechariah is on this flank, gonna be getting caught in a moment here by 1, if not 3 bodies. Ayuki catching Zechariah for the second one of the round, making their way over towards this B site. Akilo could flank them and stop everything in his tracks. Able to grab a Yuki there, and that might just be good enough for now, as Nismo has a good angle to be able to intercept, and there they go. It's a 2 versus 4 to try to be able to make this retake happen, to be able to get the game, but it might not be in the cards today, as Dingbop is going to place a turret into the smoke. Is not going to spot out Cinder though, who's going to be grabbing them just as they get in, bringing it all the way down to Wombat, who gets caught from this stage on a wall. It's 14-14. I think it's going to be 25-23 or bust so far.
No, please. No. No, somebody needs to please just shape up the defenses. Oh my god. Like, that's another instance of just giving up too much space inside of, not this time, the B site. And the defense was very slow to react on the retake. There was like no immediate response to Saw being in the B site itself up until, I mean, up until the spike was planted, and you just, again, late reactions from Saw. Ooh, not a late reaction though from Ayuki, who gets the first pick onto Unit.
Yeah, Ayuki with the aggressive op is really looking good so far, grabbing those initial picks to be able to make Saw rethink their entire strategy for the round, as they have the bomb, they have 4 bodies, and they could go B again, but it looks like they're going to be having to go towards A, see what they can do into Cinder, and go from there, because they don't want to push into Nismo on a Sage Wall. They don't want to push into a Yuki with an op.
Yeah.
Your best bet might just be taking the rifle against the captain themselves. Gonna hit them with the super high level tactic in a moment here, making their way a little bit aggressive onto an off angle while they're all alone. Both teams are creeping, but We're going to have to see who winds up weeping in the end here. Cinder, very patient as Akilo's hunting wabbits. There goes Cinder. We're going to be seeing this bomb come down in just a moment. The dark covers are out to be able to make the hold happen. Haunt shot out before he can spot anyone, as it's a 4v4 for this retake. We really need to see one side take this convincingly to be able to swing into the next, but it's gonna be a moment before we see who's able to come out on top as the Prowler goes back and forth with Trailblazer. We saw the head of Ayuki, but it's not going to be able to get much right now as the shot through the box is not connecting. Guiding Light is good to hit one. Zachariah is able to grab Conquer. The flick from Trent Sky onto Zachariah is good, as the rest of Phantom Thieves is going to fall. This is a 15th round in the hands of Saw to be able to run it up. And there's the null command. A little bit disrespectful.
That is a little bit disrespectful. That was, again, I'm really having a hard time understanding the defenses. I mean, they again, like you said, they forced the rotations to come out from Saw. They didn't want to push into C long because of the operator. They didn't want to push into mid because of the Sage wall. So they pushed into A site. Cinder was kind of expecting it. I'm pretty sure the calls came out, but nobody really rotating in time to support Cinder as he's getting swung. Isolated himself, and I mean, it happens again. But a good start on the defenses for Saw. Zachariah getting the first pick onto C long, and we could see Haben going way of Saw.
Yeah, Unit with the trigger discipline spotted by no one. Is still waiting for Nismo, who's a little bit suspicious. Gonna grab Unit before anything can go too far wrong. They already lost a body to Zachariah. They're not gonna let Unit go off too. As Yuki playing aggressive around the smoke, so the spray wasn't quite there, but Conquer able to support it, as we see in Trent Sky trying to get just a couple more orbs, get their boy back online in the form of a Yuki, but the slow orb, no one's quite peeking yet, and they're not going to be going in a way where Nismo is going to be seeing them. Wombat making their way up is able to get grabbed by Conquer just at the goalpost. They almost made it onto the site to be able to make something happen, as Akilo looks like they really want to drop out of heaven here. There it is. The Conquer has the reaction time, playing a little bit of duck hunt, making it 15-15.
Sage walls coming into full effect, just like how they did on defense, and this time it was to block off A link, force some rotates over to A long, so up in A heaven. And I mean, you know, if they were prepared for that, you saw Phantom Thieves, they were ready for those rotates. They caught the player coming up in A long. They waited for the players to kind of jump down from A heaven because they didn't push into the wall. They didn't want to waste time breaking it down, and they just rushed straight into the line of fire of Phantom Thieves. But Nismo again getting the crucial entry frag on that player in Summers in Unit. Okay, and he gets it again.
Nismo has just had such good positioning this entire time. The stamina on both of these teams is incredible, as Dark Cover is going to be coming out alongside the Hot Hands to be able to try to get them off of B. And it looks like it worked. They're starting to funnel their way into Garage, cracking these barrier orbs. But Entrance Sky is going to be able to see the back of a head in a moment here. Dark Cover is out. They're seeing Zachariah. Zachariah will be the first one to fall. It's right on. Is good to Conquer, able to grab Wombat. And Kilo going to be getting their wings clipped right at the end. That's what we need to see. Phantom Thieves is able to run these attacks, but defense was what was rocky.
Okay, so first player dies in B. Okay, so we're not gonna push B no more, is what Saw says. Then they try and push into Garage. They break down a barrier orb. It's all lovey-dovey up until the point where they don't clear window. They don't take into account that there is a player playing in Garage window and in Trent Sky. We see a timeout coming. And it is gonna be from Saw. I was gonna say not, but we finally see the timeout coming in. And I mean, that wasn't, at first it wasn't a bad idea to rotate, but it was just the lack of clearance of Garage itself. Again, that was a very uncoordinated push in Garage with no U2 used to fully clear it. Instead, they just decided they were really desperate, and they decided to just push into Garage and try and make their way into C. Didn't work out because they didn't clear Garage window. I'm very disappointed in how that ended up.
Yeah, and right now you have to feel for Saw. They've been going back and forth very closely a lot of this game, especially through all of this half. Now they have to sit down and think about it, figure out what they're going to be doing to be able to try to end this, because both teams, they have the stamina to keep this up for a while, but one of them is going to get sloppy. We saw it last round. We're going to be seeing it this round in a second too, as it looks like Akilo is going to be in aggressive position. The barrier orb going to be completely shutting that off. Here comes a Yuki getting that bomb plant. We hear the KJ util. They don't care about the nano. They're going to be killed by it, but at the end of the day, they got the site for the team. There's the Prowler going to be immediately getting conquered, taken out by Zechariah. Things are going to be looking really hairy for Phantom Thieves in the late stages of this. Cinder potentially caught with his back exposed. He's able to grab Unit, but Akilo going to show him the sun in the form of a flash drive. Here's the fragment to be able to hold the bomb defuse. As Nizuma teleporting in the site is able to grab Zechariah, is able to get Ding Bomb, but shut down in the end by Akilo as the bomb gets defused. We're going for another round of OT.
I'm a little bit sad.
Sometimes you need a long game to be able to make sure you still got it, but these teams are looking very good so far, especially for Haven being complete blowouts or getting completely dropped in a couple of their last games. For both of these teams, it went one way or another very hard.
Yeah, I mean, what a time to have these teams start winning their defense rounds, right? Especially when it's this close of a game. Now the lyric goes out. IU stuck in A long is going to be the first one to fall. First entry going in. Saw's way, it's another this time for you. And it's this A site cleared up in just about like a second.
Yeah, Unit is going to start running it up. They are tired of being in this game, and I can't blame them. 32 rounds deep, going through their 33rd right now. Waiting for this bomb to get planted. It's a 3 versus 5 for Phantom Thieves to try to run it up. In a second here, the shots going through the dark cover. Mags are getting low as Nismo caught in the TP, but the double spray down from Entranced Sky is there to be able to try to even things back out. Conquer able to almost get their spray on Zechariah, but we're going to be going into another round having a Saw just slightly ahead.
Well, now it's now or an infinity, according to how long this match has been for Saw. If they lose this round, we might see about like 5 to 10 more rounds of OT of Haven. And as much as I love this map, I don't really love this map as much as I sort of like this map. I don't really want to see. I want to get ready and go on to a set for both of these teams. I want to see what Phantom Thieves have available, but until then, we have to. If Saw can close it out here and now for Phantom Thieves, they want this first map. They want this first map. They don't want to lose it. It's not been an easy one for neither one of these teams. Oh.
Unit's gonna be the first one to fall, though. You hate to see that. But right now, Phantom Thieves, you love to watch them go. Wombat's gonna be going back on that back foot, waiting to be just a little bit cheeky in case they come A. But Saw has Zechariah continuing to hold C as the rest of Phantom Thieves, they're making it to B. Shot out a little bit of the KJ util, not worried about anyone dying for a Ding Bop on 40 HP as the Yuki's getting healed up. Ding Bop is going to be the first one to fall. Akilo is able to grab Conquer, but Nismo getting Wombat through the smoke. Akilo is grabbing Entranced Sky to 2 versus 2. The no command is out. A Yuki on the back of the site is going to be shaking just a little bit. This is a very tense round. You can't let it go to waste now. You've been doing so well. Akilo able to get a 4K. We might be able to see an ace, but Zechariah not letting anything like that be able to come to fruition. Gonna grab that defuse, take the game away for Saw. 16 to 18.
What a map.
Defenders
I'm not as tired as I am at first map. Girth, I know I see your reaction. As tired as I am of that first map, it was a very entertaining one to watch. I mean, we saw both of these teams make a lot of mistakes, more specifically on their defenses, but like it just went on for so long.
Oh, can you say banger? Oh my god. 16 to 18, what is that? Quintuple overtime at this point? That is absolute madness. An absolute crazy way to start off the night. It's only map number 1, and we've got Akilo almost with a 40 bomb, 39 kills there. Ayuki with some of the cleanest gunplay I've seen. And you know what? The fact, coming into this game last week that Saw were able to win 13-0 on Haven, and then you get Phantom Thieves able to give it right back. We are in for a night, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for an absolute crazy series. But that is an absolute crazy way to go there. I'm not going to take too much long here because we got lots more games coming up tonight. We got lots more action to go, but that was an incredible performance from both sides of these teams, both sides of the matchup. But it is Staring at Walls who take map number 1. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we give our players and, of course, our lovely casters here a moment to just rest, relax, get themselves recuperated for the next game, because I've said it before with these best of 5 series, it is not a sprint, it is a marathon. So a battle of attrition here tonight to see who is going to have the mental fortitude to stay in this thing. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere because we've got more crazy action coming up soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VRS Valorant Grand Finals. We have kicked off the night with an absolute banger of a series, 18-16, going to the side of staring at walls. I mean, just you couldn't ask for a crazier start to the night, but that was really good. Back and forth from either side. I think everybody was on point, online, ready to go in playing that game to their maximum potential. So this night has only just begun. But what do you think were the standout moments that really standout moments that stood out for us here, guys? Wumby, I'm going to start with you. What was your big moment there?
I don't know. There was a lot of rounds. There's a lot to choose from. I guess I was gonna talk a little bit about Nismo's positioning, but one thing that I really liked was, I mean, the Phoenix pick. I wasn't too sure on, just for a number of reasons. If you pick him, you're trolling, quite literally. But Cinder he wasn't trolling at all. I felt like he did a really good job with flashes. There were times where he walls up to like deny vision in order to grab an orb, or even like rotate into another position entirely. And he did that like a couple of times on both the attack and the defense. Another thing that I wasn't really shocked by the defenses. I was kind of shocked by how bad the defenses were from both teams, especially leaving up open space on both the A and the C site in particular, and just giving them up for free and not really playing behind their utility properly at all.
Yeah, did get a little questionable maybe on the defense, but hey, we got two aggressive teams ready to go at it. So makes for some entertaining moments. But Loki, how about you? What was the standout there for that first map we just saw?
I hate to be a little bit cliche with a goldfish brain, but the way they ended it, having the 4K come out from Akilo after that entire game, putting on a stellar performance, being the fragger when unit wasn't there, and them just randomly catching a Yuki in the side of the head with a classic to end us off. Zechariah getting the spray down right after. We almost had an ace. You almost had me blowing my vocal cords out if they caught an ace at the end there. Just a beautiful way to end us off. But if we're going to go back just a little bit to my real favorite moment, was watching Zechariah get sprayed at by two people and one of them look away completely thinking he was already dead.
Yep. Mm.
Absolute madness. It started with a 4K from a Yuki. It ended with a 4K from a Kilo. So I mean, we got some big players out there. We got some big moments happening for sure. But we've got at least two more maps to go. This is definitely going to be an important one for Phantom Thieves, just due to what we were talking about in the pre-show. Their track record with Ascent has not been stellar. So is this going to be the time that they can change things up, or are we going to see Saw take this one? Potential reverse sweep after. That would be the only option to really get back into this one. But I think everybody's on point. We got some amazing plays from both sides, team-wise and individually. And we're going to see if we can get things tied up here for Phantom Thieves, or if Saw are going to continue their spree, get themselves a 2-0 and be at that series point. But both these teams are ready to go. So let's send it on over to Agent Select right now. Wumby, Loki, have a fantastic time. Let's see how this one goes. I'll see you after map number 2.
And now we're on to a map where if they were to bring the Phoenix, I think I would be a little bit more okay with to start it off.
Oh, for real?
But it looks like we're going to be bringing a Yuki over onto Chamber, Cinder on the Jet this time instead to have hopefully a little bit more confidence on those pushes. I know we were talking about a Yuki being a little bit timid with it previously, but overall this is almost the exact same team comp that Phantom Thieves ran last week on Ascent.
Yeah, instead of Ayuki being on the Jet, you have Cinder on the Jet, and instead of Cinder being on the Chamber, you have Ayuki on the Chamber. So I'm guessing that was the switch up that Cinder was since Ayuki wasn't too comfortable on the entry, since he was a little bit too timid at times, and since he is a little bit uncomfortable on a Jet, because from what I was told about Phantom Thieves, at least coming from Cinder, is we are a team that's kind of like switched up the way that we play. We switch up some roles as we entered the playoffs, and that's been really what's been the key to our success, because people are now more comfortable in the way that they play. We're a lot more successful with it. We're communicating better and
Select
etc.
your agent.
etc. For Saw though, we see the same Sentinel pick in the KJ as of their last matches in the VRS regular season as well as playoffs. Chamber has been a mainstay for them, so to bring the KJ not too surprising, especially for a map like Ascent, where her utility is very, very crucial in order to stave off the attack and to zone out the attackers. You combine that with the Fade as well, and you get some mix with Intel. Those haunts can be really, really good, especially with the amount of roofs that those little sticky things can stick to, as well as the KO being able to punish early aggression on from the attackers and also from the defense as well with his suppressive abilities.
Yeah, KO is just a really good pick on these down and dirty maps as we get running it up. But I'm curious, last time that we had Saw on Ascent, it was over in the archives. They actually had Swix in place of Aquilo playing Sova, I believe it was. Gonna continue to have that spotting ability, but bringing it back to just gunplay, we saw Yuki was very good for it on the last map, but things might be shaking out a little bit different this go around. 0 Point is going to be coming out from Aquilo very early on, not spotting anyone, and it looks like Conquer wants to lead this charge with Cinder. Got the recon bolt, gonna be on deck in a second, but first we have the owl drone, gotta push with it just a little bit. Dark cover gonna be holding off tree. The flash drives are out, full blinding the drone, and we have Aquilo gonna be trying to play with it. We see Cinder all the way up there, is able to get the first frag on Aquilo, and Unit will be the next one to fall. It's two bodies. Sakurai jumping out of the dark cover and right into the frying pan. There goes Wombat as well. It's all down to Dingbob in a 1 versus 4. Classic in hand. The fragment going to be continuing to slow things down, but that's the bomb. It's going to be ticking down. It's a 1v4. Not much we can see coming out here as the shock bolt's there. There's the suppress, and little bit of an old school arcade as Dingbob's going to get caught from the side by Entranced Sky for the first round.
Good pace from Phantom Thieves on their initial pistol round, able to get the fast entry inside of the A site, clear up some space, and you saw a 2K from both Cinder and also Entranced Sky, and it looked like Saw were just a little bit stuck, so first pistol round goes in favor of Phantom Thieves, and usually that does set the tone and the pace for the next 3 rounds to come, or the next 2 rounds to come.
Yeah, it looks like we're already seeing a lot more confidence coming out from Cinder having this jet, grabbing a Phantom for this round. Things could get a little bit dicey. Units all the way up here is not able to land the right click. Entranced Sky gonna be grabbing it right in the front. Cinder with a double spray down. Gonna be looking to take A. It's 2 bodies left to the side of Saw. And Cinder's just gonna continue to just aggressively shove onto these positions. Hold every bit they can. Dingbob's gonna be the next one to fall. Zakarai's the last one up.
Spike planted.
And I think this is just a done deal.
I think so too. It looks like Zachariah wants to retake into trees, but he's gonna get immediately dealt with from Cinder, who gets so flawless from Phantom Thieves, but more importantly, a quad kill for the Jet of Cinder, making that role switch on to the duelist role. And I mean, you know, we saw aggressive pushes as well coming in from a main into that A long, or not the A long area, but directly pushing into the attackers as they were pushing into A main. And that was mainly just due to the fact of the riskier investments that Cinder has, early investments into this Vandal. And if they could take that Vandal off of the board, maybe that could do some to this Saw economy, or the Phantom Thieves economy.
Actually, there's an early op too in the hands of a Yuki. It's a little bit spicy here on round 3. Cinder's leading the charge already all the way up in mid. The tailwind's out. There goes Sakurai right in the doorway, and a Yuki was able to grab a unit with that up. But Cinder has spawn control. They're all the way up in Lamb's gonna be able to see what they can do. Dingbob is gonna be the next one to fall. They can't seem to stop the charge as Phantom Thieves. They're swinging a little bit more like barbarians, but everything's connected so far. It's a little bit reckless, but got the extra economic damage coming out onto Saw. Aquilo, horrified to push, does not want to fall into the maw of Cinder. and they're just gonna walk their way on back, as it looks like they're gonna save the rifles and give another round over to Phantom Thieves.
That'd be a quick 3-0. Riskier investments from Phantom Thieves, right? But it pays off huge, especially with Cinder being really, really good in these early engagements. And we talked about this in their game against PGR, where they lost 13-1, and that was they really, really struggled not only taking control of certain areas of the map, but also they really, really struggled in early engagement, especially through mid. And we just saw Cinder take out 3 of them, not through mid, but in other areas of the map, and he was able to put his team in a really good position in order to get the plant off and B. And this is what Cinder was telling me. This is the role switch. Ayuki wasn't Jet, so not only remove them off of the Jet, but we put him in another player's hands who's a little bit more comfortable in an entry game, and it's working off wonders for them. Ayuki's doing a good job on Chambers as well, playing a little bit more back. He's only gotten 1 kill, but he does have the operator in hand, and we saw how deadly he was with the operator on Haven.
Yeah, and it looks like Ayuki's going to be stanced up around A, looking for any aggression they can find. There's the 0 point, but Trigger Discipline not going to be getting baited by those shoulder peaks. You love to see it, as it looks like Phantom Thieves, they're going to be making their way back mid in just a moment here. Potentially Ayuki, the long arm of the law, holding onto this op, going to take control of that section of the map. A very good spot to have, as even in these slow push, getting that 1 pick is all this team needs. And here comes the recon bolt to be able to try to spot their way onto the site. It doesn't quite get the scan. Here comes the dark covers. We might be able to see a call from Cinder for the troops to back their way on out of there, as they already forced most of Saw to rotate. And here they go, stomping through the trenches. No tailwind for Unit. In a moment here, it's ticked all the way down, as the Phantom Thieves, they're making their way over to B. They're going to just deal with the util from Dingbop and see what happens. They only have a classic on that KJ, and here they are. We hear them stomping through the trenches. Goose stepping just a little bit as the flash comes out. Full blind. Dingbop also calling Paranoia is going to grab from Cinder. Those nanoswarms weren't able to do a lot for them in the alarm bot. Everyone's feeling a little bit vulnerable now, but all for naught, as we're seeing market door closes. The bomb is down. Kilo's able to grab a Yuki. That's an off the board, as they're going to be able to try to make this take. Nismo gets grabbed by Wombat. Almost able to get a double spray down of their own. And here goes Conquer. Kilo looking good, but looking low as Cinder stay on the 3K. There's a 4th to end this round. It's 4-0 for Phantom Thieves to keep running it up with Cinder on the spearhead.
MVP in the last match against PGR, and he's looking like an MVP in this map of Ascent so far. 11-1. Blade Storm's ready as well, but he's gonna stick with that Phantom. I'm sure he will. He's been hitting his shots with it. So hasn't Trent Sky, who's been really, really good at supporting Cinder on these pushes. And I mean, we saw it there. The KJ utility was no match for that B site push of Phantom Thieves, because it was really, really good on the entry as well from Cinder, yet again doing so much work in the frag department.
Yeah, and that's a very good knife coming out to be able to suppress Cinder, who's been very aggressive on these shoves, getting the tailwind into the updraft on top of Generator. Kilo gonna sit behind this box once again, has the flash drive to work with, tries to pre-fire the owl drone a little bit, but gonna toss a fragment to try to keep things slow. Here comes a null command. You are powerless, caught in the paranoia. There we go, Cinder from the side, able to grab a Kilo. Unit with the trigger discipline, gonna continue to sit tree. There goes the door. Here's the bomb coming down. Zechariah has the judge. He'll try to take very close angles. Flash drive is out, and Unit's gonna get sprayed down by Conquer through the door. And Zechariah looking a little bit shy to be able to try to close some of these angles. Wombat sitting all the way back. Needs to start making some form of advancement if they want to be able to find any soon. And Conquer caught in the dark cover, making it a little bit more winnable. Looking as Trademark gonna be flirting with Wombat just a little bit. Zechariah might get the call to just dip, hold onto your rifle, and go from there. Try to get some exits, and it looks exactly like that's gonna be happening. But Cinder won't let Zechariah keep their gun. And it's all down to Wombat once again, shaking in their boots, trying to save a gun. Ayuki gonna be coming up here in a second. Ayuki will fall, but So will Wombat to Entrance Sky.
Yeah. Struggling really to get a handle on this early aggression on from Phantom Thieves as well. We saw the KO knife obviously and a shutdown Cinder earlier on, but other than that, there's really nobody from Saw that are there to physically shut them down with their guns. They're not gonna be able to shut them down with their these rounds weapons than they were last round. Unit is not really in the game, neither is Dingbot. Kilo is there with 2 and 4, and the only person who is going even is Wombat. They need to really find a way to have these more aggressive players on these more aggressive roles to get into the game, into the early frag fest that is essential.
Okay. Sakurai with the buttons, able to grab one, not quite a second though, as Conqueror's gonna be shutting that door right on their hands. Units push all the way up through A at this point to be able to try to get a cheeky little pick onto Nismo. The shots went a little bit wide, but Nismo not able to react quick enough. Wombat in the dark cover, looking very low as they send Phantom Thieves packing back over to mid, looking to take B in a second here. Dingbop not in a good spot to intercept right now as they're gonna get suppressed. There goes your util anyway. Even if you wanted to be able to run it on Yuki with the opposite, able to grab Aquila, make this a lot more winnable for Phantom Thieves. But Dingbop has full health. One shot from any of these guns, able to take a couple of units, able to grab him. Trans Sky. Here comes a tailwind, but there we go on the back foot, able to get taken out by a Yuki with the up. Dingbop in a good spot, is able to grab Conquer, but the off shot goes a little bit wide from a Yuki. Rifle now in the hands of Dingbop, but Headhunter on the prowl. Wombat is just one body shot from being put in the ground, but is gonna catch the back of a Yuki. Not quite there though. 10 seconds going to be on the clock in a second here, and the side is able to go towards Dingbop, getting them through a wall to be able to secure a round for the team.
It looks like we might have we won't have a replay. I was gonna talk about that replay just a little bit. It looked like Phantom Thieves just ran out of time, especially in the last few rounds. Rushed onto B, couldn't really find what they were looking for, and it was a thrifty indeed. For Saw, I mean, that's not how you normally would want to win your very first round on Ascent, but it is a round nonetheless.
You want to play?
And they need these rounds, especially with the trend that the economy follows. And now able to buy full rifles, they really need to get a handle on, especially on these early engagements coming in from Cinder.
Yeah, Cinder's getting caught by the Nightfall and spraying back and forth, but nothing is quite getting to yield so far as the Prowler's gonna bite, but they aren't much worse for wear as it looks like they forced a rotate for the team. Everyone else was sitting by B looking pretty. Aquilo has the flash drive to be able to try to slow things down. 4 bodies suppressed, but the shots are just not gonna land. Aquilo's on 10 health. They can't really intercept anything if they wanted to, as they're gonna be playing some Dance Dance Revolution around these nano swarms. And this site is secured. It's as good as theirs, and Trans Sky is going to be planting this bomb momentarily, getting the 0 point to be able to suppress unit and make it so that op isn't as mobile. Conquer going to grab a kilo. No command is quite there. It grabs unit 2 and going to be able to grab Dingbop right after. And we're just going to watch as the robot bleeds out too, getting shot down by Conquer for a 3K. Wombat is the only one left standing. Once again, potentially just going to be cutting their losses, holding onto a rifle, trying to run, trying to hold on to whatever econ they can. But right now, it looks like Phantom Thieves wants to go on the offensive, get on the prowl, get this hunt going. And there it is, Conquer with a 4K of their own and a flawless from Phantom Thieves.
They really needed to win that round to keep their economy more stabilized. The only one with any form of credits is going to be Unit, who's like on like 6,000 credits. A timeout is also going to come out from the coach of Saw as well. Obviously, the whole entire the entirety of Ascent as it's been played out hasn't been one too impressive for Saw so far. They've been getting caught out on these early engagements, caught out in the site itself. They've tried to play behind the KO utility. They've tried to hide behind the KJ, and it hasn't worked out so far. They've been dominated in the entry game, specifically from Cinder and also Entrance Sky. Both of those players, and also Conquer, who's like on 6 and 3. Everybody from Phantom Thieves. I was gonna list every single one of these players. It's everyone for Phantom Thieves who's been doing a good job on the entry games, apart from Nismo, who's obviously going to be the playmaker, so he's gonna have to play a bit more passive. You know, so. And like I said, last round was a round that they desperately needed to win for the economy's sake, because as the trend is for Valorant, if you lose your full buy rounds, you're gonna be forced on half buys, you're gonna be forced on ecos, and in this round, it's not an eco, it is going to be a half buy for them technically, as we see some sheriffs, we see a ghost, we do see a vandal on unit who does have the most crits out of his team, but his teammates aren't going to necessarily buy up. And so this round is going to probably be spent on like doing more damage to the economy of Phantom Thieves than it is going to be the actual round.
Yeah, early Haunt is going to be coming out to be able to try to spot something, but a Yuki all the way downtown with an op, going to continue to try to hold mid as the rest of the team of Phantom Thieves is going to be making their way onto A. Dark covers are out. We're going to be seeing Cinder go very aggressive off of an owl drone in just a moment here. History's going to be repeating itself, updrafting into the Cloudburst, but the Paranoia was able to keep Wombat from being any the wiser. His unit's going to fall. The one man with a rifle couldn't quite hold it. And now it's down to just 3 half buys. Zechariah is going to be grabbed by the headhunter. The spray down's not quite there from Cinder. So Kilo is going to be able to find a rifle in their hands to be able to run with Dingbop. Try to be able to get a couple more down here as the flash drive comes out. Kilo is going to be clipping Trent Sky's head clean off. And it's all down to Dingbop on the other side of the door, with a Kilo not quite able to find much of a foothold as they're going to continue to take shots at him, but call from behind. Nismo on the site is able to grab Dingbop just as the door breaks.
Yeah. Saw the KO just desperately looking for any type of players. Then Heaven didn't really have, or not Heaven, sorry, in Hell, and just didn't have any sort of intel in order to act off of that retake, nor that his other teammate. And again, I felt like that round was more or less to do damage to the economy of Phantom Thieves than it was to actually win a round itself, just due to how bad their guns were, apart from the Vandal on the side of unit. Phantom Thieves have 3 ultimates ready, so do Saw as well. And they do have the lockdown available, which could help them on these retakes in which they have been struggling with. But again, you know, we've seen them play behind their utility before. It hasn't worked. We've seen them try and take like direct gunfights. It hasn't really worked. So maybe just do, I don't know, if it's your both, or just don't do anything at all. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to be able to do too much this round as Cinder's all the way up in mid. Once again, Dingbop getting caught out by Nismo in a very cheeky off angle. But Wombat going to be trying to snake their way around and get nice and behind the forces of Phantom Thieves to be able to see what's going to happen. Unit not quite looking like the scrolls had previously foretold this game, unfortunately, but they can make up for it in just a moment. Cinder's going to be dancing around a Haunt. Is able to grab a Kilo for their troubles and is behind Zechariah to be able to try to get more. This is absolute chaos as Unit's going to be continuing to go on a warpath. Caught in the middle of this site. Conquer on one side, a Yuki and another with the off. There's a spray from Wombat. It's going to be grabbing a Yuki. So 1v2 going to be making their way through. There it goes, Nismo. We see Conquer. Going to be in this 1 versus 1. The Paranoia is a little bit wide. There's the recon, but Wombat's going to be coming out on top. And there's an op in the hands of staring at walls.
Yep, can obviously give this. It looks like it's gonna go into Dingbot's hand. Usually you see that go in the hand of the Jet. Maybe Unit is just not comfortable with the operator, but he does have the Blade Storm ready, so maybe it's going to put it in a more able-bodied hand while he does prep to use those Blade Storms in trees. But again, you know, that's one of the many ultimates ready for the side of Saw. And another ultimate is going to be that lockdown again, which can be used on a retake zoning site. Another good zoning ultimate is going to be does immediate effect. I'm a Wombat, so if he wants to teleport, he can't. But they don't even clear this corner. What are Phantom Thieves doing? It's 1 for Wombat. That's another, and that's 2 players down in an instant.
And Conquer was able to make up for the end, and Yuki's able to shut that Blade Storm down. We have a Trent Sky back on the board for a moment. This door will be falling. There's no more room for it, as the Hunter's Fury is going to be shutting down this lockdown almost as soon as it was placed. Dingbop with the op in hand is going to be able to do something other than just a little doo-wop. Nismo's low. There goes Conquer. And here we have Nismo continuing to position very aggressively. Ayuki going to be having that op of their own to be able to try to run things up. The Prowler, they can't see anything as they're going to be mounting this assault. The classic spray down. And this is another round going in the hands of Saw. A beautiful round coming out from Wombat especially.
My mouth is agape. I actually cannot believe that corner. he was nullified. I mean, not necessarily not nullified, but he was suppressed at a point where, again, if he wanted to get out of that corner, his teleports, he couldn't do it because when you're suppressed like that, you can't use your abilities whatsoever. And it's a mystery to me as to how it's such a simple thing. The simple things the smaller things can be the biggest. The small mistakes can obviously be the biggest mistakes, as the saying goes. And it's as small as just not clearing one corner, and it nets in like one frag technically, though. The KO did go down.
Yeah, I mean, there's the double updraft from Cinder to be able to try to check for anyone on that site with the Blade Storm. As they're going to be just dashing in, keeping this very aggressive. Yuki is going to be falling to unit. There goes Conquer. Cinder's able to grab unit in the end. Here's Reset City. There's the right click onto the Sakurai just as they got hit with the Prowler. And it's 2 versus 3 to be able to try to make this retake happen. As everything is going to be ticking down. There's the shot from Dingbop heard around the map. Cinder will be falling to 2 versus 2. Tequila has the null command, is able to spray Nismo through the floor. And that's not much health to work with as Trans Sky is going to get dragged to the Shadow Realm. Spearheaded by Dingbop, the new Yorick Mori.
7-4 is the scoreline. Saw have kind of found their way back into the game. There is a bit of a disconnect and a reconnect as the coach for Saw is just having some issues with the servers. I've been having issues with the server as of recently, so it's not too surprising when it comes to Riot and their online gaming issues. And it's no different in Valorant. Anyways, again, I mean, I feel like Saw are adjusting somewhat to what's going on their defenses. It took them a while, right? But in Phantom Thieves are still in a very good lead. They could put themselves into 8-4 after Twitter Force comes out from Ayuki. We've seen how deadly he is with those options. And he gets the first one onto Unit by trees.
Yeah, I think I've seen Unit either get first blood or be first blooded a disproportionate amount of this series so far, but Wombat in a cheeky off angle, gonna be spotting out Cinder, 40 HP to be able to work with, is able to grab Cinder, but taken out immediately after. It's a big player off that board as Phantom Thieves are making their way over towards A. Sakurai with the Prowler gonna be trying to spot out someone doing a cheeky little lurk, but they don't spot anything as Ayuki is here with the Tour de Force. Is going to be making Sakurai stare right down that barrel. It's a 2 versus 4. Here comes the null command. Kilo wants to run it up. And Trensky is able to make sure that they're going to be having Ayuki in just a moment, but Dingbop will be making them fall immediately after. The null command is ticking out. It's almost gone, and just as it ends, so does Akilo's life. And there goes Dingbop immediately after. Such a good round coming out from Phantom Thieves.
Switching sides.
The crazy thing about it from Saw that I haven't seen them adapt to at all is mainly to the A side attacks. That has been the name game. Now that Saw are on the attack now, I feel like I can say this about their defenses is that the fact that Phantom Thieves mainly pick the A site to attack. You saw most of the KJ utility placed on the B site. There was no real attempt to adjust that utility onto the A site itself. Only time we saw utility be expended by the Saw defense is through the K. I almost called him the KJ, the KO, in which he used his 0 point in order to suppress the early aggression coming under. But that was about it. There was no change up in utility. Hopefully, same attacks, almost an entry kill onto Ayuki. Okay, but the first kill happens onto Unit as that fragment flames the jet.
Yeah, good fragment coming out, but speaking of early aggression, we have Ayuki with that headhunter, shoots out the 0 point, almost grabs Unit right after, but Cinder with the Sheriff's able to grab Wombat, dash away to safety temporarily. Kilo from downtown with the frenzy is able to shut Cinder down, but everyone's looking just a little bit worse for wear, as Saw is going to be able to try to find whatever time they can to just breathe and try to take the rest of this round by storm. Conquer is in a very good position to be able to try to catch them as they make their way up mid. The haunt spotted no one. There's Zachariah going to be the first one to fall. Dingbop going to be grabbing Conquer just before anything gets too bad. The flash drive, full flashing Dingbop. Little bit of a stim stomping as it looks like they're going to be getting caught by surprise. A Yuki continuing to make this aggressive way up is not there. 3 shots and he's gone. Dingbop gonna continue to stay alive. Both of them are within 1 shot of their life, fading away. Nismo has the paranoia, debating on using it, but might just let it stay for a little while longer. Not caught by the 0 point. Paranoia caught no one when it was used, and the bomb is gonna start going down. We're gonna be able to see a little bit more credits going to the team of Saw, whether they win this or not, just because of that plant. As Dingbop playing fast and loose with their low health bar. There's Yakilo gonna be the first one to fall. Nismo able to grab that last kill onto Dingbop. Oh. It's gonna be 9-4 going in the hands of Phantom Thieves.
It was almost a little bit of a comeback as well from Saw to be able to get that off, but just couldn't really find the last 2 players of Phantom Thieves, and that side of Cookie Crumbles. Now we're on 9-4. Wasn't it? At least it wasn't a 9-3 half. Ooga booga, 9-3 curse this community and their conspiracy theories. Now 9-4 is going to be the score, and it is going to be, you guessed it, Phantom Thieves to get the first round into overtime. Now, I mean, Loki, this is a lot different compared to what we saw last week from them against PGR. Like, you can tell that they've been working on this map and working. This is art.
Yuki, both games now getting early kills, though, with this Marshall onto Unit, no less. And there's another one getting that flick onto Zachariah's head. The shot's going to go a little bit wide. 1 left in the clip. He's going to try to run, but Cinder is going to continue this firing squad all down to Dingbop. In the end, the turret's going to start going off, but the rest of the team is on the prowl, and Trans Sky wants a piece of Saw, too.
I ain't never seen a double Marshall before. That's crazy. I mean, I've seen it, but it's so weird to the point where I'm thinking I've never seen it. And it's been used like really. It was used really well in that round. Obviously, Ayuki just rushing in through mid, no pressure from Saw into that mid area, and he claimed that space and completely boxed that Saw gaming attack in not only Fountain but also Garage itself. And you saw how well that push worked out for Saw in the end.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, math is hard. It looks like Phantom Thieves really doesn't care about the numbers as they're going to continue on this spree. 4-10. That little change, having Cinder running the jet through those attack rounds, made a big difference. The shots are going back and forth. Yuki is able to grab Dingbop with that Headhunter, and Nismo, in their own little engagement with Unit, does not want to give up too much ground as the operator is there in the hands of Cinder to be able to continue to run it up. Unit is just flirting with death on all fronts. Low HP and a dream as Cinder's going to be cutting those short. The Kilo going to be the next one looking to pop into tree in a moment here. The Cloudburst going to be holding off a main. Just a moment. The Recon spotting Wombat. As we're going to go into late stage of this game, the Prowler does not quite land, so Nismo is able to grab 1 Akilo, not letting another one fall. It's a 2 versus 4. This is not where you want to be, but Wombat is in a good spot to be able to intercept the Yuki at the end. Does not matter. There's a 3rd head on the wall.
Yeesh. No, that's all you can say. Yeesh. Nice shot in the chat as well from Akilo as Scoba takes yet another timeout in this matchup. And, well, what are Saw going to talk about here? It's 11-4. You know, maybe they're talking about the next map. Maybe they're talking about some sort of combat, because we saw the combat from Phantom Thieves last map in Haven when Saw should have probably closed it out a little bit earlier. And now Scoba is probably going to, you know, get into these players' heads and just tell them, hey, look, you know, we really, really need to just, you know, do something here. Or even, you know, look towards the heavy hitters of Cinder Ayuki and figure out a better way of shutting them down. Because so far in these entries engagement, everybody on Saw is getting dominated. Nobody on Saw is positive. Nobody's even really getting even close to being positive. Unit's not having a good time on the entries. He's 5-15, and that's the heavy hitter for Saw. That is the player that we and I said it in the pre-show. I was like, okay, if Unit's your heavy hitter, then who else is gonna hit for you when he's not having the best of games? We've seen Akio do it. We've seen Ding Bop step up. We've seen Zachariah have a couple of side kill Haven, but that's kind of all gone to zip for them for Saw.
Yeah, we have Saw on the offensive. We need to see Unit making use of that jet. We saw Cinder was able to get a lot of space for the team on those deep dives, and we see Ayuki with the classic just push up all the way in their face, make these down and dirty gun plays as they're flicking out a kilo just in the nick of time before they get their head chopped off by the sheriff. Dingbop gonna be coming around, be able to see what they can make happen, try to shut Ayuki out, be able to get rid of the space that was taken back, but it seems they're called off. This is the anxieties of potentially being timing to Cinder. Not even tagged, holding A main. Ayuki all the way out of B. Gonna be on the back foot. Gets grabbed by Dingbop though. That's B a lot more open. And it looks like Saw's gonna be starting to take that window. The fragment is out from Transky. Be able to try to keep things from shoving mid, but they're already through B main. Here comes the lockdown, and they're going to be making some noises that are making their way all the way up here. 4 bodies suppressed. Wombat's able to grab Conquer. The flash drive is out to be able to try to make something happen. A beautiful angle to be able to try to hit lane, but the shots just are not there. Unit in a very aggressive position, watching it like a hawk, waiting to see Transky poke their little head out just a bit too far. There's the updraft from their teammate, but Unit grabbing one. Cinder with the op, almost getting immediately clipped. There's Nismo with the Ferrari peak on the Phantom, grabbing Unit, bringing this to a 2v2. The paranoia hits Dingbop, but the shot through the wall. Always got to go for it for moments like these. Bring it down to the 1v2. There's the turret out from Dingbop. It starts to fire, but this util is not going to be able to do much. They're playing inside of this dark cover, and there's Cinder going to be the first one to fall. Low health and a dream for Nismo, but there it is. Dingbop cools a cucumber in the clutch. Going to be a heavy hitter to be able to try to get some more rounds on this board.
Yep, could not clear Dingbot out of this boathouse area. And it was an insane shot onto Wombat through those stacks near those stairs, but I mean, look at this. His position in boathouse, that turret, they're overwatching the smoke, kind of clouding that turret's vision, but able to spot Dingbop out in the nick of time. Then that nanoswarm forces Nismo to kind of like play around it. He's really scared to push it, and I mean, he lost a lot of health in the first place, couldn't push directly into the nanoswarm. So really good play from him in a 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, and that's a lot of health off the board, as Unit's going to be the first one to fall at the hands of Cinder, no less. Double up for Phantom Thieves. This is going to be a very strong set of positions to be able to hold. And here we have Ayuki even playing a lot slower than normal. Just trying to hold space and see what's going to be happening, as Zechariah might be getting a little bit overzealous, trying to meet up with the team in a moment here, but they're inching a little bit closer to Cinder. A bit of a mess up on the 0 point. Is going to be able to get the flick on a Dingbop, and it's down to Wombat. It's down to Kilo to be able to try to make some magic happen. It's a 2 versus 5. The Tailwind going to be fizzling out in a moment here from Cinder. Gotta take the shot just in case, you know, they might peek a little bit aggressive there out of nowhere. But Owl Drone not gonna spot. There it is. We spot one going behind the box. Just a moment later, double shock bolt. Try to continue to hold this nice and slow. But the Cinder reset City for a 4K from above.
Jesus Christ. 4K from Cinder, 2K with the blaze, with the blaze storm. I don't know, man. This Cinder is kind of good at this game, man. He's like 27-9. That's pretty good, isn't it? That's pretty great.
Yeah. I think he's doing all right. You know,
I think he's doing all right, and I feel like, you know, it's a bit, you know, it's all right. He's doing okay. But again, I mean, it's
no
been a
30.
main, yeah, it's no 30. But he could easily drop one right here if he can, if he's able to like swing out from trees and just get a 3K with an operator. Okay, you see Ayuki
Speaking of
get one.
swinging with an op, we got a Yuki. There's the flick from Cinder. And one more, come on, they're lining up for you. You can't miss these. There you go, that's 2-1 off. And chopped at the goalpost. This might be the last round for Phantom Thieves as Ayuki laying down the law, gets the kill onto Akilo. Wombat gonna be trying to make their way. It's a 1v4, and there's a 3K from Ayuki. Shuts the door right in their face. Phantom Thieves with a 13-5.
Oh my god, that double kill updraft with the jet knives? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The plays coming out of Cinder that game, one away from hitting the 30 bomb, but damn, what a way to do it. And they say, you know what? No one beats us 5 times on Ascent. And of their wins on Ascent, of their games on Ascent, tonight's definitely an important one to find it. Phantom Thieves take map number 2 in a very convincing way, my friends. That was absolutely clean coming out of Phantom Thieves. Thoughts coming out of that one? Wumby, we'll start with you.
Obviously, most of the praise is going to be on both Cinder and Ayuki, both having really impressive entry stats, and more particular, Cinder, who got like 6. Well, both of them actually was like on par with when it came to like the first blood. Cinder, obviously 29 10 at 5, 22 9 and 3 for Ayuki. Both of them having 6 first bloods. And Saw, I mean, I've said it in that matchup, but they really did struggle to shut them down early on. They struggled to get first picks, and I think the most the player got in first picks was actually, oh no, they only got one first pick between 2 players. So Wombat and Akilo were the only people picks. Nobody else got a first pick. So in total, they got 2 first bloods. They really did struggle in getting entry picks, especially coming in through Unit, who was almost always the first one. And they could not find a way to shut them down on their defenses, and even on their attacks. They really, really did struggle with just just shutting down those 2 players.
Yeah, that was just madness. The entries, right? That's a big one. Conquer was just like on point with the entries and just not able to quite find it for Saul on that one. But Loki, thoughts about that one? I know I'll put a certain something in. I feel a certain way about the double Marshall. Loved it. It's only positive, but yeah, thoughts about that one, man.
I mean, the Marshall, it's just a cost-effective way to be able to run it down. One shot, one kill. It's such a thrill. Who needs an op when you have 950 credits lying around? But again, that little change, having a Yuki play Chamber, having Cinder on the Jet, who's very itchy with that trigger finger. We saw them pulling out the tailwind and making their way deep into the site almost every round they could. And on 1B's point earlier, we saw they weren't really adjusting at all. KJ kept that util over onto the B site. That's not where you want to be. Cinder's going to be continuing to make a fool out of you on A every single round. And we saw on defense too, coming up from the top rope with the Blade Storm hitting a reset city to be able to close us off.
Yeah.
That
I
was
mean, I was
Go
gonna
ahead,
say,
one.
I was gonna add on to the point, and we both said it. You kind of agreed with me, Yoki. No, Yoki.
Yoki?
I'm
Are
sorry. I'm
Yuki in the
thinking of the.
booth?
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking of the bear Yogi. Um, like
Only you can stop forest fires, 1B.
only I can with my big afro. But anyways, like the only time I saw them use a utility to stop the A push was through the KO util, and that was to use the 0 point in order to punish early aggression from Cinder, who was trying to like updrift and get like more intel, a more in-person view of the site. And that was about it. They didn't really do anything else to slow down the attack, and the best person to do it is not only the KO but the KJ as well, and they just didn't do it. And that was, I guess that is like one weakness you can add to Saw, is their to adjust at times, and that was mostly evident on Ascent. Sometimes on Haven they did struggle with that as well, but that's not to say that Phantom Thieves didn't either.
That was absolute madness. And I mean, completely different team to what we saw, on their past performance from Ascent. I know we mentioned it before, but yeah, it's got to be feeling good to have that kind of domination after coming out of a game one that's went quite the distance there. And then yeah, that just was so super strong from Phantom Thieves to claim that one. But yeah. Guys, whoever's in chat, get those clips ready. That double knives to the face was just so clean. And yeah, for some reason, you don't see that often with the double snipers rolling out there, but it worked, right? You watch across mid for Ascent, those long angles, and um when you have marshals firing off like they're semi-automatic, it kind of can put a huge dent in the other team. So I really like the fact that they're trying out these things, and obviously did some practice on this Ascent map to make sure that they were in finals form for tonight. So really well done by Phantom Thieves. We are getting ready to go for our third map of the night, and it will be Icebox. Just wanted to mention, since Phantom Thieves won that last game, we are at 1-1 apiece in the series, which means we will 100% be seeing split for map number 4 tonight. But Icebox is next. You know what? I got a little bit of bias towards this map. I do quite enjoy watching games across the board, professional and amateur scenes. What are some things we're going to have to see here from either side on Icebox? Loki, we'll start with you.
So we'll be seeing a lot more down and dirty gunplay once again. Going from Haven, that's a much longer map. There's a lot more room to be able to slip up, but we're on Ascent we're on Ascent. That's down dirty because all those close angles. We have Icebox though. We might be able to see Nismo be a little bit slippery through that. There's a couple different avenues to be able to take to be able to get behind these teams. We've seen Nismo on the Viper have beautiful solo holds on B, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to bring that back, especially if we're going to be able to see Ayuki and Cinder continue these really strong rifle play, as well as holding it down with these ops. It might get a little bit scary for staring at walls.
Potentially, right? With Phantom Thieves being on defending side first, holding those long A points with these snipers, who we have seen from Yuki and Conquer just being so insanely good. Same with Cinder too. They're all really good. Let's be honest here. But yeah, it'll be really interesting seeing how that kind of plays out. Wumby, a couple thoughts, or just one thought, if you got one thought there, of what we need to see here on Icebox before we head to Icebox.
Just basically what Loki said. And more emphasis on the fact that they're gonna have to be very careful of Ayuki and Cinder on those operators, because Icebox, as much as it is a dirty, down and dirty map, it is a long range map as well. Operators find a lot of use here. That's why you see chambers a lot of the time, because his
Mm-hmm.
Sword of Force is really, really deadly on Icebox as well. Um and I don't really know. Like for Saw, I just hope that, again, if unit is struggling on the entry game, that it doesn't happen on Icebox, but if it does, more players step up, because almost every on Saw win, nobody had a decent game on. And so hopefully that can improve on Icebox, because I know that they can step up. I know we've seen Zachariah Kilo, we've seen Wombat have some decent moments on Haven. I
Mm-hmm.
just want to see them have it on Icebox too.
And potential option for that Viper to come out. Very popular pick on Icebox for both sites. It is fantastic having that Viper's fit here. So let's see what these teams have got planned. Both of them are tied 1-1 apiece as we are getting ready to go for map number 3. So predictions should be floating around the Twitch sphere at this point. Make sure to get your predictions in as we get going for our third map of the evening. Grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading on Icebox to see who's going to be sending it to match point. Wumby Loki, take it away. I will see you guys after this one.
Yeah, I am honestly anticipating another setup where we have Nismo on Viper, and it looks like they're going with the same comp that we saw Phantom Thieves pull into PGR, having that Reyna, having that Chamber, having Nismo on Viper to be able to solo hold B or completely lock people out of sites whenever they want.
Yeah. For this is as fundamental of a lineup as you're going to get from, I would say, both of these teams. Not really from Saw, as you see Dingbop hovering over the Omen instead of the Viper and instead of a Jet. From both of these teams, we see the Reyna being hovered over. So Jet is usually a more favored option due to her mobility and her ability to updrift to some of the more vertical positions that exist on both the A, B, and also mid area. So we're not going to see that from neither one of these teams. Reyna is also a very popular pick on Icebox just because of her flashes and also because she also has mobility. She doesn't have the ability to like move herself in vertical positions, but she still has that dismiss that when she's in dicey situations, she can use that to
Choose
put
your
herself
agent.
into more protected.
Yeah, and unit we saw on Haven with the Reyna in hand was able to make some magic happen a few times, having that Empress running. And Cinder classically has been a very strong fragger, putting that hat back and forth between them and Ayuki for who's been able to keep the top of the charts quite regularly. So I'm excited to be able to see what they're going to be able to run, having the extra self-sustain in the form of that Devour, especially when you have the classic Sage on both sides. The res economy is going to be the same either way. I'm genuinely curious to actually. These are the same exact comp on both sides. It looks like great minds do think alike right now.
Yeah. Only difference is going to be again that Omen instead of the Viper pick. And so what you sacrifice for the for the Viper, no, for the Omen instead of the Viper, you don't have walls. You don't have that Viper's Pit ultimate that could be used to just block out a whole entire site, and you don't have those walls again to deny vision or even areas. For example, usually a famous wall for an A side attack would be across screens in order to deny vision, or even I believe you can't really do one on heaven, but there are so many walls with Viper that you could use in order to zone attack, and they won't have that with the Omen. But you do have increased mobility in tandem with the increased mobility of the Reyna as well, because Omen has the ability to teleport. He also has his own paranoias, which can distort the of the other team.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a world where we're going to be seeing the Omen really pop out and be a complete game changer in favor of the Viper,
Yeah.
especially since we know Phantom Thieves, they really enjoy their Omen. So seeing Nismo swap over to Viper, there's those clear reasons. The ability to just completely stall out a push with the Viper's Pit, to be able to run the snake bites, to get everyone vulnerable as they're starting to make a charge, usually into the loving arms of one of your teammates, so you can just spray down an entire squad. There's a lot to be able to work with in just that kit alone, as long as you're working with a team, and we know Nismo's been good for it. As well as this is a really big map, having to be held down into the amount of time it takes to be able to drop those smokes across the way when you're lurking might not be something you want to do if you're someone like Nismo, who's constantly on these flanks and just wants to get around and be able to put smokes up for the team quickly. So it might just come down to a flat play style difference. But Zechariah was good with the op shots previously when they were on the fade over on Haven, so they might be able to run it up with the Tour de Force. We'll be able to see what happens as we get going a little bit here.
Yeah, both teams, they do have decent operators in the chambers as well. Again, he does have his own operator. It's a better version of the operator due to the slows that the Tour de Force does provide, and you can usually hold down positions from like Snowman if you're on the B side, and from A, it's usually from Heaven all the way on belts. But again, I'm interested to see how the Omen will work out for Saw, as we are amazing producer or amazing observer slash producer, and Mr. Fantastic is showing us around the beautiful map of Icebox. I saw the little coffin of that samurai warrior over by the A site. I don't know how to pronounce samurai. My pronunciation suck at times though. So
Yeah,
look at the
but
little
in the
pink one.
loving words of our Mr. Fantastic, I don't want these extra polygons. I want my frames.
Look at the pink
As
one.
he does a nice little J. Jonah Jameson impressions, getting a picture of this penguin though.
It's a beautiful pink one. I love penguins. My name's
Really?
yeah. I mean, they're adorable. I would probably never go near one.
Oh,
they're cute. Look at
yeah,
that. They
and
have a little cap
that
on them.
one that one's trying to catch you lacking right now. I understand with the little bear off to the side too. Oof, looks like it's in for a little bit of trouble. It's already wearing armor. Do you think you could take that bear?
It's too cold. There's a lot of snow around here. I don't like the cold. I also don't like when it's like intensely hot neither. I don't like it when it's in between. It gets stuffy. So I don't like anything. I'm a big hater.
I was gonna say that's a hater of Mother Nature. I thought you were gonna stop forest fires. What happened to that one?
I don't like fires neither. You think I'm gonna try and stop one? You crazy, bro.
You think I'm gonna stop a fire? That fire got hands.
It also has intense flames. And I remember, you know what? I have a moment where I remember as a kid I touched the stove and the stove was still very, very hot, and I decided to touch it anyways. And my finger was like burned for like it wasn't like I didn't burn it off. I don't have a but like I burned like my actual finger. And it was like that for like a couple of days or weeks. But I'm okay now. We do get to see the snowman. This is why this position is called snowman, by the way.
It got better.
It got better. Charlie bit my finger. It sounded like an old Englishman. I don't know.
Wombi, have you not seen Monty Python?
I don't even know what you're talking about. What is that?
Oh my, I am going to continue to call the Minima a brick until you've seen that movie, but look at that pesky squirrel about to drop a nade on this map.
The worm too. Looks like a
Yeah.
true gent.
That worm is honestly plotting on everyone's downfall.
He's like I'm trying to think of like a who's like somebody who's like comparable to like I guess a god in video games, like the person I don't know, it's like a video game, and they like oversee everything, like everything is controlled by this one person, like he's technically god in the game. That's what that worm looks like. All right, what's the employee of the month? I don't even know who Paul is.
Don't care, we gotta clap for Paul because of all these penguins. Business is booming.
If you're not too sure what's going on at the moment, guys, we are waiting on somebody, I guess, to reconnect or whatever the case may be. Somebody's having some technical difficulties, so be very, very patient with us as we try and get. Damn, it's cold. Why is it so cold? It's like in the negatives. Who would work here? Why are all of these agents here? Why? Did they not get cold?
You have another reason to be angry with me because I would love working in the cold like that.
Man, get away from me.
It is a wonderful place to be. You can put on a couple extra blankets and get nice and snuggled up with whomever you've been homies with since the start of the project. Throw on some good old TV at the end of the day and go, huh, remember when Billy froze doing the cha-cha slide? Good time. I wonder when he's gonna thaw.
Whoever is making snowmen, stop! No. Put the little picture of a snowman. You got some awesome brochures here too. You know what? In video games like this, in FPSs in particular, I really do love the like attention. Diet. There is no such thing as diet milk. Who did? No, like that really just made me mad. What is diet?
It's skim, but a little bit thinner.
That's come on. I was gonna compliment this game about its attention to detail, but that doesn't get any more unrealistic than that. I've never heard of
immersion broken diet milk.
Looks like both teams are ready up. I guess somebody just had to go take a bit of a wee, as the English people say. No English people watch us, so they can't get upset that we just copied their accents. But the main focus is going to be towards this B site, and the first player they're probably going to run into and Saw is going to be Ayuki on this higher up position, going to rendezvous on out of there. And he gets that little bit of intel, so it's going to force a rotate from the rest of the Phantom Fuse players.
And we have another shot going just a little bit wide for Ayuki. They have some nice aggressive positioning. The Owl Drone going to be spotting them out, but not quite tagging. The barrier orb is up to secure the plant. All players are alive on both sides. things can get a little bit hairy as these dark covers will be going down. The snake bite is out. Doesn't quite land on anyone yet. Unit has a very good position with the Ghost to be able to play with the Cinder's going to get the first one onto Zechariah with the Sheriff in hand. The recon bolt going to get shot out. There's Aquilo going to be dying. They were a little bit vulnerable. There goes Unit 2. The Headhunter shows no mercy. The double barrier orb going to be holding onto this bomb plant as from above Entranced Sky could be raining down onto Dingbop.
Aggressive retake as well from Saw 2 and the barrier orb, not Saw, from Phantom Thieves as they do start out on this defense. And also the barrier orb coming up in tandem with the opposite team's barrier orb in order to cover them on that defuse. It looked like Saul just kind of like pushed themselves back on that post plan, and Phantom Thieves just caught him out when the very first pistol on an icebox.
Yeah, very unfortunate post plant to lose, but you didn't have any dark covers left. You didn't have the util to work with to hold this, but it looks like they're going to be trying to go for something a little bit different onto A. Multiple bodies spotted through the recon, and Cinder through the walls is able to grab Unit. You hate to be Unit in this series, continuously just caught on the back end the worst times as the Marshals can be ringing out for Conquer, but it's not quite hitting true. Dingbop within an inch of their own life as the shots are continuing to go wide back and forth. Wombat is just at the center of all this combat. There's Zechariah going to be the first one to fall. Headhunter shots not quite there, and through the wall, Kilo almost dies as well. Such little health, so much time, and Dingbop's going to be falling soon after. Wombat caught by Cinder. It's all down to Kilo, who's given the healing orb, and looks like he's going to be getting put to some good use as Nismo is going to be falling at the hands of the Sheriff. Watching the baby gate, there goes Cinder with another frag on the round. That's 2-0 now for Phantom Thieves, and a little bit of a force up from Saw.
Unit, struggles continue from Ascent. I mean, that was an eco round versus the half buy, but still struggles from Ascent still continue on to Icebox, where early engagements being taken and no yin, no yang for him, no completion or task completed. This isn't Among Us, but still not not anything too successful for him on the entry so far inside of Icebox. They lose those flashes very early on, and then they struggle to clear Heaven after.
And here we have early engagement from Cinder grabbing Dingbop, and now we have the frag coming out from Unit. They're able to get the first one on the round, but Cinder over top of that, grabbing them away. Here comes the Empress. Aldrone going to be spotting that out once again, not hitting the tag. 7 shots in this Vandal, more than enough to start running it up. We're going to see the reload, and they're out of there. They already saw the Empress land. That's all we need. We don't want to push into that, but Ayuki has a good position on yellow to be able to get a frag and get out of dodge with the Spectre in hand. Saw is going to be mounting this assault. They're making their way up, checking their corners, watching them twice, but Zechariah is going to get sprayed down by the Spectre and get caught in the middle of the snap. Aquilo going to be tapped right back up to full with the healing orb. 2 versus 3. The snake bite is coming out from Nismo. Being able to just get a little bit of space. 1 block of the barrier orb is down really early into this bomb plant, so the time to work with. Aquilo's able to grab one more onto the Trent Sky. A beautiful shock bolt lineup lands, but didn't hit anyone. 60 HP to work with as Cinder's gonna be the first one to fall. Nismo getting Wombat, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Both players are tagged. Both have very little time to be able to work with this. Nismo's gonna be able to come out on top with the Spectre in hand, winning the bonus round for their team. You hate to be Saw in this position once again.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, winning out the bonus, and all creds go into Phantom Thieves' favor, and that's not a round that you want to be losing if you're Saw, especially with the trend that the economy goes. They're gonna be ecoing this round. That's that big boost to the economy gets them an operator plus a full buy from for the rest of them as well, for the rest of the Phantom Thieves players as well.
Yeah. This might be a couple extra nails going into the coffin, but Saw's going to be making their way up mid with the Sheriffs up, already out for Ayuki once again. Just early up, keeping early aggression. Trent Sky is able to get the spray down on the Dingbop as they finish the teleport. And we know one's in tube all the way up kitchen, tagged by the trademark almost. Unit's going to be in a very awkward timing situation. The barrier orb going to be making for a safe positioning on both sides. Keep things nice and slow. The Owl Drone spots him out. Almost killed by the shock bolts, though. 12 health left on Unit as Entrenched Guy is able to win the mirror matchup on Wombat. And Nismo is in a very good spot once again to just pop in, sneak up behind them, and sink the hook in their backside. As Conqueror's able to win theirs with a kilo. Might come to a head mid. Here's Nismo's able to grab Zechariah, and Unit doesn't have a lot of health to work with. They're stuck in kitchen with a Sheriff and a Dream to be able to somehow bring this round home, but it's going to be looking more like a nightmare as they're almost caught from the side by Entranced Sky, making their way through this spawn. The shots keep going wide. There's not a lot of room to work with. They're going to be trying to make their way up. They're going to try to commit on this, and the shot is not there. Nismo is going to be grabbing the last one, bringing it to a 4-0.
Oof. Cinder continuing his dominance from Ascent as well, going 6-2 at the moment. Operator was in hand by Yuki, who's also 3-1, so only has 1 death to his name across 4 rounds, but struggles for Saw continue as the main. I mean, that was an eco round, so I mean they weren't fared up too fairly against the weapons of Phantom Thieves, but still struggles continue from Ascent, and it's starting to be a really it looks like a really bad score line for Saw at the moment.
Yeah, Phantom Thieves has the stamina to keep this going, especially after Haven. It's probably taken a lot out of both sides, as nothing's really happening either way. A Yuki is in a very aggressive position over by A. We have Zechariah waiting for someone to push mid, but it looks like that's not going to be happening as a smoke onto Boiler is going to be ineffective to deal with the Entrenched Guy. He was right here, able to grab one, but gets taken out by Dingbop. Right as we get started, it's going to stay dead even. As we're going into the latter stages of this round, Cinder is on a more passive position over by Yellow. Units making their way up, going to be catching them from the side. Both of them missed their respective flicks. Leader's going to be trying to make more space as the Paranoia is going to get Cinder. Dingbop going to get backed up by Nismo. And it's a 3 versus 3. No one's really been able to cut too far ahead as the bomb's going down. The Snakebite just a little bit too late to be able to find something. The Recon Bolt going to spot a couple bodies from Saw as the Owl Drones get traded back and forth. We got the ping over onto Zechariah, who has the Headhunter out as well as an op in hand to be able to try to hold this one down. They're going to hold down the fort as long as they can. Leaders are out from Unit. No more util to work with as the Unit's going to be the first one to fall, followed by Conquer from Zechariah. And op shots go wide back and forth. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Try to be able to do something at the rendezvous. Is going to be getting Zechariah hit up. And that's the bomb. Half to Kilo is going to be running their way there as the shots from the Headhunter from a Yuki just a little bit too wide, giving Saw a round on the board.
Good swing from Akilo. I mean, good timing on that swing as well. But I guess the main talking point for Saw would be the fact that that paranoia from the middle of B into B itself from I believe this was Dingbop, who was able to get that paranoia off. Freed up a lot of space because he got the only person who was in B. They got that plant down. It was a really messy post plant, but they still end up on top. 4-1 is the scoreline, and they need a lot more of those. Also, Hunter's Fury was used in order to zone out the player defusing as well, or not zone out, confirm that kill on total.
Those Guardian shots are almost on. There goes Unit, gonna be falling right after Zechariah is able to get one. There's 2 from the chamber, getting that op shots off on very important players, but Nismo's gonna be playing the late stages of this. There's the res. Here comes the Viper's Pit, though. Akilo is going to be falling to Entrenched Sky. 1 orb is all they need to be able to get a res going, but it might not even have to be used. The Yuki wiggling their pinky toe, though. There's the shot onto Wombat, bringing this back to a 3 versus 3, holding deep into mid to be able to try to be able to get something going, but B is already in the hands of Dingbop, and they're not going to be letting that go. They have a very strong set of clutches on it as the spray is a little bit wide from Entranced Sky. Dingbop getting out on top. We hear that from the shadows, but here's taps back and forth. Shadow Step good for a reposition. But now the pose plan's looking beautiful, almost a platform of Yuki as the shots continue to go back and forth through this smoke. 8 HP though, they can die to a bee sting if they are not careful. Right now, there goes Nismo. Ayuki doesn't have a lot of health to work with, but they can see what they can do, holding it down with this op. And there's another Shadow Step potentially going to be used to be able to reposition, as Ayuki is just going to hold on to the op and go for next round.
Yeah, good decision to back on out of there. Looks like, yeah, that's a good decision to back on out of there. I believe, also Wombat using his resurrection to resuscitate. Is that the word? Resuscitate. Oh Lord, have mercy. Resuscitate unit back to life in order to, you know, not only bring a body back but also keep that Vandal on the board for Saw. And I mean, it is a bit of a, I would say, a funky buy as well for Phantom Thieves, especially even though Ayuki did save out the op and he's gonna give it to Cinder this round. And 3 ultimates also available for them. Ayuki gonna be forced into the tour de force. So effectively, Phantom Thieves, they have 2 operators in hand.
Yeah, and we saw in Ascent, they're very strong with that double op. Cinder's gonna hold the back of A and just try to play with the team, not wanting to give anything away, as Conqueror's gonna be the first one to fall to Unit. Head taps Unit starting to come online, but a little bit of ski shooting from Cinder. And we're gonna see the Empress come out and try to go huge, as Snakebite gonna be able to hold a kilo in that slow orb as well. And here's the barrier orb. We're gonna be starting to funnel them in as much as we can. Trans Sky just on the other side, waiting for them to come. A little bit of an awkward shock bolt. But here comes the first op shot gone. Gonna be reloading the clip and waiting for another one to come, but they never will, as they're getting ready to go into the loving embrace of a Yuki instead.
Yep. Looks like they're going to be rotating over to B. Yuki's going to be in charge of holding this down. Even if he doesn't get a pick, he can just get the intel from his gun sight. But he has to rotate out of there. And I said he didn't need to get a pick, but he got it anyways. He also got that intel, so
30
rotate in time to stop this push.
Yeah, Ayuki, they just win those. There's 3. Can we get a 4th? We've already seen 3 shots, but can we get a 4th one deep in here? And Zechariah is going to be getting the flick, shutting that one out. So 1 versus 4. They could try to go crazy and get an ace in a second here. The trademark does spot out in Trance, so they're going to be a little bit slow to the draw in a second here if they even want to try to peek this. And it looks like they're just going to have a little bit of a showdown there and move on. 5-2 for Phantom Thieves.
Yep. I'm going to say that was a bit of a thrifty round, but they did have some rifles on Phantom Thieves. Also having some people not buying as well. That's why Ayuki was on the tour de force instead of an actual gun itself, just because they didn't have enough in order to not necessarily buy a gun like a rifle, but they didn't have enough to buy in particular. They knew that they wanted to put themselves on 5-2, so they just used it. And I mean, they did a good job of holding down B. Again, Ayuki showing his worth on the operator, or even the better operator in the form of the tour de force.
Yeah, Ayuki just holding very aggressively with the operator, but Cinder all the way up in their face. The shots go a little bit wide, and they're able to get out almost. But Unit will be grabbing them and just whipping them back in their tracks. There's the Leer to be able to try to get some space. Didn't quite catch that. Unit was able to get that Vandal, but Zechariah is right up behind Ayuki. I thought they were going to go for the knife, but that's the Headhunter. Good enough. Here's the op in hand once again. The cavalry is coming. They're on their way. We're going to be getting that bomb down over on B. And we're going to go into the late stages of this round looking a lot better for Where. Headhunter, Hunter's Fury, 1 shot, 2 shot missed. Come on, round 3. It's going to hit Wombat here. That barrier orb is going to get cracked as the bomb goes down. Healing orb is going to be making them good as new, though. So we're going to be playing this. The recon bolt does spot 1 out. Here comes the shots from Trans Sky. There goes a kilo just before they could start popping off, but they have to push through a lot more. Zechariah is going to be the next to fall as Phantom Thieves is mounting their assault of Paranoia, allowing Unit to be able to get Trans Sky in silence as Nismo is playing around yellow. Shots going back and forth. Unit comes out on the floor. And Nismo gonna continue to be able to try to play with this time. There's the shadow step. Be able to reposition. Wombat getting sprayed, but not quite taken out. They're low, and we're gonna see Nismo try to get more frags. They're gonna be going out like the dodo with a bang to the bomb.
Yep. I think Nismo in that position, all he had to do really was deny Ding Bop a weapon in those last few seconds, and he did that by killing him. He did die himself as well. He pick up the operator in time, nor could he pick up another rifle for his teammates. I'm pretty sure he would have preferred the operator over a Vandal or Phantom and put that in the hands of either Ayuki or of Ayuki or Sindor. 5-3 is a scoreline, so a lot closer at the moment than it was at the beginning of Ascent. And Saw, they're very much in this game.
Yeah, Saw, they have a lot of room to work with, but it's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle. As Ayuki, once again, looking for an aggressive angle in Trent Sky. They lost their barrier orb, so it's going to be a little bit awkward as they're playing mid. The shots go back and forth. Wombat's going to get tagged, and not a scratch on Entrenched as Ayuki is making their way into this spawn. Headhunter in hand. Things could get dicey for Saw in just a moment here, as Zachariah is going to be the first one to fall just as they start to scope in. And Ayuki, they're out. They got their pick. They're going to be moving on, waiting for the rest of staring at walls to try to run it up the dark cover over onto yellow, securing a lot of space as Phantom Thieves, they're collected and ready to take this head on. Ayuki, beautiful position, replacing their rendezvous to be able to have it way out. Misses the first shot, but it's not going to be something that matters too much as the barrier orb is there. They're going to start knifing that wall down. The rest of the team is there to be able to try to intercept. The snakebite going a little bit wider than you would originally want, but Cinder has the Leer, has a Guardian in hand. They've been good for those shots so far as Unit's able to grab double spray down, grabbing a third onto Cinder. And Nismo has the Stinger and going to be trying to be able to do a little bit more damage with it in a second here. Sheriff now in hand to be able to try to make this swing happen. There's a little bit of magic in that little hat, but it's going to be chopped right off their head by Wombat.
I really like that finisher where they just like bring you down into the ground, because that's what happened to me when he was brought down to the ground into hell itself. And now can't pronounce my words. Now 5-4 is a scoreline with Phantom Thieves in the lead. Still, a judge is going to be bought from Entranced as well, so maybe playing in those closer angles. It looks like he wants to position himself in mid, maybe deny any type of mid presence as he takes a more aggressive angle against these gunfights. 3 ultimates ready as well for Saw. The Empress, the Tour de Force, and also from the Shadows. Okay, first kill. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Entrance Sky is going to get caught with the barrier orb out, and Unit's going to be grabbing Ayuki after. But Nismo, good for a return kill onto Wombat. Going to be putting the Toxic Screen up, and the Poison Orb is emitting. Be able to try to get a little bit of space back, try to get some tags. Conquer, not quite able to get the Marshall shot to land. Those 950 credits for an op, just not looking like the best deal right now for this half buy. So we hear the reload nice and close. The shock bolt got a little bit of a twinkle toes on this unit, making their way up, trying to be able to secure the rest of this round. Conquer might just be caught out. The shot's going a little bit wide, and the running gun isn't quite there either. They're just going to keep going back and forth. This old song and dance. I think Unit really wants to be able to get an ace. Oh, they can only get a 4K, actually. The Cinder's going to be holding this down and not letting Unit pass any further. The Leer coming out to be able to try to get this, but it's not there. Dingbop with the op, able to get that last pick on the round, keep this nice and even.
Now, yep, all even Stevens with, I feel like Saw do have a better advantage in terms of like economy at the moment, most definitely. Especially with how the trend has been. Looks like to be a bit of a save as well, a half buy from, not even necessarily a half buy, looks like an eco half sort of deal from Phantom Thieves. 4 ultimates available. The Tour de Force not going to be burned quite yet, just due to the fact that it's a very important ultimate that you don't want to use when you have 2 operators actually available for Saw 2.
Yeah, Saw wants to take those long angles now. looks like all of Phantom Thieves is going to be a bit more docile after what's been going on so far. Ayuki even playing very far back for them with the Headhunter, and I just saw a paperweight in the hand of Entranced Sky. This might be one heck of a round for them. It's been good to them in the past. We're going to have to see if history can repeat itself, as none of Phantom Thieves is taking aggressive angles. And it's going to be up to Saw to pull the first trigger and get the green light to be able to continue to advance this round. The bomb in hand, going to be starting to make its way through B. Ayuki is in a very strong position to intercept in a moment here. Trigger discipline for a moment, stops Wombat right before they get the bomb down. And Cinder caught with the leer just a little bit too far by Unit. Here's the Empress to be able to try to close out the rest of this round, though. Gonna be making his way around Yellow, catches Ayuki almost immediately, and Conquer gonna be dropping down to be able to try to get that gun and work with it, but it's another one right into the same sight line, and right, like, flies to a zapper. It's a 4K for Unit.
Say flies to a zapper. I say like flies to a little sticky fly trap. Just everybody, those heads of Phantom Thieves just sticking to the bullets of Unit. Active right. Well, to offer her, or to offer them, sorry, to offer him increased mobility. I'm sorry.
One enemy remaining.
As they just played a ring around the Rosie, and they had pockets full of dozies, and Phantoms did not have a single thing in their pockets to be able to pull out anything in that round. Ultimately going to be available though from Nismo to offer some zoning ability site where they are positioned. And Ayuki can provide some zoning themselves as holding this very, very aggressive long angle. Well, what was an aggressive long angle from the A site all the way over.
Had to snap their fingers and just get out before anything sprayed their way. And right now, it's looking like another very slow round. Interesting to see Cinder on this same angle as before. They're going to have the Empress in just a moment if they can get that initial pick. But Unit with the first blood, grabbing Entranced Sky, going to start running, and Wombat grabs Cinder. This is not a good-looking round, as Nismo's able to take out Unit, get the stake bite in position, but first, the Viper's Pit to be able to try to hold this. The shots almost immediately take Nismo out, spam through the smoke. Looking a little bit dangerous. Conquer's able to grab Wombat. There goes a Kilo too. And Conquer looking like they're going to be stomping their way to be able to make this a 6-6 first half. Dingbop all the way down in Kitchen. Not in a good spot to be able to try to mount this assault. Alongside the fact that Zechariah also has an op on attack. They aren't looking like they have the speed to be able to have this happen. But caught with the scope out. Yuki with the Sidewinder. Here comes the tour de force. And if someone wants to play, well, let's play. Yuki's going to be running this angle too, saving on the last round a half. 10 seconds left to be able to try to do anything. Might as well swing for something here. And there's the shots from the Headhunter, eventually connecting to Conqueror's head. 2 bodies left and not a lot of time. There it is. Through the smoke, through the pit. There goes Nismo getting on that board for the round 2.
Switching sides.
Yep, Viper's ultimate, it was popped in the middle of B, just to deny the plant going down in that usual spot where the Sage Wall is set up. And you also saw Conquer getting aggressive around the Viper's Pit, swinging around the Viper's Pit, in that B site, and got like 2-3 kills off of just being aggressive. And Spike also went down. It looked like Saw were stunned, and they couldn't really recruit themselves after that. Now we get to see Phantom Thieves on the attack. We get to see Saw on the defense as well. And we'll see what they have to bring on the board. Now, what's really important for Saw here, they don't have the Viper in order to offer them extra zoning ability combined with the Sage. So that Omen is going to be the main, that Sage is going to be the main one to stall out time.
Yeah, and the Owl Drone looks like it didn't quite spot out Zechariah, so they're going to continue to hold these aggressive angles. Unit's going to be making insurance the first one to fall. Recon Bolt spotting multiple bodies out from Saw as long as they can grab a Yuki. And the Frenzy going a little bit aggressive. Not quite there for Cinder. It looks like the rest of Phantom Thieves almost gets perfect, but the RNG's click at the end does find a Kilo.
First pistol round in the half goes in favor of Saw, and I mean, you do. That's how you want to set the tone. You know, they lost the first pistol round at the beginning of Icebox. They lost the follow-up, and then they proceeded to lose their own anti-bonus where they were on full rifles versus a half-5. And so hopefully they'd either want to repeat that trend or go with the usual trend of winning the first 2 rounds and then losing their own bonus. Pretty sure they want to win their bonus just like they lost theirs in pretty spectacular fashion. I'm pretty sure.
Here we have Unit looking to get these eco frags, spots a couple bodies, but is getting taken out by someone who's going to be able to top themselves right back up. And Trent Sky with that classic, looking very good to let Cinder lead this charge with the Spectre and a couple, and the Devourer at the ready to be able to try to run this up. Zachariah not quite able to get the pick. Barrier Orb gonna get tagged just a little bit out by Akilo. We hear the reload, and that's a beautiful sound to start pushing as Dingbop is gonna be on this flank. Akilo was able to grab Cinder. So in Trent Sky, all that was for naught as they're continuing to work their way with the classic. Wombat's able to grab Conquer, and tagged by the Owl Drum. They're gonna get pinched off. It's all down to 1, and Nismo will be falling as well. Beautiful round on that retake from Saw.
Who's gonna defuse? It looks like that's the conversation that that's the conversation that they're having. Is everybody's just running away. Everybody's having a little picnic. Okay, there we go. We get Wombat. So they get extra points towards their resurrection ability, which can be good in, you know, retake situations and also for your economy. So, I mean, pretty important ability or ultimate in order to charge up. Second round of the half goes in favor. Saw 2 operator buy from Zachariah. So very early on, especially if Zachariah does die with the operator in hand. And then that could easily just flip, not necessarily, it does flip the economy on its head just a little bit. And you could easily, if he dies with that operator, he could easily surrender that in the hands of IU or Cinder.
Yeah, a lot of strong op players on the side of Phantom Thieves, but they're going to be making the right A. They're not worried about the op quite yet. They haven't heard it sound. The leader's going to come out to try and make some space. Unit going to be the first one to fall as Akilo is able to get a return frag, but they're caught in a very awkward position as the Lear is going to make them completely blind to what Cinder's doing from behind. And we have Cinder popping their way over. They heard the op shot trying to go aggressive, was able to take it off Zachariah and spray down Wombat right after. It's all down to Dingbop in a 1v3, soon to be a 1v3 with an op in the hands of Cinder, who we know has also been very good at hitting those shots. They do see a Trent Sky jump their way back off. So they're making their way up, but they're not going to quite be able to see anyone as they sketch. Cinder reloading, that's double spray down with the Spectre, bringing it to a 1v1 into Nismo, who is ready to catch this. And there we have it. Nismo does bring it back out on top, but very scary round at the end there for Phantom Thieves.
I have my hands in my hair. Almost. If Phantom Thieves would have lost that round, I would have clenched my fist like Arthur. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You know that little clenched fist that I'm talking about?
You just shake your fist at them like, come on, you had it right there, sweetie. Come on.
Oh my god, please. No, that was like an insane spray down. I believe that was, I'm so sorry, from Dingbop as I try and remember it. And that takes an operator out of sync. They weren't paying attention to where that rotation or that retake from that one player was coming from. And it nearly cost Phantom. The hunt begins.
Here comes the Empress. Cinder's going to be looking to mount a very aggressive assault. Tequila with the shock bolt not quite landing. And Zachariah missing all of their shots with the op. Unit going to be taken out by Conquer, though. And Zachariah's going to hit you with the rendezvous on the next location. Ayuki going to get taken out, followed by Akilo, who's going to be not in a good position after running this Conquer. Find a push, but almost gets taken out by the Marshal. 5 HP left. As well as we have a very low health Cinder with an Empress about to run out. Wombat in a good position to run it up. Zachariah caught right at the end of the teleport. And we know where 2 players are, soon to be the 3rd, as Saw is going to be trying to run this up, potentially straight into the mouths of Phantom Thieves. There goes Nismo. And from the top rope, Wombat drops down, grabs Nismo, and Conquer good for a 4K coming out of that smoke at the perfect time to keep this dead even.
We talked a lot about Cinder and Ayuki, but I feel like Conquer is the player that we have not talked about, or we've either talked about Cinder or Nismo. But Conquer so far, even though he's only 12-12, he's had a really, really good performance, especially when he's combining his utility with the Trent Sky. I think that's that defensive round where they set up the barrier orb in kitchen and then he used like 2 shock darts to bring unit down to like 10 HP. He's done stuff like that where he's used his utility well, and he's also taken direct gunfights and be able to win them in like convincing manner and get multi kills, 4Ks, 3Ks, 2Ks. And he's been like so solid throughout Icebox so far.
Yeah, very just a consistent player all around, as it looks like we have a little bit of a dance going back and forth. Cinder did come out on top of Unit, but Dingbop holding this angle in a beautiful fashion. Drops down with a frenzy, but just a little bit too early and gets caught by Entrance Sky. That's 2 players off of Staring at Walls' board, as this bomb is going to get planted in a very, very awkward spot for them. Yuki on the prowl with that headhunter in hand. Just up to no good generally, as Cinder's able to get another one on the board. And Zechariah with that headhunter is able to grab Entrance Sky. But 20 health is all they have to work with, as they're going to be making their way right into Cinder's arms. All down to Wombat in the end. They have the res, probably not going to be using it this round. Just try to get a pick and run on as the shots go back and forth. Not quite able to land a kill from either side. Wombat has very little health to work with, as they're just in a bad position to play around Nismo. Going to be putting them out of their misery and get us on to the next round.
What is the scoreline? I mean, again, very, very close matchup between both of these teams. 3 ultimates available as well, so 3 apiece for both teams too. And so far, so good. I mean, we've seen Nismo have a really good game so far on the Viper. 15-9, 15-3 for Cinder, so doing the same mode that we saw from Ascent. You know, we've seen how good he's been on the entry so far. Unit having a much better game than he did on Ascent as well. 19 and 15, doing a lot better on the entry roles. Has been finding himself in a lot of clutch situations where he's able to be effective and get some round wins for his team.
Yeah, it looks like a Yuki is also going to be trying to get some shots of their own, playing this up, and there's the tour de force coming out from Zechariah. They might just be able to run it up, having that angle on mid. It could be a little bit of a showdown, as Dingbop is also going to be opping, holding it from the back, but caught by Cinder with a Phantom through just a little bit of that wall once that leer went out.
Spike planted.
And this is not the position you want a player to die in when you have Wombat on that backline looking to get a res. They have so much ground they can take before they can even bring it back to an even set of bodies. But they just might be able to run it up. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out. Doesn't quite tag anyone, but Eunice able to grab Cinder just as they peeked out. And a little bit of friendly fire hitting Wombat, but builds character as the snake bite's going to come down. Be able to try to hold this bomb. The Guardian shots from Trent Sky aren't there, but these snake bites are going to continue to stall just a little bit longer, as the unit's not able to grab Nismo. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out from Phantom Thieves to be able to hold this bomb. 2 bodies down, and Conquer is in a 1v1 with a Kilo. Save the round, 10-8, going towards the late stages of this game.
Man, mama, there goes that man, and his name is Conquer, and we're gonna get. You can see, well, what the hell happened in that round? It looked like a good initial retake from Saul. Then you see Nismo come out and get him onto Unit, who probably should have won that gunfight. He does fall himself, but then the Hunter's Fury is used at the correct time, able to not only deny the right when time was ticking down. At that time that the Saw players got on a defuse, they probably could have had it, but that Hunter's Fury stopped them and also got the second process. Again, Conquered proving my point and showing up when his team needs.
Oh, looks like Eunice starting to show up too. That Sheriff kill making it just a little bit awkward, but we have that res to work with. And you don't like having to pop it to secure these anti-ecos, but sometimes when there's a will, it's needed to get in the way, as the Trent Sky's gonna be making Wombat drop. So is Nismo on Dingbop, and the rest of Staring at Walls just rest in the hands of Zechariah, who was caught by the trademark and the long gun of the law. Yuki with the op shot to bring us that much closer to winning another map.
Jesus Christ. What is going on right now? I think Scope is saying the same thing because that's why he's calling the timeout. So are gonna have a timeout here, and it gives them another opportunity to discuss what's going on. This isn't a bad map from them by any means. I feel like this map is a lot more obviously Ascent because they just got steamrolled for a majority of of Ascent. And I feel like Icebox is a little bit more heavily contested. You see Unit getting inside of the now active on those entry kills, 22 and 17. He's been looking great. But you also have a lot of solid players on the side of Phantom Thieves, and I told you guys I had a at the beginning before this match even started, and one question I did ask him was, well, what do you feel are your strengths and weaknesses? Feels like, and he told me that it was like the teamwork and the coordination that they had, and also strategy, and that's not only showing in the way that they're playing now, especially in that last round with Nismo falling and then Conqueror able to pull out the Hunter's Fury at the right time just because of how they strategically planned for it to happen. But also look at how even the scoreboard is between all of these players. Nismo top fragging, Cinder up there as well. Nobody's negative apart from Entrant Sky, but he's on a more supportive role on the stage. But that speaks to how valuable every single player here is on Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, and even for all the shots that have been missed, Cinder's been able to keep it very up there in the assist, keeping everyone together and Conquer that very consistent player so far as we're getting into this stage of this round. The Viper's Pit try to secure it, but Cinder will fall just as the Empress comes out. Dingbop in the pit is not able to deal with Sky. There's the Yuki grabbing 2 for their troubles with the op. And it's down to Unit and Wombat once again to be able to try to get something going. Caught from the Entrant Sky on the side of this Viper's Pit. Been looking huge. Here comes the rest from Zechariah, but they aren't watching behind them. Unfortunately, through the smoke, Nismo is able to grab Wombat. Conqueror able to grab Zechariah. 12-8, we're on match point. It looks like Phantom Thieves might be taking another one.
Might be taking another one, but they also might be putting themselves onto serious point as well as we head on to the next map, which would be Breeze, I believe. So, or is it remaining or split? No, at
it's split next.
I don't know. It's split next. Thank God. Okay. I was so confused at first. I was like, is it Breeze or is it Split? I was so excited to see Breeze, but I'm excited to Split as well and to see what both of these teams bring out for us. But it has been an amazing match from Phantom Thieves so far, and I mean, Conqueror, he's really caught my eye in this match.
Yeah, you love to see the very consistent play, especially coming from your initiators. As Ayuki is going to continue to just hold these angles with an op, supporting the rest of the team. There's Unit with the Empress coming out, but no one's pushing them as the entire firing squad is going to be taking out Zechariah on their way towards B. It's a very unfortunate place to be in, but Dingbop has the judge this time. It might do just a little bit more damage than a Frenzy here. The trigger discipline not quite there. Grabs Conqueror, is able to grab Cinder too. And this might be what it takes to be able to get another round, to be able to try to hold Saw. Here's the res coming out on Cinder, though. There's a tour de force. The taps from the Bulldog onto Entrant Sky, denying that plant right now. Coming up huge as Nismo will also fall. There goes Wombat falling onto the wall, straight into a couple shots from Cinder. Here comes Ayuki, having that tour de force, continuing to hold Snowman as a Kilo. Gonna be an absolute demon to Cinder on that chunk of this map. Tour de force is going to peek out a little bit wide, and once again caught in the middle of making those hands snap. 12-9. There's a chance for overtime again.
It's an unfortunate situation as well for Ayuki because he was put in a position where he had to make a decision of where do I peek? We've all been in that position in Valorant. Any FPS game where we're stuck in a 1v2 or even a 1vx, any type of 1vx situation where we're so frantic we don't know what to focus on. And for Ayuki, it was evident there with the way that he was flicking between Snowman and where the diffuser was actually placed that he didn't really know where to peek. But I wanted to talk about something else in that round, but I can't quite remember. I can't remember what it was. Oh, the off positionings as well from Saw. You saw it with Dingbop with Judge. You saw it with Wombat in the higher crate on the B site as well, and that caught Phantom Thieves off guard a lot of times, especially with that double kill from the Judge from Dingbop.
Take flight. Very good off angles played so far, as it looks like they're going to just start mounting an assault on A. Phantom Thieves coming into form to be able to try to roll this one over. There goes Akilo, the first one to fall, and Unit going to get caught from this side. There goes Conquer, grabbing Wombat as well. It's a 5 versus 2. From the shadows, we spot out Nismo, their maze, but Zechariah has an op in hand, going to be able to see what damage they can do, but there's not a lot of room for them to just run out like if they had a Vandal in hand right now. So we're going to have to see what they're able to make happen with a Headhunter in the back pocket as well. The Paranoia came through the site, not doing a whole heck of a lot for them, as they're not able to push this Toxic Screen yet. There's the Shadow Step, being able to get them past the wall, but finding themselves face to face with a barrier orb. Cinder's able to grab Zechariah. There's the Empress trying to close this out. Nismo's not quite able to do it, but Entrenched Sky gonna shut that door, bringing a 13-9 map 2, and we're on to series point.
What a game number 3 indeed. It's incredible watching this go down, watching these players, because I think at this point, we can safely say that every single one of these players have had at least a clippable moment here tonight. Gunplay has been on point. The rotations haven't been on point. And my goodness, yeah, it's just another close one, another potential where you're sitting there, oh, are we going to overtime again? Potentially. But no, Phantom Thieves close it out 13-9. They take themselves to match point here tonight in grand finals. But yeah, standout rounds, standout players for that one. Loki, we'll start with you.
I mean, we have to give a lot of props to Conquer, continuing to have that very consistent play on the initiators. And I'm going to go with the obvious here. That Hunter's Fury grabbing 2 bodies from Saw right at the end, right when they needed to be able to prevent that defuse. You love to see it, especially when it comes down to Kilo, and you can see him looking at the bomb like, what do I do with this thing?
Pretty wild. Wumby, how about you? What stood out for you in that one?
Conquer really did impress me a lot. I've sung my praises for him throughout that whole matchup, especially with that double kill with the Hunter's Fury. Again, popping it at the right time, especially when Nismo went down, knowing he had to. Nismo also like top fragged alongside Cinder as well, and you know he's on a more supportive role on that lurker role of the Viper, who operates as a playmaker plus as a lurker. And I felt like he did a lot of work to make sure that Phantom Thieves succeeded in this matchup. But I mean, Unit had a good game too. I felt like
Absolutely.
a lot better than what we had on the set. He wasn't caught out on entries as much. He wasn't, as as we young kids say, he wasn't caught lacking very early.
Mm-hmm.
We saw him be a lot more active in the early parts of it, in the fragging department as well. I just wanted more, and I said this before Icebox, I want the rest of Saw to step up, because I felt like we didn't see that.
Yeah, a couple moments there where you had the other moments of Saw there where a couple of nice rounds. The one that just sticks up to me is having Dingbop there sitting on top of the crates with a judge. I love it. I 100% respect the judge
That was
plays
like,
because it was good. It was pretty good.
yeah, I was gonna say that was like one of the only rounds where I saw like Phantom Thieves be caught off guard by what Saw were bringing, because they
Mhm.
didn't expect the judge to be like in that position, and even Cinder didn't even react quickly after Conquer died, and then
Mhm.
Wombat was like the next up in line in a unexpected jumping. I
Yeah.
was so surprised that he even attempted, but I mean, he got shut down. You
Yeah.
know.
Unfortunately, didn't find the third one there, but yeah, you got to respect the creative plays and the attempts to try and make something happen when you're under pressure. But the pressure is on right now for Staring at Walls, because they need to find back a game if they want to keep those dreams alive. Currently, Phantom Thieves are sitting 2-1 at match point. They just need one more map, and then they will be crowning themselves champions. But Saw have another opportunity here to bring it back, send us to that potential game 5. I know we talked about it in pre-show, but the way these teams have been playing head to head, they're looking pretty damn on par across the board here, and it is awesome to have a grand finals like this where you have 2 equal teams, 100% worthy of being in this point, duking it out here to claim that title. But We are going to take a short break while we get set up for map number 4 here tonight, heading on to Split for that one. We will see you guys back in just a few short minutes, so don't go anywhere because it's going to be continuous bangers one after another, and we might only have one left. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VRS Valorant Grand Finals for this summer 2022 split. A lot of 20s in there. But it is about to be time for map number 4 heading on to split. And currently, Phantom Thieves lead the series 2-1. We've seen a lot of great stuff from both these teams, but we, just so close on some of these maps. We went to like quintuple overtime in the first map of the night. But this could potentially be it right here. Phantom Thieves looking to close things out and secure their championship, but Saw are going to need to pull out some moves here to ensure they get to that map 5 to keep the dream alive. What is that going to look like? Wumby, we'll start with you.
Um, I don't really know. I think what really kind of like I said it, I feel like everybody from Saw needs to step up. There needs to be like more teamwork on split just because of the way that the map operates. You need a lot of coordination on your attack to be able to pull a lot of things off. Need a lot of communication, especially when you're holding angles and crosses, since there's a lot of cross angle setups for the defense on split. And so I feel like we need to see more of that instead of plays. And it's not only counting unit. There were obviously, but there are a lot of other solo plays from players, and I felt like I didn't see enough team.
Yeah, a little bit more coordination, I think, in terms of hitting those sites. We saw it a few times, 100% for sure, but it's just been ever so slightly more put together on the side of Phantom Thieves. And that's, team play, team game. We got to see it coming out here in this final game. But Loki, how about you? What does Saw got to be pulling out here in order to make it to game 5 here tonight?
Honestly, we're gonna see them actually, like one B was starting to say, come together as a team. Units starting to come online. We were able to see a lot of really strong fragging from Akilo in his absence, but we need them to come together, use their util as a team, and start really clearing some of these corners, especially on split. There's a lot of really annoying off angles that can be held, and especially with I'm going into my crystal ball for a second here. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Nismo on that Omen, hiding in those smokes, being a little bit of a scuttler. So we're going to have to catch him off guard whenever we can. And we could end up seeing a very dirty game where it comes down to just those little sprays through smokes adding up.
Yeah, I've seen a few omens here on Split. There's a lot of crazy things that can be done, and Nismo being the sneaky little sneak that they can be, always showing up. I was like, where the hell did Nismo come from? Where are these rotations coming out? You just gotta watch the mini map because, yeah, they're 100% gonna be doing that. But with this, there is that option for those heaven holds on the A site. A lot of different angles you can kind of hold that one down, but. I think for this one, it is going to be staring at walls on the defensive side first. So we'll have to see how they do on that defending side, if they can hold on, keep it pretty nice and even until they get the switch. Because I think we can safely say from tonight that both these teams are 100% favoring the offensive side. They hit the sites hard, they go hard. And that's what I really love to see is the fact that we got so much aggressiveness coming out tonight. But both teams are ready to go. Predictions should be coming out by the time I'm saying this. And we are going to get going into map number 4, potentially the final one here for our VRS Valorant Summer Split 1B. Loki, I hope you're ready. I hope potentially we get that map 5 tonight, but we'll have to see how this goes. Take it away, and I'll see you after this one.
Yeah, we're now onto a map where the operators aren't going to come out as much. I'm wondering, though, will we see Staring at Walls be a team out for my heart running KO Fade Neon? It's one of my favorite comps to be able to see running out just because it applies so much pressure onto the map itself and can, when put together in an actual team play environment, just shut out so much of the defender space, even into a Cypher, because the Prowlers will take a trapwire for the Neon.
Looks like we won't get a neon. It looked like Wombat or Unit were hovering above it, but they just decided not to take her, which I mean is perfectly fine. You sacrifice the neon for both the Raze and the Reyna. Again, Unit's gonna stick onto that Reyna, and Akilo's gonna go on to the Raze. Raze is a pretty staple pick inside of this map. Inside of this map on split, both teams going with her. You obviously have the Cypher, 2 Sentinels, or 3, oh my god, 3 Sentinels, sorry. 3 Sentinels being played on Thieves, the Cypher,
Select your
Cypher
agent.
Chambers, and the Sage. Chambers is not really that popular of a pick on Split just because you usually just don't pick Chambers on this map. I can't remember what the reasoning is, but I don't
Only
remember,
one Trapwire now.
Yep, there it is.
Bless his soul, it's no more double. But I do like seeing more ciphers coming back in
Yes.
off of that change.
Yeah, I mean, he can, with his utility, he can hold down a Cypher himself. I was sitting here, I was so confused on this map a lot, or why isn't Jet picked on this map? You know, that's the reason why, because he lost his tripwire, and with Jet, especially even on the defense, you don't necessarily, you usually don't hold like really long angles on this map from screens all the way to A main, and you don't really need the operator as much on it as you would on other maps, just because of the close of Split itself and the amount of angles that you're looking to flash here with good zoning utility. And that's why Reyna, Raze, KJ, Cypher, Sage are really, really good on this map, because they can use their utility to clear out spaces, they can cut up the map to make it seem smaller for the attackers, even though it's not a small map necessarily, it's a very confusing map at times for.
Yeah, a lot of those little corners to play around with, as it looks like we're going to be seeing a Phantom Thieves defaulting mid on this pistol round, pushing Wombat out of fence with that bomb buddy. But Aquilo will be playing on this rope with the paint shells to be able to continue to keep this slow push, just crawling, as Dingbop's going to be the first one to fall, followed by Yuna, and Aquilo is able to grab Nismo, but they have to worry about the assault from heaven. Conquer dropping straight into the crosshair, leaving it all down to Defense Sky to try to get anything. But Wombat will be coming out on top. These pistol rounds have just been very explosive.
Jesus, that was, like you said, a very explosive, very quick pistol round, and
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Flashbang.
30 seconds left.
A quick reboot. I'll be fine. Let's get this done. Suppressing.
standing. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Blinded.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
What's another death?
This game.
I was gonna say, I mean, the power of the Sage on Split, especially with her zoning abilities, saw the wall go up from from Phantom Thieves, from Conquer trying to block off screens, and he wasted enough time on that retake from the screens player, as he was trying to destroy that wall. Also, Nismo in a really good position by aim, but the main fall of that whole thing was obvious. The paranoia to come out and just disorient the player playing in discipline box, and also Nismo's position found out, and he wasn't able to react quickly against them, and just so many post plant positionings that were really good initially just got removed off rip from Saw.
And once again, Unit gonna get spotted out by the bomb buddy, but playing very aggressive around the cyber cage. Here comes the showstopper, gonna be grabbing Unit right at the start. That's a good way for us to run this round. Dingbop has a classic at hand, gonna get caught between all of the members of Phantom Thieves though. And now it's Zechariah alongside Wombat in heaven right now, gonna be firing down on Nismo. And the rendezvous from Ayuki to be able to bring them back onto site with the rest of their team, making this continue to stay very even. Kilo looking to pop up on top of this wall in a second. The paint shell is going to be flushing everyone out of elbow for just a moment. But sitting in heaven, they're going to have to start committing in just a moment. This timer keeps ticking down. Little by little, Ayuki will be the next one to fall to Akilo. But we have all the util to work with. We have another showstopper. Cinder's going to be grabbing Sakurai. And Conquer from the back of sight is able to grab Akilo. Almost Wombat too. 3 health left. They're going to be forced to save.
Ooh. Bet your lucky stars he's gonna be one to save. He don't want to take no gunfights. Even though he has the better gun in the Vandal, 3 health and a dream against the sheriff. I mean, one of them just died. That's crazy.
Sky.
But, yeah, that's crazy. he just died. He just died to the spike. It happens. It's always funny to see those type of kills go through. Both teams though having the opportunity to both buy up in this round 3. Ultimates ready though from the defensive side of Saw, as we see a second round acclaim from Phantom Thieves again. Remember, they are the team on serious point. They have that opportunity to keep that chain up and get the big 3-1 win over Saw in order to get the championship.
And we have the tour de force out very early. Wombat's going to be spotted by the bomb buddy very early into this round too. Just continuing to flush them out of their angles. Phantom Thieves playing with every bit of space they can get. Dingbop caught by a paranoia, but no one swung. But yes, they're going to continue to just tap util, keep it slow, get everyone together. But Phantom Thieves, they're looking to head A. All of staring at walls. Well, they can do that all they want over in B heaven. It looks like Phantom Thieves is mounting this assault on A. They're gonna have to clear unit though, who's on the back of this site. Might be able to timing them. Get Cinder. There's one. There's two. And they get a third. There's three. And Transky, that's the push. Completely shut down. You love to see it. Unit is starting to come online. And we're gonna be getting into the late stages of this round. Nismo is able to grab Zechariah, but it's not gonna be quite enough yet, as Wombat's gonna be grabbing a Yuki. Caught between everyone. They got unit, but can they get any more, as Wombat is gonna be dragging them to the Shadow Realm? Run it back.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, right? That's such a headache of a round. Or even if you're just like watching the game in general, they attack this A site, but they don't even clear the back of A, not getting the required intel to make sure that A was completely cleared. And unit punishes them off of that. Off of the lack of intel gathering, didn't even use any paint shells to clear the back of A, didn't even use a soul orb to slow down unit to make sure like strafe the way that he did, and it's just a complete shutdown. Could have even used that's saw that I'm looking at, my fault. But still, lack of intel gathering from them, and unit punishes them off of that.
And speaking of intel gathering, and from the shadows is looking really good. And the Bomb Buddy gonna be spotting one more. Here's the showstopper from Akilo. Gets two! Gonna continue to make these pushes slow to a crawl. There's the flick onto Entranced Sky. That's the bomb down. It's all down to Nismo. Once again, they were good for a few frags last time, but this time they only have a frenzy to do it with. And even then, half shields. They're gonna swing out into two people, get caught in the Phantom Spray.
Flawless as well from Son. You have to give them credit with the way that they held that down. It didn't look like they were struggling the inside of that round, you know. And they made the last round before that with unit getting what was it, the 3 to 4K. They made that round look like a piece of cake. I mean, they did have the better gun, so you also have to keep that in mind too. Nismo from the shadows is ultimate as well, but he's not gonna use it as of now. There's no real position where I could think of from the shadows being very useful on the attacking side. Also, resurrection available for Conquer, so that could be good for economy's sake, or even just for post-plant situations if they desperately need more bodies.
Yeah, it looks like Akilo was able to dodge the Bomb Buddy as well as the paint shells for quite a while. Here comes the paranoia, gonna make things a little bit more awkward as the Phantom Spray not quite there. The flick isn't either. Cinder's gonna be coming on top of that one. Sakurai forced to pop the null command to be able to try to continue this, making sure no one can use abilities. The rest of the cavalry is almost here, leading the charge, but caught from behind. Conquer going to be grabbing them out. We're gonna have that timer running. Unit knows where they are as Ayuki has the off spray, but Wombat on the flank too. This is a horrible spot for entrance to be in, but they can try to isolate a gunfight. They did. There goes Wombat. Conquer finally gets the credit for Zechariah. The 1v1, and Entranced Sky comes out on top, keeping this close, not letting Saw run too far.
That was that was a round. That was a round. Very close round between both teams. I wasn't too sure which. To be honest, no team.
One enemy remaining.
Not just because Entranced Sky, not Entranced Sky, Phantom Thieves, even though Phantom Thieves did get control of the B site, they got the plant down. The numbers were still very even, and that was a very possible retake. For Saw, it's just unfortunate that one.
There's a Yuki on the aggressive up, grabbing unit and being able to start this charge. There's the blast packs to get Cinder into heaven, but Dingbop has the Odin to be able to spray Conquer down, sprays Entrance Sky down too. Cinder running amok though, dropping down, might be able to grab them from the side to be able to put hook, line, and sinker into this site. It's a 3 versus 2. This bomb has room to go down in just a moment here, as Wombat as well as Akilo are forced onto the back foot of heaven.
One enemy
Yuki's
remaining.
gonna get this bomb down as Cinder grabs a third on the round. Wombat looks like they're gonna be on the menu as they come out of this dark cover right into the loving embrace of Cinder for a 4K.
Spike down
At least
A.
they cleared the back of A this time. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. At least they cleared the back of the A site this time. And it was by Cinder who got a 4K too. Again, MVP from the last playoff match in the semifinals against PGR. Cinder showing up
One
yet
enemy
again.
remaining.
13-7. He's been showing up this whole series. Has the showstopper available as well, so could aid him in this entry, which looks to be towards this B site.
A little bit of contact. Ayuki getting these first shots with the op to start us off.
I know exactly.
Both rounds now, and the neural theft, you know exactly where you are. Give them a corpse. Here comes the showstopper from Cinder, gonna be shutting that lockdown right out. Bomb going down. It's all down to Wombat once again, but joining them is Unit as Wombat's able to grab Conquer. Unit's trying to get their way out. The Leers are good, but they didn't clear their corner, and Nismo's gonna punish them for it. All down to Wombat in a 1 versus 4, and they're just gonna leg it. They're gonna get moving, try to hold on to this rifle, try to get some exits. Looking very bleak as we're gonna have another very close game. Walking around these dark covers, getting spotted almost by a couple bodies, and they're just gonna make their way out with their rifle.
Yeah, has no choice but to save it this round, but if you rotate, he's gonna rotate right into his trademark and right into the loving arms of IQ. Watch, this is gonna be okay. He's not. It's not. They're not gonna take
Nismo?
Oh, Nismo?
Nismo?
Wombat? He's just
It looks like Phantom Thieves is having a hard time getting away from the bomb, but it's all right because we're still 5-5.
Smash is very confusing sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've had some moments where I'm quite literally just clenching my fist, like Arthur. It is. Ayuki though gonna invest into the operator. Not gonna use the tour de force quite yet. Gonna wait for a more appropriate time to use it. Like we mentioned so many times, we won't stop talking about how good Ayuki is on the operator. Cinder's no Saul Schneider. He only got a couple of kills on Ascent with the operator in hit. Not just a couple, about like 26, 27, maybe even 30. I don't remember. But him and Ayuki.
It wasn't a 30. It wasn't a 30. It was 29. Come on.
Okay. I was just trying to boost my boy Cinder up. But you know what? The operator brothers, and Ayuki and Cinder, just teaming up together. Not on this map of Split, but on Ascent, they did that. Like they were working in tandem with each other with those operators. As we have a little bit of a tech pause here, we get to see the little cafe menu, and I guess we get to talk a little bit more about this game. Cinder going 13-7, Ayuki going 6-8. So I mean, not the best stat lines, but he is entries, and that's all that matters for us. We saw Conquer a lot of the times in clutch not a lot of the times on this map in particular. On Icebox having some clutch situations, also having some good situations where he's put in and depended on to clutch up, and I felt like he's doing well, and I feel like he's using the Sage pretty effectively on Split as well.
The Sage, to be able to continue to slow these pushes down, has been amazing so far. As we're just going to continue to wind down with the tech pause, let's look at the econ spread for just a little bit. Wombat's going to be falling back onto a Sheriff light armor once again. Akilo going to be looking to go big with Guardian light armor, just trying to keep all the numbers nice and even to be able to start getting these buy rounds together. But Phantom Thieves, they could throw this round away and they'd still be able to buy for another 2, having a Yuki with the Tour de Force in the back pocket. And if we're going to be sitting around talking numbers, it's really fun watching Cinder play these more aggressive agents instead of being the one that sat back on our chamber all the time. So yeah. I'm just getting to see them blast back into heaven and still drop multiple frags in a round, even though you heard them go there. You just couldn't respond. It's so satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, that is the switch up that we saw from last week, because it was Ayuki on a more aggressive duelist role, and it was Cinder on the more laid-back chamber sentinel role. And now we see that switch up, and we see Cinder really, really blossoming on a duelist role, on these more aggressive roles. He's allowed to take these entries. He's doing so in a fast-paced manner to the point where the other team isn't able to react. His aim is his mechanical skills. I haven't talked enough about mechanical because I usually don't like to in the core value of FPS games. They are called first person shooters for a reason, but I feel like his mechanical skills and his aim has been on point today. And Ayuki has been really, really good in a more laid back position. I really like him on agents such as the Chambers, where he's able to hold not aggressive long aim direct gunfights because and while he did top frag for a majority of those matches, on the Ascent match in particular, he looked very, very afraid to entry. Whereas Cinder today on Ascent didn't look afraid to entry at all on the Jet, and that's the big difference that I'm seeing. It's a real between both of those players, and it's nice to see a team even in such a lower tier of an FPS game like this be able to change roles like that and be able to be happy and to be able to be very happy and comfortable on those changes, even if it means giving up a role that they were used to before, or a role that they may not like but they're better at because they want to win.
Yeah, Phantom Thieves have been very adaptable as we've just watched the way they've changed these rosters around, and even bringing out a Phoenix and keeping a game that close was such a wild card pick. You love to see it coming onto the more traditional Rays, continuing to flush people out with the boombots as Conqueror's able to grab Unit right off the rip, going into this KJ util, but don't really care as Dingbop gonna get the flank with a Stinger grabbing 2 bodies. Getting traded out almost immediately after, but it's a much more winnable looking 2 versus 3 for Saw. Nismo's gonna play it all the way back in hell, hang out by the discipline box, keep these wide angles. It's an anti-eco at this point, but Hilo with that Guardian might be able to spice things up. Just a moment here as they have to push through a cage, they have to push through a dark cover. A lot to climb through as the paint shells flushes out hell, but it's not there for the rest of this as they're gonna have to see the long arm of Ayuki. But they were able to get the flash drive off just in time. The running gun with the Stingers able to grab Entrance Sky. Nismo on a beautiful angle as Aquilo is gonna be grabbed by an up. There goes Zechariah. It's 5-6, keeping it nice and close. Gonna have a gun round for the last of the half.
It's getting spicy. 6-5. Very, very close. Also, last round before we make the big switcheroo from attack to defense for Phantom Thieves, defense to attack for Saw. 4 ultimates available as well, which can really, really boost their attacking chances. Now, the Neural Theft not really effective. Shadows, very situational. The Tour de Force, you could just pop it at any time since it's a better version of the operator, but Aiki already has an operator. Probably prefers that one over the Tour de Force. You may never know.
Yeah, much like how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, you don't know until you find it out. And right now, the paint shells back and forth to try to get some space, but Conquer already pushed up. Gonna get grabbed by Aquilo as the Bombity goes. There goes Cinder, too. Flash Drive's gonna be keeping everyone nice and blind. Aquilo's gonna be caught off guard in just a moment here by Nismo, who snaked their way around the barrier or was able to grab 2. And there's a third. Dingbop's gonna fall. It's all the way down to Wombat. The From the Shadows gonna be able to get a spicy repositioning alongside the Neural Theft. And we know exactly where you are, Wombat, as the Trans Sky is gonna fall too. Down to this 1 versus 1, and Wombat comes out on top. 6-6 half. We saw this on map 1. This might be an interesting omen for going into the later stage of this game. Could be scarily close.
Oh my god. Nismo
Enemy remaining.
he was very too. It's unfortunate because I felt like he was one of the main reasons as to why Phantom Thieves got back into that round, because they started off that round, saw the first guy, isolated that one gunfight, and then is able to easily isolate the next one against Nismo, where he's very low on HP, takes a direct gunfight against the rifle, and he immediately dies because of it. It's a tough one, right? Because again, it's a lot of positive you could take from Phantom Thieves, or in that round in particular. Able to reposition himself, use the From the Shadows in order to reposition yet again. Then his From the Shadows got destroyed, and he had to stay by boxes. Yeah.
Again, Ayuki with these very aggressive plays. 2 shots going wide in the Headhunter right now. They're coincidentally 2 health in a dream as another shot goes wide just before they could get Wombat. And this is going to be looking a little bit scary. Wombat is pretty much out the door, though, but Unit's going to be getting in Trent Sky just as they come around the corner. There's the Devour to keep them nice and healthy, but Nismo grabbing Unit, but Wombat not too far behind to be able to run it up. Zechariah grabbing Cinder, bringing it all the way back down to Conquer, who has the Frenzy in hand. Going to start to make their way forward. If they can get Wombat even, really good start for a bleak looking round. There it goes. Wombat, you have the healing orb. Gonna get yourself nice and healthy once again. Maybe be able to grab Zechariah too while you're at it. And just try to grab more while you're here, but that turret's a little bit too strong and Zechariah's able to make the swing.
Yeah, he was too busy taking out the turret. He didn't even focus on the players that were swinging them. That's unfortunate. It happens to the best of us. First pistol round on the half goes in favor of Solitude, so yeah. In favor of Saw. I'm getting the size mixed up. I'm thinking Saw's still in defense and that Phantom Thieves are on the attack, and I'm like, why are Phantom Thieves half-buying if they lost their round? No, this is Saw they're half-buying. Also, expensive investment earlier on from Zechariah on Phantom. So, interesting.
We saw it work out earlier when we had Cinder on a Jet doing the same thing over on Ascent, so on this close angle map, it might be able to come up huge. Yuki taking a very different approach to the start of this round, sitting all the way back. He's gonna have to rendezvous away from the 0 point this time to try to play a little bit more passive and still get caught by the paint shells a little bit. Unit able to grab Conquer and almost able to get taken out themselves, as it's looking like a clean sweep from Saw for this round. That's to be expected on the anti-eco, but not what you want to be here for when you're on Phantom Thieves, trying to be able to keep this close. Akilo's able to grab the Trent Sky. We see Nismo's head, and the shots just aren't quite there yet as they're going to start mounting their assault all the way up rope. They're hunting him. The Nano Swarm right on his feet. Choose your fate, and right now it looks like it's going to be at the hand of Unit to be able to bring another perfect round into the hands of Saw.
8-6 is a squad. It's a very fast entry, very fast-paced attack, but that is to be expected against an eco round where you are the team with the rifles and the other team has an eco. They have to like kind of sit back and they have to just let you attack because they have the weaker weapons. They can't take direct gunfights. All they can hope to do is do a lot of damage to your economy, take that one rifle off of the board, or even take the rest of those specters and force you to rebuy into the next round. But I mean, full buy coming in from Phantom Thieves, so that should help them on their defenses. And they almost won the half, despite losing the first 2 rounds of the beginning of split.
And so there's definitely a lot of room to work with. Conquer maybe falling back though. They have the Judge to work with, so they can make things get very heated very quickly. A lot of util being committed on this B. Cinder is holding very close, going to be trying to grab one, but can't quite do it. Blast pack movement might be just a little bit too much to handle. Nismo, though, has the Phantom. Here's the reload. Got Unit right there. Catches them out just before disaster can strike. Akilo left all on their lonesome in a 1 versus 2. Spectre in hand is able to grab one. Has the paint shells at the ready to be able to try to take out Trent Sky, but somebody going out, trying to spot something, and with the Spectre, is going to be taking a 3rd round for staring at walls on this half. 9-6.
Spike down B.
Oh my god. 9. That's a
Last player standing.
that is a mind-boggling round for Phantom Thieves. It was a little bit more excusable a couple rounds ago when Nismo and Trent Sky were stuck in that same position because Nismo was on P, but that time both of them were just very separated from each other, taking the 1v1 gunfights instead of just playing together and maybe swinging with one another. And I would say it's an easy 1v2 clutch, but no clutch is ever that easy.
Yeah, Phantom Thieves is kind of just started tossing away a lot of their team play that made them shine in the last couple games. Gonna have to see them start to get that together as we continue to have these slow burn rounds. Conquer tagged by the turret. We saw that little bit of a blood splatter as shots are gonna continue to pop through that smoke. But when life is mucky, you just gotta grab a Bucky and hope the buck's the sluggy. And that's what we're gonna be seeing here in just a moment as Akilo's gonna be taking out a Yuki, holding out to the side of there. There it goes, Unit caught between a paint shells and Bucky. As Conker's gonna spray it through that smoke wild. Cinder's able to grab 2 with the Sheriff. And that's another Painkiller's coming out to be able to try to drop this flashback to be able to get more room. Drop the Phantom by accident for a Bucky. It's looking a little bit awkward, but Nismo trying to lurk through sewers, trying to catch out Zechariah as well as we hear them reload and make their way over towards B. Wombat is in the middle of everything actually and
30
deciding to go
seconds left.
spawn instead of planting the bomb. This could be very, very bad for Entrance Sky, who's not expecting someone to be on their backside, let alone already on their way to A. Zachariah's gonna make all the noise B they can, but this could just be very tense. Zachariah needs to get a frag here. There they go. That's 1. And now it's going to be looking a little bit better in the 1 versus 2, potentially, if Zechariah is going to be falling here. The bomb is over on A, but they have to clear Zechariah before they can deal with Wombat. It looks like it's going to be coming to a head right here. 1 shot from the paperweight. It's going to be enough to be able to get Zechariah, and there it goes. Zechariah is going to be falling, and now we have Wombat playing in heaven. Going to be having to deal with a 1 versus 2. They have the paranoia to deal with it if they so choose to just come up huge for this one. But we have both players of Phantom Thieves playing it close and together. The trigger discipline. As he's going to continue to lurk his way, just skulking nice and close. We hear them on the bomb, going to be creeping their way up. Not spotting out either quite yet. Just barely able to get Nismo and is able to get the spray onto Trent Sky just at the last second.
Oh my god. 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 I don't. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm actually brain is melted. That was just really smart play for me. Saw Zechariah make. He got a pick for his troubles as well. He was able to rotate into back alley. He didn't get a kill, but he wasted enough. God, I'll talk about that later.
And it's just as we snap away from all the calm, Ayuki's gonna have the shot heard around the map and split their initiators as there's no more KO to work with, and Entrance Sky is just gonna set up to be able to hold on to B, keep things nice and slow. It looks like we're gonna be seeing a long drawn rotate from Wombat over onto A anyway. We heard an op. Who cares? Who cares? We don't want that. We don't want to push it Ayuki. We'll push into whatever is over on A, though. That sounds like a much better deal to me, as Nismo is going to continue to just wiggle here, trying to spot out what they can. Here comes the dark cover to be able to try to make those pushes a little bit more awkward, and shots do tag a little bit. Here comes Unit with the Empress on top of a very aggressive Akilo. Akilo is going to be the first one to fall, though, as Nismo's going to be getting the Shadow Step to get on out of there just before Unit can start popping off with the Empress and get topped off. And here's the from the shadows to be able to reposition, spot everything on A, get shot out just as they saw where the bomb was being planted, though. Wombat's going to be playing elbows. Conqueror's going to be the first one to fall in this retake. Ayuki grabbing Tingbop just as the nano calls. There it goes, Wombat. It's all down to Unit. The Empress is no more, as it's a 1v3 now. Ayuki will be the next one down. And Trent Sky not going to be allowing any heroes here. There goes Unit. 10-7 going in way of Phantom Thieves this round.
Spike planted.
I feel like Phantom Thieves fans are just thinking to themselves, you know, that one song I'm thinking of, like, baby, don't hurt me no more. But instead of don't hurt me no more, it's please don't clutch anymore.
We don't clutch anymore.
Oh my god. Oh my god. But I mean, it's 10-7. I feel like Saw are really in control of this matchup so far. Phantom Thieves are not doing what they've been doing on the previous maps, and that's working together a lot.
Yeah, and here comes the no commando, making things a little bit more awkward. Unit's gonna come out on top and get that top off from the Devour. That is an important frag to get very early on. And Zechariah with the Bucky's gonna shut down Ayuki's op. That is not the spot you want to see Ayuki fall in. But now it's looking very bleak for the Phantom Thieves to be able to try to retake this. So many ults in the hands of probably use at any point. Here comes the lockdown to continue to hold it. Might be able to get two. Gets one, grabs the spray down onto Wombat, but gets caught by Unit. Conquer's able to grab Gangbop and maybe get this lockdown shut down. They have to reload. They're going to get caught in it. And Unit's going to spray down Nismo. It's a 1v1. Conquer over by where the lockdown was. Looking very, very sad as the timer's going to tick out. And there we all go. The bomb is here to be able to be the great equalizer. But at least Conquer was able to say they grabbed Unit in the end.
You saw Conquer just kind of get a little bit frustrated in the end. It's like, he like did that. I do that thing too where like I flick my all over the screen when I'm like really angry. And I just like look wildly around and that's my POV whenever. So that's how you know if I'm angry or not. But I mean, it's another attacking win so far on Split. Phantom Thieves just have not been able to close the door shuts so far on what is normally a defender-sided map.
Yeah, and Phantom Thieves, they have a very defensive team, but Ayuki gonna be the first contact, whiffs the first shot, almost able to get the flick. Right now, giving them a lot of room to work with, staring at walls, knows there's only going to be 3 more shots from the Tour de Force to worry about. And that's not looking great as we have Nismo on just a frenzy, trying to see what they can hold on to and Conquer once again on the Bucky. These are not the buys you want to be able to try to mount these comebacks. But here we have the leaders going to be coming out to be able to try to start securing A. And we're going to start running it up in just a moment here. Unit is all the way through ramps, and Transky is able to grab a kilo, though. There's the paranoia on Wombat. The spray from the Frenzy is going to be able to secure that. Phantom in hand. Back of sight is able to grab Ding Pop for their troubles as well. Zechariah and Unit are the last ones standing as this dust is starting to settle, but there we go. It's all going to start crashing down as Nismo grabs a 4K. Zechariah almost able to go huge.
It could have been very dicey had a kilo not been shut down. I initially thought as well that he pulled out his showstopper, but I didn't find that. Plus, the showstopper is still available for a kilo, so I guess that answers my question. But he was about to make a fast entry out of A. They had an idea that someone was also in A site, but I positioned really, really well. I don't know if it was in Hell or on Heaven. I believe it was in Heaven, where he was able to deny that fast from Raze, took the attention off of the other player that was in A, and Nismo was able to get like 2 quick fire kills in the back of A site without being taken care of by the Raze at all.
And we have Ayuki up in hand once again, misses a shot. There we go, won't miss it twice this time. Down goes Unit. We know they're on an eco. Will be playing very aggressively, caught by the 0 point, but couldn't make a shoulder out. Cinder on top of this wall, though, is going to get Wombat. Might be able to spot. There's one more shoulder. The spray's going a little bit wide. Akilo and Zechariah both good for their taps. And this is mid completely opened up. The Nanoswarm might have missed, but that doesn't matter. These are going to be rifles soon to go into the hands of Staring at Walls, who have already put such a strong lead on this board, having those 3 rounds up. And they're going to have to start walking into Entranced Sky, who might be ready to be able to spray down these low health attackers. And there's one almost able to get the transfer for another, but Akilo going to come up on top of that. And that's rifles in both of these players' hands. Nismo smelling a little bit like cheese here as they're going to hold this angle in Heaven. Angel's going past. No one's going to be clearing them. The trigger discipline isn't there, but there's the double spray down to end the round. Lining up perfectly at the end.
I'd be a liar if I said I held my breath, and I'm pretty sure everybody heard me scream out of like pure panic because my heart skipped a beat when Nismo missed that first shot, and then the quick flick around from Akilo was. You know how crazy these Valorant players are with their mechanical skills and how crazy they are in flicks, and that almost rung true for Akilo there. But Nismo able to control the spray down quickly enough, able to get that 2K and deny the rotation in fight from the remaining 2 Saw players. Ayuki, or not Ayuki, but Phantom Thieves are gonna take a time out here. 9-11 is the score line, only 2 rounds away. It was Saw for the most part as well. Control of this matchup, such a good lead, and it and Phantom Thieves, we talked about their ability to adjust, and while it took them a couple of rounds to do so, well, hey, look, they're doing it now. So only 2 rounds is the gap. Before that, it was like, I want to say a 4 round difference, with Saw looking like they might take split. And now it's a complete toss up between both of these teams of who might take split and who will go home, if it's Saw to go home or if it's Phantom Thieves to be forced onto another map. I mean, which is Breeze. It's another map that they are comfortable. Close it out right here.
Yeah, honestly, we're gonna have to get a shake from Scuttle Shack because this is gonna be a long rest of the game to run. And it looks like both teams are going to be more than confident being able to take this through. We saw Phantom Thieves. They have the stamina to go through a deep overtime and come out on top. Might happen again, as Wombat is going to be the first one starting to edge up for this charge with Unit, as Nismo getting ready to position another smoke, try to slow things down just a little bit. Has the paranoia at the ready, going to be popping as the 0 point comes out. There's the showstopper, not getting anything with a paint shells right after. No command. Looks like a bit of a good old-fashioned ult dump. Getting no players from either side, but this bomb will be going down. We have some smokes going up as Unit's going to be making Nismo the first one to fall. Not really getting much of a heal out of it this time. The res is online. Should Phantom Thieves decide now is the time. And Nismo has been a really strong player so far, so being able to get that extra body back up could be huge. And here comes the res. It's going to be protected by Cinder, who's going to be shoving Unit back, playing off the Discipline box. Dingbop is able to grab Conquer. And we have Kilo playing very close. Spots out of Yuki's barrel as the spray's going back and forth. They're caught between a rock and a hard place. Yuki's gonna fall, and it's left down to Cinder, who's gonna get sprayed down by 3 players from staring at walls.
Ooh. Timeout taken by Phantom Thieves, and the next round after that, you see Saw end up a match point. That's what we call a double homicide. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Fact of the matter is that Saw is in the lead 12-9 with Phantom Thieves on series point, and we might see the series tied up here with Breeze being our decider, but I don't think Phantom Thieves is gonna let it flip off that easily. They just really need a good entry pick in one of these defensive rounds.
Yeah, well, here's the Empress, and there's the double blast pack, not getting into heaven, but that's A-Site completely free for the taking, as it looks like all of Phantom Thieves are going to be looking to take it together. Unit is going to get caught by Nismo this time. And there goes the Empress. That's a huge ult off the board. Here's the Neural Theft. It's going to start spotting people out as Yuki's able to grab Sakurai as they're rotating. Aquila within an inch of their life gets through elbow, but they're not looking good to be able to make this hold as the rest of Phantom Thieves are starting to funnel in. There's Nismo for another one on the round, getting another rifle in the hands of the team. Cinder able to grab Dingbop. Very good positioning to be able to end this round off, as Wombat gonna just accept the defuse is happening, but taken out by Cinder. That's a huge econ swing.
It's a huge swing, but I mean, look at this retake from Phantom Thieves as well in this replay. You saw like 2 players over by A main, players dead inside of the A site. Then that dark cover was used to block the vision of the player by A main. Dingbop has no choice but to go through it. He's down because he can't really look at who's on top of him, who's beside him, and who is to the left of him. Unfortunately, the player came from on top of him. And then that last kill happened onto the player flanking, which was Wombat. And it's a nice and simple retake from Phantom Thieves. But, not only do we need more of those retakes, but we really, really need early picks to go their way on defense.
Yeah, it looks like with this half buy, they're going to be trying to make something happen. There's the Leers, though, to be able to keep Ayuki from being able to spot anything. Cinder with the paint shells is able to grab a Kilo, but Entrenched Sky also able to grab Unit. There's the Showstopper denying the kill on Wombat from coming out for a second there. It's all down to Sakurai, who's able to grab 1. But at the end, it's Entrenched Sky coming out with a 3K, keeping this really close. There's opportunity for overtime all over again.
That made me laugh because he put out the showstopper, and I fully expected him. He reacted a little bit slow for my liking. Cinder, Cinder, as I said, Cinder. Oh my lord, Cinder reacted a little bit slowly in activating that showstopper, and he could have almost died. I mean, he died anyway, trying to switch guns, and nobody from his team swung quick enough in order for him to not die. I don't know why, but that little round made me laugh. There's gonna be a timeout for Saw. You know, they are in match point. It's serious point for Phantom Thieves. This could just be Haven 2.0, where we see this go into like 30 plus rounds. And so Scoba is like, well, you know, while we did win Haven, and while I not max OT, but in 30 rounds of OT on Haven, I don't know if I want to do that again. So let's close it out here right then, right.
Yeah, it's just these rounds have been staying extremely tense, and both sides have very low ult economy to be able to work with, to be able to even try to force a swing either way for this round. We have Zechariah with a no command soon, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to completely fuel it, pushing mid the way they are right now. Instead of trying to force an orb down his throat to be able to pop it and take a sight. But this way, they do avoid a Yuki with the long op of the law, who might have some contact with Unit in a second here, who's dry peeking, and still the shot goes a little wide this time. But that solidifies. Sound the horn. We're going to be charging mid. The bomb buddy spots and then unspots Conquer for a second there. As Cinder is going to pop the paint shells, try to keep the push slow. Might get a little bit of tagging, but here's the lockdown. It's going to get a little bit dicey. Shorty in hand as the spray down on Zechariah is good. Don't have to worry about the null command as the paranoia is going to be coming out. Be able to slow down them getting onto this site just a little bit longer. Unit going to be catching out Conquer. And this bomb still isn't starting to go down yet, as we have beautiful positioning on both sides. Nismo is able to grab Unit, so they're going to be able to start pinching off this site. And Transky with a double spray down once again, almost able to get a third, but Aquilo, 3 on the round, is going to try to clutch this. 28 HP, 1v1, paint shells is out, timer is in their favor, but Nismo, cool as a cucumber, is going to start creeping up here and gets taken out. 4K, staring at walls on this map. And there we go. That's an unofficial ace. They got the showstopper right at the end.
That's a clap for every game we've seen so far. And one more because we're going to game 5, baby. Staring at walls. They pulled out all the stops. And I put this in chat too because it's something you can't not mention. This is the fact that this captain, I'm Wombat, stepped up incredibly hard this game, said to his team, hey, you know what? We got this. We can hold on. We just got to win one more to take us to that game 5, and led by example by playing, I would say, their best game so far tonight. Really, really well done by the members of SAW. Phantom Thieves almost pulling it back, but damn, we are heading to Breeze for the final game, for the deciding map here to choose who is going to be our VRS Summer Champions. Loki, Wumby, how are we feeling after that craziness on Split? Loki, you first.
I'm just glad we didn't go too deep into overtime this time. The players are going to need all the energy they can if it's going to be coming down to game 5. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see another map where we see a very, very confident staring at walls, taking those long angles, and really just letting a unit shove their way all the way up into the face of Phantom Thieves and take what they want. Wombat, though, love to see them starting to pop off too. Oh, captain, my captain will follow you to the end, my captain.
Absolutely. That was some brilliant stuff for sure. But going back to what you initially said, 1B, the team play, right? More cohesiveness as a unit. Do you think we saw that from SAW?
Yeah, I felt like we did. I also asked some more players to step up. Wombat did that, but not only a kilo top fragged for Saw this game, and it wasn't you. this time, which is a bit, I mean, not surprising at all because I mean, it is not surprising because every player on side is good, but Unit is mainly their top fragger, if not sometimes, then all the times he is. And so this is one of those matches where he's allowed to sit back and one bat and a kilo are able to take the load off.
That was
Solid.
solid. Solid
Mhm.
all around. Great stuff from either side. And yeah, I think there's a couple moments there where it's like, oh, a little dicey there on those A sites. I saw a couple moments there where when they were sticking and standing their ground, they were looking so strong. A few moments where they got a little overzealous, pushing up through screens. I'm like, oh, maybe a bit too far there, Saw. But they pulled it off. They are bringing it to game number 5. So we are going to take a quick little break. Let these players just have a little bit of a pregame chat, maybe hit up the washroom, grab a snack, whatever you got to do to get ready for this next one. Same goes for you, the viewers at home. I hope you're ready for this one. Go prepare yourself for the final game of the VRS Valorant Summer Split. There's only one left, and at the end of it, there will be a winner. There will be a champion. We're going to have to see who it is as we head on to Breeze for this final one, but break first. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the VRS Valorant Summer 2022. I think I had an extra 20 that time. Again, gets confusing with all the twos in there, but it is grand finals tonight. It is the final game. We have made the stretch all the way to game 5, and it does in fact feel like summer because we're heading on to Breeze for this last one to wrap it all up. We've definitely said our piece about both these teams. Everyone's been playing out of their minds, but I think it comes back to those few points too. And I don't know if you guys want to add to this as well too, but the long gunplay on this map seems to be a favorite for many, many teams. But in this case, we've already seen a few of these players who are, I would say, quite exceptional at those marshals and those operators. Who do we think is going to have that slight little edge on this map? Loki, we'll go to you.
When it comes down to the ops, I want to give Phantom Thieves the full benefit of a doubt, but we saw Ayuki kind of choking and wiggling those toes on some of their shots all of last map. I think they're starting to get tired. I'm a little bit worried going into this last map that it won't be of the same quality we've been able to see from them this far. But Cinder seems to be able to rally them together and keep it going. So could be close. I'm going to want to go with staring at walls right now, though, unfortunately.
Oh, staring at walls. They've got the momentum coming off that last game. Their captain's got to be feeling fired up after their performance, and that's like inspiration for the team. Everyone's feeling the same vibe, but I mean, Phantom Thieves got to be feeling pretty fired up as well too. This is the big one. This is for all the chips right now. Won't be anything to follow up to that or on the same page with Loki.
Mm, when it comes to like some of the longer range maps, I saw like more struggles come out from Saw than I have from Phantom Thieves. And that's because I don't really, other than Zechariah, I don't see anybody else being a dedicated op on that team. I don't think I've seen Unit put himself on the operator. And Split is a very shaky map when it comes to the operator and trying to make long angles work on that map. Just close cornered natures of Split itself. I think on Breeze, I'd give the edge to some Thieves just because they have two good operas in Ayuki and Cinder. If Ayuki is having an off day, then Cinder can most definitely take up that role. He can most definitely outfrag anybody in the lobby too, and that includes Unit as well.
It's going to be a big one. It is for everything, for the bragging rights of being the champions, for that top dollar prize pool as well, because, they've been looking pretty dang good. Just a reminder, $550 for the first place team. Second place team, not going to be feeling too bad walking away with $200 as well. But you know what? It's about the pride of your team to say, hey, we've made it this far and we're going to close it out with a win. But again, there can only be one at the end of this. So we are just about ready to go for this final game. Predictions should be floating around there. Make sure, hey, let's make it a little spicy, toss in that whole wallet. It's grand finals, baby. Let's make some money. Let's have some fun. And let's see who is going to be our champions at the end of this one, because it's going to be a banger. Wumby, Loki, I hope you're ready as well, too. For all of those of you out there, prepare yourself, because here we go. Final game of the night, final game of the split. Take it away, guys.
I mean, oh my god! After the first three maps, if you told me that this would have gone to Breeze, I probably would have just laughed a little bit. I probably would have put my money on Phantom Thieves taking Split, but unfortunately they didn't. It seems like they ran out of steam. So hopefully on a Breeze they've regained their energy, especially after the break that we just had. And it seems like they're gonna have, look at this lineup from them, especially with the Cypher and the Chambers and the Jet in play.
A very defensive comp, especially since, again, they're starting on attack. So if Ayuki is able to pull that trigger and make those deep dives very awkward and in the face of staring at walls, I can see this pulling off, especially with Cinder having that op in hand. Since, as we said, Ayuki, it looks like a little bit of an off day for them. And Cinder has been very confident in anchoring thus far. It could work out for the better. We have Conquer popping onto that sky, so they can play a slow game and just tap each other back up to full whenever they need off of some of these longer commits. But Unit unwavering as they lock in that Reyna. We see Dingbop, though, completely out of left field, grabbing that Neon, actually. I'm kind of excited for this, especially since they're starting on defense, having such an aggressive, rotating machine that you get with just any Neon player wanting to kick it to high gear and just sprint around that map. It's going to be a very interesting setup on both sides.
Yeah, we haven't seen Neon at all inside of this matchup from neither one of these teams. We saw it, of course, last week for PGR, where Cheese Wedge was using her quite a bit and using her to full effect, especially on Haven in the very first few attacking rounds, but was quickly shut down just due to the fact of, you know, not really having an initiator to help clear it. They did have an initiator with flashes, but nobody was really helping him clear corners properly, and that's the downside to initiator right behind her in order to enable entries, especially on the attack, because while she can be very quick and while she can bamboozle the defense, she's very vulnerable when it comes to clearing kills.
And here we have the Trailblazer immediately spotting out Akilo, and there's the Tailwind getting a Yuki right up there, playing around this toxic screen. And Full Blind wasn't able to see anything, but is able to get behind Conquer, get behind Cinder as well, but the shots are awkward. Has to reload, and Cinder's able to grab Unit, able to grab Akilo, keep this nice and together as almost all of Staring at Walls is down. We have Zechariah holding onto a Ghost, actually, to be able to start us off on that chamber. Has they Rendezvous to be able to play around with in a 1 versus 2 situation, but they got to get moving. The bomb is ticking down. Not much more time left to play, as it looks like both players of Phantom Thieves might just toy with them. That's the first ride going into Zechariah's favor. And Entranced Sky is just going to keep it nice and slow for a little bit. We hear the drop. There's the shots, not quite on. And they got it half. 3 HP is all Zechariah needs to be able to run this one.
Oh god, that is 1vx clutches or 1v2 seem to be the bane of existence for Phantom Thieves, because we saw this on Split a lot of times, and it was usually Entranced Sky and Nismo who were in who are in those like X clutch situations, and in that round it was Sky and this Ayuki, and they just couldn't really find a way to break down the last defender, or just keep them off with the diffuser, or keep them away from getting those easy pickings onto them.
Yeah, and Unit gonna be staring down with a Marshall. Here's the toxic screen going up. There's the Tailwind. Ayuki's gonna be charging, but no armor means Unit doesn't have anything to worry about, as everyone's gonna start swinging them. They still don't have armor to play with. So Unit's able to get out safe and sound. They're a little bit decayed. Cinder's gonna take that head clean off with the Headhunter. But it's a 2 versus 4 to be able to try to get anything to happen. The Shock Bolt's scarily close to taking out Cinder, as Akilo is just going to continue to play with them. Zechariah watching this angle with a Guardian, as Wombat's going to be falling to Cinder again. This Headhunter is just so good, as the flick is a little bit off from Zechariah. The toxic screen is going to be emitting. Cinder looking to shove it very, very aggressively in just a second here. Akilo able to swing the spray on over to take out Cinder. And it looks like this bomb might not get a chance to go down, as the toxic screen falls. Zechariah is going to be coming out safe and sound because Dingbop has that Marshall.
Wow. Just you mentioned it, but the fact that the players that like entered in from caves, most of them, because that wasn't, but most of them did not have any type of take them from the Marshall. The Marshall is, in theory, a pea shooter, especially if you have like light armor, heavy full shields, whatever the case may be. If you don't have any shields, that thing is a one-shot machine.
You want
like
to play? Let's play.
It's like a little mini operator. That's what it is.
Yeah, 950 credit op when no one has armor, but Wombat's gonna get caught reloading by Ayuki. And it looks like we're gonna have a convincing B take. Dingbop sitting all the way back in tunnel. Gonna be zoned off. How they have the Marshall in hand. Zechariah waiting for this toxic screen to fall and see what they can get with this Guardian. They have a few seconds opening, but the tour de force shots ring out. Zechariah's able to grab Conquer. They're gonna continue to hold it down. Low health work with off the tour de force through the wall. Yuki's able to grab Unit, and Dingbop is able to shut down Cinder. Trent Sky is going to continue to hold on to this. He's able to grab second, but Akilo able to shut this down, almost grab 2 for themselves. Now it's down to a 1v1. The flick is almost there, but the gun difference is able to let a Yuki win that one.
First one on the board for the side of Phantom Thieves is they get rolling on Breeze, and you know, that's the usual trend inside of the first 3 rounds. First 2 rounds were won by Saw, and so that bonus round, when you're the team full buying, you're gonna have that advantage. When you're the team full buying, you're gonna have that advantage in that incoming round. But now both teams get the opportunity to full buy an operator in the hands of Cinder, who so far is top fragging for Phantom Thieves inside of this game.
And Wombat's gonna completely fall back this time, not looking to get grabbed in an awkward position. Ayuki still storming it, is able to grab Wombat. And here comes the rest of the team. This bomb is going down. It's topped off 5 versus 4 to hold this site once again. Rifles in the hand of staring at walls this time, though, could make a big difference. The unit's gonna fall to the off, and the shots aren't quite there through the bricks to be able to get anything. Cinder's able to grab Sakurai just as they make their way into the tunnel, just a little bit too far. Dingbop not able to get the head pop, and now it's all down to Akilo to save a rifle and just move on into the next round, keeping the board nice and even potentially as they just wait for an exit. And they might just get that from Entrance Sky, edging themselves a little bit closer and closer to death with every single step, as Conquer won't be there to help them. And it looks like we're good. It's 2-2.
Seems like when Phantom Thieves are able to get rifles in their hands, because I think they've been, on Split, I think they won the very first pistol round, and then I believe they lost the first pistol round when the side switched on Split. This time out, it's Saw winning it, and now that we see Phantom Thieves actually have rifles in their hands, the full rifles of Saw, it's just like, oh, they're able to quickly take advantage of the fact that they do have these rifles, and also take advantage of the space that they have on Breeze to be able to play inside of the site.
Yeah, and there's Unit shutting down Cinder, 950 to shut down a full off. You hate to see that with your Phantom Thieves. There's the recon bolt, so spray through the toxic screen is gonna be good onto Entrance Sky. And it's looking like they're gonna start falling apart. Unit's able to continue to fall back. Dingbop's able to grab a Yuki, and Sakurai with a tour de force on a Nismo with the Sheriff coming through for another frag on to Conquer. That's a thrifty for staring at walls.
50 from staring at walls. Zachariah popping the tour de force as well, so I won't be able to use it next round. But it does get its Vandal, so all's good in love and war. The defuse is gonna have to come at some point, and then we can confirm that they do get that 50. As Wombat edges himself closer, or actually he's the one to confirm himself the overdrive ultimate ability on that Neon. Another ultimate as well on the side of Saw is going to be in the form of that Hunter's Fury that Akilo does have, which can be good for just slowing down these attacks, slowing down these pushes. But I mean, on a map as big as Breeze, the Hunter's Fury isn't usually that great, just because of it doesn't really reach long heights. Not long heights. It doesn't have a long range to it as like what, say, his recon darts or his shock darts. So
I see some firing on mid, as Yuna's gonna be the first one to fall this round. Ayuki grabbing that pelt for the back pocket, making their way up towards these double doors. Dingbop gonna have a nice crossfire with a kilo, as Ayuki's gonna be the next one to fall. Neural Theft is out. Spot Zechariah, who's continuing to hold this down, as it looks like Phantom Thieves are gonna just make their way through a main and see what they can make happen, since Akilo is the only one confirmed on this site from the Neural Theft. It's Guiding Light will tag it. There's the Viper's Pit. We might be seeing a Hunter's Fury in just a second here. There it is, trying to deny this bomb plant, but it's just gonna go wide. A little bit of a tag, but nothing too serious, as the Guiding Light is gonna flash 3 members. Conquer all the way up, trying to divide them. There's the first gunfight, not able to get another spray down though. And it's a 3 versus 3. They have to make their way into the Viper's pit. Recon Bolt is available. Zechariah just tapping with the classic, trying to deal with a wire, but it's maybe going to be all for naught. Just a moment here. Cinder is watching the stairs with the op and isn't able to get the flick in time. Zechariah going to be coming out on top on that. But Hilo, not in a good spot, is going to walk straight into the trap wire and get grabbed by 2 bodies. And Zechariah's just going to try to deny the op as much as they can as the flick's not quite there. Shots going wide from both players, and they're both going to die to the bomb. 3-3 now.
At least one player gets to walk away with an op. It's not Zechariah. It is from the dead body of Cinder, who died in caves from that retake on Zechariah. That Viper's Pit really changed around though from Phantom Thieves, obviously, right? Because he activated the Viper's Pit, you know, and also the tripwire combined with that Viper's Pit. Dude just like ran straight in through the tripwire, was detected, couldn't really figure out where he was getting shot from, couldn't figure out where those other 2 players were in the Viper's Pit. It was easily shut down. It's a good attack though from Phantom Thieves. And Viper's Pit ultimate just being really, really crucial in holding off the retake.
Yeah, we're seeing more of this. No dedicated opper, but Dingbop's able to grab Cinder, so it might just be good enough as the Blade Storm and Ayuki is able to grab Zechariah as well. This holding around mid. The op shot goes a little bit wide. Here's the overdrive, and we might just see it come to a head. Ayuki's going to be the first one to fall, and from downtown, the laser beam's able to grab entrance Sky, but Conquer's going to get that trade right back. 2 versus 3, but Conquer is low right now to be able to try to mount anything. But they're going to be making their way with the bomb over to the B site, into the arms of Wombat in just a moment. The captain is looking to flank them as well. Very good positioning as the Trailblazer is out from Conquer. This is a good flank, could get a 2K right here. Spots one, walking their way into the Poison Orb, no longer emitting. And Wild Flash is able to continue to spray. Doesn't get the spray down onto Nismo though. A little bit overexcited as they were moving, but here we have Nismo playing around Pillar. This 1 versus 2 gonna have to try to isolate a gunfight, but it looks like they might not be able to as the Kilo is coming around on the side. A little bit too hot to handle.
Yeah, Nismo just not turning around whatsoever, and he was able to get that easy flank from him. So 1v2 properly played as well from Saw 2. Played that together. They had one player on one side of the pillar, the other one just rotating right behind as those 2 players were playing, bringing around the Rosie from one another. Also, I'm a Wombat, you know, doing...
Spike down mid.
It sounds like I'm saying I'm a Wombat. No, that's actually his name. I'm a Wombat. So, he able to get, you know, a flank down also from elbow behind the back line of those last 2 players.
All right, here comes the Trailblazer, going to be followed shortly by Ayuki, diving straight into a Cloudburst, taken almost completely out of this already as the Recon Bolt does spot them, so they will fall to Aquilo. That is the wrong place to lose your entry frag. So you're going to continue to try to run this. The Relay Bolt is out. The bomb did get to go down as unit's going to continue to just enjoy their time in Empress. As Zechariah is going to lay down the log, get rid of Conquer, but Cinder able to get that trade back, quickly followed by them falling to Aquilo. And here it goes. That's another round going into the hands of staring at walls, but at least Phantom Thieves was able to get the bomb down for a little bit of extra credits.
I don't know if you saw it, but just Wombat. It's like as soon as that player dies over by stacks, he just like went over there to spray at his body. I don't know why, but saw it from the POV of somebody else. You just saw it like in like a deadpan, not POV, but like in a deadpan camera. Just the Viper just running straight over to somebody's dead body. He's like, that's how you know how hyped Saw are to be in such a good lead at the moment. 5-3 on a defensive half, and Phantom Thieves are not doing too badly. I don't think there's not a lot of negatives that I can think of.
Phantom Thieves is keeping it very close, especially for having such a defensive composition. They're going to be looking to be able to run it up and show some true colors on the defensive half. But for right now, we just want to get a couple more rounds out of them, as Cinder's going to be in a very good position to play these rendezvous with the op in hand as the toxic screen gets ready to fall. All players from both teams are still up though, so this can become a bit of a bloodbath very soon as Nismo is able to get the first one on Dingbop and playing this pillar. A little bit of deja vu caught from the side by Wombat. Eunice able to grab Conquer, but Cinder's able to get Wombat back. Zechariah has the op in hand, bringing it all the way back down to Cinder in a 1 versus 3. And there's not much you can do when you're trying to get that flick, but which one do you choose?
Which one are they gonna choose to defuse the bomb? You know, they have so many ultimates that can power up. Zechariah does have the opportunity to get a tour de force where he to defuse that bomb, but it wasn't him, it was Akilo, who puts himself 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. You know, doesn't have the luxury of being like really close to some of the ultimate orbs as the attack does. So
Teleport's ready.
I mean, that's a really good idea to give Akilo that opportunity to defuse the spikes so that he can be 1 point closer to his ultimate. If he gets a kill this round, then he'll be charged up for his ultimate. We're going to see a timeout as well from Phantom Thieves, and you know, maybe they feel that the map is slipping so a little bit away from them. 6-3. It is still close. I wouldn't say it's very close, but it is still close. But you kind of sense with the way that Saw are playing this that they can run away with it at any moment.
Yeah, but we're gonna have this timeout. Ayuki is gonna bring them all around. Cinder's gonna have a little bit of a talk where it's like, hey, we already got this far. We can push a little bit further, keep it nice and close, and have one hell of a game. Try to have some fun. Since, worst case, they still come out looking a lot better than they did at the end of the season, and then it just becomes a practice for the next split. And I want to see how far this team will go as we continue going on. It would be lovely to be able to see them win this since they brought it this far, and they are oppers. But right now they have to focus on maybe getting a couple more rounds, or just be like, okay, cool. Well, Wombat's not feeling great, and we can run it up on Unit. And speaking of Wombat, the captain himself is be popping that Viper's Pit, but they're fully concussed and have to try to do something. Spray's not quite there as they come back into the smoke, get Conquer. And Ayuki's gonna be dropping that Viper's Pit. Here comes Dingbop, just barely ducking Cinder, and they relay bolt themselves, giving Ayuki a free frag. This is 3 versus 3 to be able to run this up. Nismo on the backstab, getting Zechariah with the frenzy.
I know exactly.
Full mag op, don't mind if we do. The neural theft is out. We know that unit's gonna be trying to make their way through mid. Akilo with the recon bolt gonna be able to try to spot some stuff from Arches, but they're not in the best spot they could be in, as in the smoke, Nismo's going to fall, followed by a Yuki from Akilo. And now it's all down to Transky. They've been able to do these clutches before. There's one. Isolate the gunfight. We can continue to have them pinged. Just watch it. There we go. That's yellow again. And it looks like pros don't fake. There's the half, and Eunice able to get the spray down to be able to get another round on the board for staring at walls. 20 health left. What a retake.
Ooh, the hell? What the hell just happened? I'm so confused by that retake.
One enemy remaining.
And I missed like half of what just happened. And like, I mean, it was a good initial. It was a good, like, you saw Nismo going through mid, getting like a pick himself. Then the North Stuff came out, and they figured out, hey, look, the flank is coming mid. There's also another person retaking in from the McDonald's or the Arches. And somehow they still lose that, even though they had the intel on it, and that was like really confusing to me as well.
Unit going aggressive, getting punished almost immediately for it this time, leaves Akilo all on their own to be able to try to hold this recon bolt, not being able to spot anyone, as here comes the Viper's Pin. Transky caught as they're planting. Zechariah gonna grab a Yuki coming out of that smoke as well. Shock bolt little bit off, and here comes the op shots. Back and forth, Dingbop watching the dust settle around them. It's a 3 versus 2. The Albadrone's able to spot out one, but Conquer isn't the one you want, as we're gonna see Nismo getting 2 in the pit and continue to play around it. Dingbop looking like they're gonna go very aggressive in a second here. We saw the barrel, but it wasn't enough. Barely any health left on the lad, but Nismo wasn't quite able to get the clutch. It's now 8-3, starting to look a little bit dangerous as you're in Phantom Thieves looking to go into the next half of this.
Yeah, Phantom Thieves look a little bit worse. Where, like you said, their composition is mainly tailored to the defense, so that's probably where we see the full potential. But I'm pretty sure they want the half a lot closer than this. Even if they are losing an 8-4, it's probably a little bit more respectable. I think a 7-5 is probably maybe what they were aiming for. but an 8-4 is a lot better than a 9-3 scoreline. Maybe the 9-3 curse will help them out if they do end up losing this round. But Saw have just been on a tear on these defenses, and Phantom Thieves haven't been able to stop them.
Yeah, here comes the Blade Storm from Yuki, looking to get a reset city as Zechariah not quite able to find anyone holding down halls with this op. The Cloudburst is up. Unit pushing with Empress, finds one back, finds them with the knife out. There goes a Yuki. Gonna see if they can pop any more heads. Looks like they're gonna be just on the back foot, taking a second to hang out, get back with the team. Hey, we got that pick. They're gonna be sent off packing, and we'll just catch them on the next choke, as it looks like they're going to be funneling themselves right into B, right into the hands of the captain. We'll be able to see what Wombat can do. The Poison Orb is emitting. They have the time to work with as Trailblazer goes out to start to clear it. And shots back and forth. Trailblazer not able to spot anyone as the camera's going to get shot before they can do anything. Snake Bites continuing to delay this push with Cage out after the guiding light. Trying to be able to just find some space to work with. Another Cage as they're going to be starting to make this push. And it looks like the bomb's going to be finding its way there. Wombat spraying onto Conqueror. Conqueror is very low here, but the shots just aren't in. There we go. Conqueror will be falling. 1 versus 3. Might just get our 8-4 as the Kilos making their way through mid. We know that Cinder's up here somewhere. And there's the recon bolt trying to go out, but caught from the side just as they shoot it. We got an 8-4 starting half to work with.
Yeah, I think this is what Phantom Thieves will want. It's not what they were aiming for. I'm pretty sure they were either aiming to lead by just a little bit, or even just, you know, maybe lose by like a little bit. I think 8-4 is a little bit better than a 9-3 or even like a 10-2, which is what I felt like Saw could have easily claimed on those defenses. As they just kept rolling over Phantom Thieves for a majority of that. So this first round on the pistol is going to be very important for Thieves, because it helps give them some momentum, not only in the economy side of things, but just in the game itself.
Yeah, no, they need these early rounds to be able to try to mount something nice and close together. Toxic Screen coming out for Saw to be able to make some space here. As the shot from the Headhunter goes right into Unit's chest to be able to stop that. There's the bomb starting to go down a little bit off default, avoiding the snake bite, avoiding the smokes. Here's the Toxic Screen falling. It's guiding light going to be spotting out. There's a couple bodies right there. Here's the Trailblazer. Gonna go right into Ding Pop, who's gonna be popped up by Nismo, and Conquer gonna be falling to a Kilo as Zechariah is gonna be opening this door, making the site just a little bit more awkward to retake. They hold it with the Headhunter snuggling right up to that camera, is able to take out a Yuki. Caught from inside just as they go, as they're popping away the Headhunter. There's the Trans Sky grabbing that frag. It's 3 versus 2. The timer is not in their favor though. They're pushing the Toxic Screen. Sova Akilo just refuses to die. And Trans Sky is gonna get taken out by Wombat, making this a 9-4.
Oh no. That gunfight with the Sova and that gunfight with the Sova, and I can't remember who it was. It was a Kilo, and I'm not gonna go on a limb. Say it. I think it was. Okay, no, it was the chambers of Cinder, who just kind of whipped the shots a little bit, didn't catch a Kilo, and that could have been a game-changing gunfight, but it's just a matter of that 3v2. The gunfight's not going in the way of Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, keeping it really close, but right now, close doesn't count for a whole heck of a lot as Yuki making their way up to Tailwind. Right there, going to be dashing straight into the hands of Ding Pop, though, as they're just barely not able to get the Spectre out in time. Ding Pop going to close this corner very fast. Ferrari peeking Nismo, and now it's looking a lot more awkward for Phantom Thieves to try to run this. Zechariah going to grab Conquer as well. Cinder getting caught from this side. And there's Entranced Sky trying to be able to make whatever they can happen. Classic in hand, gonna hope to not get hit with another Sidewinder as we see the hands of Dingbop making their way nice and close on this door. It could come to a head in a second as the Classic shots go out. Almost able to get the frag. But that's another round going in the hands of Saw.
Yeah. Yep. Phantom Thieves, they find themselves on the back, but you know, use this phrase. It's just a common phrase that everybody uses. But it's like when a dog is backed up in a corner and they're hurt, they're hungry, they have nothing else to do. They have every fight for. They're gonna bite you in the ankle. So far, Phantom Thieves, they've just been cuddling the ankle of Saw. They haven't really been biting at anything, and Saw are in complete control of this matchup so far.
Yeah, and it looks like they might keep a chokehold on it just a little while longer. Yuki getting spotted out by that owl drone, gonna have to tap themselves away with a cloudburst. Try to be able to hold out a little bit longer. The Leer is up to be able to try to open up some space for Saw. But right now, Phantom Thieves, they've completely rotated. And Conker's going to be taking Dingbop through elbow. As the bomb's going to be making his way soon after the guiding light. Not finding anything, so a little bit of an awkward rotate from Phantom Thieves as we're getting into the later stages of this unit, flirting with death, not knowing how close they are to stepping straight into sight lines. And Wombat is going to continue to call for everything to be nice and slow.
Yeah, I think this is a good pace for them to be in so far. You have 3 players in mid, maybe watching out for any rotations, but most of the players are rotated towards the B site. If Saw can read into this, they can easily isolate the lone player over by A, which is Nismo.
30 seconds left.
And they can get an easy plant down in A site. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we have it. Nismo's going to fall, and that's a free bomb plant. This is a 4 versus 4 where we have all of Phantom Thieves being sent, essentially just packing. As they ended up tapping the trademark, it's going to slow them down just a little bit more. Conker is going to be the first one to fall to Zachariah. Good flick up onto bridge. He'll be falling back immediately after to be able to try to play it slow, keep the numbers together. Unit, here's Ayuki stomping and going to be catching them from behind. One shot missed, 2 shot missed. But Zachariah might be getting an ace here, and there it is! 11-4, last game of the night. Might be getting us closed out very soon here. You love to see an ace coming out this late in the day.
Yeah. You know, I think, you know, I didn't reveal who I was talking to when I was talking about who I interviewed a little bit. Not interviewed, just a couple questions for Saw. It was Zechariah. He said, and I asked him, like, you know, Unit is usually the and if it's not him to step up tonight, then who's going to step up for you? He mentioned Dingbop, and he also said that I can have some game if it's not an off day for me. Well, I'm guessing it's not an off day for him because he's 18-8 at
Yeah, and Cinder going to be falling to the hands of Unit. It's going to be going to match point soon here if they can't get it together and try to string these rounds together. But it's looking scary. Snakebite is out to be able to start denying that plant. Almost enough to be able to make someone fall. Dingbop's going to grab Nismo right after. And Conker with the Marshall is going to be staring down by Orange, trying to be able to get a pick somewhere. But it's not looking like the cards are in their favor, as we're going to be seeing the Trailblazer come out, try to spot some bodies. And we see Dingbop popping up onto those boxes as they're hopping around, and Trans Sky going to still fall to Dingbop as the Marshall shot's a little bit wide. The Classic going to be bringing us to match point. Overdrive online alongside a tour de force.
Match point.
Oh no, Phantom Thieves are just like a stack of dominoes. And right now, they're all tumbling down apart from one. And that one domino is symboling this potential last round. And the fact that, you know, Saw are quite literally only one round away from closing it out here and now. I think, you know, Split just took out all of the energy out of Phantom Thieves, and they're not finding the same rhythm as what we saw on Ascent or what we saw on Haven even, or not even Haven, but like the few maps after that.
Yeah, going for 5 games, especially when 2 get as close as we've seen them so far, is really hard. Cinder again. We're seeing these chambers get caught while they're trying to snap their fingers and get on out. You hate to be on the receiving end of it, but it looks like it's going to make for a neat closer as Conker is popping the Trailblazer, not quite able to get anything spotted. His units going to get taken out soon after they were able to grab Nismo. Conker trying to pop the Seeker, see if the Cabbage Patch is going to be able to get anything for them. Double blind on the guiding light. It's not good enough, but because Wombat is here, they're feeling themselves. 12-4 right now. They don't need to pop the Viper's Pit, but they're going to try to close it out convincingly. The Neural Theft is running up. but Entranced Sky able to grab them just before they find their way into the smog.
Ooh. What? I mean, it only took them like a couple of rounds, right? But they finally got it. It happens to be when, you know, you need people to step up the most. It was Ayuki and Entranced Sky on that retake, and Entranced Sky catching Wombat right when they were activating the Viper's pit. And that could have been very, very bad. Had that Viper's pit gone up, had it been completed in its final form, that could have been very, very bad on the retake for Phantom Thieves. Unfortunately for them, it's not. But unfortunately for them, they are on a bit of a really weird buy. Cinder's going to be able to pop open that Tour de Force operator and hand see technically a dual operator for the Op brothers.
At the Op Bros, as Ayuki's able to grab unit, Cinder's gonna sit back and continue to wait on A. The peek from Zechariah is just a little bit too far, and they end up catching them out. Dingbop continuing to try to make space in mid, be able to try to claw something back for the team. Here comes the high gear dashing straight into Ayuki, who's going to be falling right after the guiding light. Able to get the flash, but no frags off of it. Just a concuss to the jaw, as Dingbop's gonna continue to run it up. Soon seeing Entranced Sky on the back of this site, playing around these cages, trying to play around wires. Here's the overdrive coming out. There's the trap wire down, and they're able to get one. Wombat able to bring it back. But Dingbop with the overdrive is going to start running out. Is able to grab Conquer. Might be able to find another one in the form of Cinder. The op shot went wide. There is another one. And it's down to this 1 versus 1. Nismo versus Wombat. Both of them have been having some issues getting on the board this game, but it can all come down to this. It's looking very tense. Snakebite coming out to be able to try to drown them out of the back of this site. So they're going to be making their way on the prowl. It's getting close. Wombat has full util to be able to stall this bomb. The Poison Orb emitting on B main just in case of a flank. The play from both of these players, nice, calm, walking around each other, whether they know it or not. The gun on the side of the flick is there. Wombat able to clutch it. It's 13-5, and Staring at Walls is going to take it away.
Woo! GG! Staring at Walls. They finish in such a fashion, and I'm a Wombat is the one who takes it home. Viper v Viper. Oh, I had goosebumps that entire time. But congratulations to Staring at Walls. You are now officially the VRS Valorant Summer 2022 champions. Pat yourself on the back. You got to be feeling good after that. Like I said, this is a marathon, folks. And a battle of attrition came to be. Saw on top. Incredible stuff from both sides. Both teams played their hearts out, but in the end, there can only be one, and it is Staring at Walls. Really, really great stuff. We are going to have our MVP poll popping up very, very soon, so make sure to get a vote in to let us know who you think deserves MVP here for finals tonight. And also, we are going to have our championship interview in just a little bit, but I want to hear from you first, Loki and Wumby, how we're feeling after that game, how things all came together for Saw in game number 5. Loki, we'll go to you first.
I mean, it's kind of a poetic end, seeing the Dance of the Vipers to be able to try to end it off right there. But I think a lot of this came down to, honestly, the fact that we do know Phantom Thieves. They're a bit newer around here. They haven't had as many games together. They've been practicing their hearts out, being able to get into these games, take off a lot of really strong teams. But as it came into these later games, we talked about it many times. Going into game 5, a lot of us were rooting for Staring at Walls just from the amount of time that they've already spent going into these very tense games, running them back to back to back. So honestly, it was a really good game. I'm kind of happy I lost my prediction. It was a lot more interesting than what I thought was going to happen. Good games for both teams, though.
That was awesome. Awesome stuff. Just that level of competition for VR's Valorant, I've noticed, just up and up and up and up, and we got ourselves an absolute banger series tonight. Wumby, any thoughts from you? How are you feeling after that 5-game marathon?
My brain's melted. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel a little bit. I just feel a little bit zooted, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me if I'm like a little bit like if I look like my eyes are darting like one way and the other is just over here, I'm quite literally out of it right now. But I mean again, I mean it's a poetic not not just that map of Breeze ended, but just in the way I mean, I said it at the beginning, but like I felt like in VLS they didn't have a good season. They didn't make playoffs, and then you see them come into VRS, and they're just able to stomp everybody who comes into their paths, even against teams like Act Gaming, PGR, V3 Dreams, returning teams from the spring split who were favorites to take the whole damn thing. And now, I mean, look at them. You have Zechariah stepping, Vindo. Unit has been the main player for them, and you have other players like Zechariah stepping up, Wombat, the captain, and Akilo, one of the newcomers in this team. It's just amazing to see, and I'm really proud of the and the improvements that they've made.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. Growth, having some fun, but hey, you get to be champions at the end and take home a little bit of prize money. Not too shabby whatsoever. Of course, Phantom Thieves had an incredible split as well too. We cannot discount their achievements. This split coming in as finalists, giving Saw a run for their money, having some incredible maps tonight, but at the end of the day, like I said, it is only one. It is staring at walls that are your VRS Valorant Summer Champions for 2022. We are going to take a quick break. The MVP poll should be going on right now. And when we come back, we are going to have our champions on for a quick interview because, yes, it is quite a late night. So we're not going to keep them around too long. And we'll be right back with those victors in just a few moments. We'll see you back in just a couple of seconds. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the conclusion of the VRS Valorant Summer Finals. We have with us our summer champions staring at walls. First of all, I got to send out a feelers. Congratulations, everybody. How we all feeling about being the champs tonight?
Pretty good, man.
Fantastic.
Exhilarated, honestly.
It was crazy.
First competitive kind of league sort of lineups whole thing, and I don't know, it went much better than I thought it would.
For sure, man.
Team synergy was there, and we just all played really well. And it was fun. Most of all, it was really fun.
That's the big one, right? You guys had fun. It's pretty fun to win it all, you know. But first point of business that we are going to bring up is the MVP here for finals, voted on by the lovely folks out there in Twitch chat. So let's bring it up. And I'm hoping I'm saying it right because he just told me how to pronounce it. Aquilo. Yes? Yes.
Close.
Close.
Close. Aquilo.
Aquilo. We're there. Your MVP, 104 frags tonight.
Yeah,
quite impressive stuff. I gotta say, congratulations on the MVP. But yeah, we just got a few questions for you. You know, see how you guys are doing. Kind of pick your brains of these champs tonight to see, you know, how you guys got here. What was the feelings? You know, so let's start it off with you know, coming into the playoffs as I believe, as 4th seed, if I'm gonna be correct. Yes, correct, or 3rd seed. Third seed. How are you guys feeling preparation-wise? Were you feeling confident coming into these teams in the playoffs?
Who wants to answer?
Every team except for, I think, the semifinals. I forget the team name.
Act was someone we were confident against everyone, but Act had some pretty crazy stats, and they were 5-0. So they were. We expected to do well, but we didn't expect to win and do as good as we did, which I think gave us a lot of motivation to really go all in on this last game.
And you went fully in on this one, but it was a bit of a bumpy start, I think, for both teams here in that first game. With the, what was it, quintuple overtime that you guys ended up going with, how did you sort of overcome that obstacle that's, I don't know if I want to say mental roadblock, but it is definitely draining on the stamina. How did you guys kind of overcome that, talk about that, and get through to the next map?
It was super back and forth that whole time. I think most of the time we both sides succeeded on attack, but just couldn't lock it down on defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the other way around. But then there was one point where we swapped and we both lost our attack rounds. And I think we kind of managed to reset and take a deep breath. And there was a lot of discussion, a lot of us like pointing out, you know, tendencies and more or less just trying to make corrections from round to round and keep our heads.
If you want. Okay, good job, man.
Yeah, that was a huge game to start it out, but you know, we started coming back. We started feeling good after a couple of them. It was game 4 that really, I think, stood out for me was, you know, after going through that, a bit of a rough loss on map number 3. Wombat stepping up a lot on that one too, being the captain. What was sort of going on in the comms there? What was the discussion? Were there any motivational speeches going on to make sure you guys made it to game 5?
It was just a lot of determination. Split's a map that we're all really comfortable on. We've been playing together for a while, you know, many nights of just hours of playing, and I feel like Split's a map that we do really well on. So, playing defense, we were pretty confident that we could keep it together. And yeah, it was just a lot of positivity, a lot of re-encouragement from everyone, and yeah, it was a team win for sure.
That's awesome. Awesome to hear, but you made it all the way to game 5 on a breeze. That's a long way to go, knowing breeze is at the very tail end. What was that final pre-game talk coming into this to make sure you guys not just won it, but won it convincingly?
I think really we had to counter the ops. They were using the ops to our advantage. Their advantage a lot for sure.
Mm-hmm. It was a little bit of a long range map there for Breeze, but yeah, you guys pulled it off. I would say looking extremely strong, especially on that A site there was tough for Phantom Thieves to contest you guys, but that's, you know what, team play, team motivation, and a lot of synergy you saw out there. But now You guys are champions. You guys are the victors. You will have that title as reigning champions for as long as we are around here at Victoris. What are we planning? How are you guys going to celebrate your championship?
I think we're all buying the new bundle, right? Literally everyone.
Yeah, using the
Unit might
Prime
be
Member.
confused.
I'm going to bed.
Man here.
That's awesome. That's well, you'll have matching bundles, a little memory at the end of the day to say, hey, remember when we got this? Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. But congratulations, guys. Seriously, you played amazing today. You deserve the win. And that was an incredible performance. I'll throw it over to Loki or Wumby if you guys have any questions for our players or team. Unless you guys got
I
any
kind of
gas
want
in
to
the tank.
know how the comms sounded at the end of that last game, having it come all the way back down to Wombat, who looked like they just couldn't get a start in our map on Breeze.
I have a clip of it.
Yeah.
Oh, we were a bunch of hyenas.
Tell you what, I was sniffing my monitor. I was like, come on.
I'm gonna need that clip. I'm gonna. Need that clip.
I can post it somewhere. Or, like,
There was a lot of
content channel.
yeah.
I know from my perspective, like, it does get, obviously, this is Valorant, all of these rounds have the potential to come down to something exactly like that. And just kind of knowing that ultimately on the scoreboard, we were in a pretty comfortable place, and knowing that, even if I did manage to fall there, we would still be able to take it back. That definitely made me feel a lot more comfortable in finishing it out.
Fantastic.
I guess
Wumby.
one thing. I'm so sorry. My mic was muted at the beginning of this. I've been doing that a lot, where I'm like just like muting myself, and then I like mute myself, unmute myself right back. It's so silly of me to do that. But I remember Zachariah. We had I mentioned you a few times during the stream, and the reason why I mentioned you is because I messaged you right before the game. I also messaged Cinder as well because I wanted a little bit more context between on both of you guys, because Phantom Thieves and Saw are teams that we barely see on stream. We've had Phantom Thieves twice, but we haven't seen you guys up until now. And one of the many things that I asked you was like, "Oh, what do you guys think is your strength and your weaknesses?" And the one thing you told me, you said your weaknesses was like your coordination, and your biggest strength was your teamwork. And I wanted to ask, like, because you guys had a lot of close rounds where you were able to clutch it up even despite the coordination troubles you thought you guys had. And I wanted to ask, like, how did you guys kind of like tighten up on those late round situations where it was getting really close for you guys?
Uh, I'd like to credit the coach on that, actually. A lot of those timeouts that we've called, and any time that he's had a chance to talk to us, he's always managed to stop us, slow us down, and be like, just communicate with each other. Like, that's like a lot of the times when we lose rounds, it's these gaps in communication that we have. And every single time he was able to talk, that was one of the very first things he told us to do.
Okay.
Except for the last game.
We didn't need it. We did great. We communicated great. It was fantastic.
Yeah, we timed out once, and he's just like, "Yeah, so I have no notes for you."
Yeah.
That was it. That was the
It
whole
wasn't even us that
conversation.
timed out. It was theirs.
Yeah.
I was
So I
like,
guess go ahead, Wumby.
I'm sorry. I know I have a lot of questions because I like asking questions, but
Yeah.
I also asked you, Zach, about like Unit, because like the fact that he's able to step up almost each and every game. Like I'm saying, and like I said it, like against at gaming, he was like he never dropped below 20 kills in neither one of the maps. He had like above. He didn't drop below a 300 ACA neither, and his like econ rating was like consistently high, and he's a player that's able to consistently step up for you guys. And I said that, but I also asked the question partnered with that, asking like if he's not able to step up, because we saw on Ascent he was having like a really tough time, then you have other players to do it as well. I mean, you guys lost Ascent, but even on other maps, there was some like struggle with that as well, where he wasn't necessarily top fragging, but you had Zek, which is you, and then you had Wombat stepping up a lot of times. You had Aquilo. I I thought all of you guys played amazing, and I don't know. I just wanted to say that I wanted to ask a question as well with that, because like if it's not unit, then is it like everybody who's able to step up, especially in such a big game like this?
That's a good question.
I feel like for the most part, it could really be anybody. I think Unit has our strongest aim out of anyone, but for the most part, we're like I said, I'm much of a wild card. I felt like I did awful in the first couple of games, but then I came back in the last one, and we had Aquilo who was doing very well throughout the games, I thought. And so I don't know. It just depends on who's having a good day and who's having an off day.
Yeah, I thought you did really well. You went like 18-8 or some BS like that. It was crazy to see. I was really proud of you, like performing like that, because you even told me in the DMs you were kind of a little bit too hard on yourself. I felt like saying like, oh, I feel like sometimes I'm not even able to step up, but it depends on the days of when I can step up or if I can't. And I felt like even on that last map of Breeze in the grand finals of all games, you were able to do so.
Yeah,
Jordan,
thank
you
you.
got to tell them about what changed your game.
Okay,
Mhm. Okay, let's get the
I have some mental problems with this game. I don't know what it is. What turned me around is okay. I do fine unrated. Comp can't do anything. This was
He does more than
stressful.
fine unrated. More than fine
So
unrated.
what I had to do was I pull up a notepad, max out the font, and put "You are playing unrated" on it on my other monitor the whole time. I keep myself in check. Couldn't let it go.
And it
I
worked.
love that so much.
You did
I
so good
love
on
that.
Breeze.
I felt
I mean,
that.
it worked.
Yeah. That's mental. That's mental. But I know for sure. Like even looking at our caster cams behind the scenes, I think all of us were collectively doing this at one point too. Because if we were stressed, I was like, I can't even imagine how stressed out some of these players are in these games. But
Yeah.
you guys pulled it together. You guys looked strong out there, and you guys claimed it all. I got one final question. This will be for Coach Scoba. I hope I'm pronouncing that
That
correctly.
is correct.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how damn proud of you are of this team tonight?
About like a 2. I expected this to happen now. I gotta give it like a solid 9. There have been some rough patches in the past. A lot of tilting mid game. Then I gotta like calm down. Feel like I'm gathering a group of children in a kindergarten. But in the end, it worked out great, and I'm really happy.
That's awesome. Awesome. Huge kudos to you guys on your win here tonight. Bask in it, enjoy it. And because you are the champs, any final shout outs that are TOS friendly here for our Twitch viewers at home, give her a go.
Philly, baby. Let's get it.
Ew. Ew.
You can win
Pittsburgh, gang,
championships
gang.
even with bad internet. Let's go.
I meant
Yeah,
Aquilo.
that Florida internet did not treat me well tonight.
Yeah, can we praise the moon for having good internet for cool today?
Yeah.
It's in the middle of Ohio and has horrible internet.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel that some days for sure. But guys, pat yourself on the back. Congratulations on this. You deserve the win. And I hope you all enjoy your bundles together. And that is a memorable moment. And of course, hope to see you guys back again defending that title next split. Hopefully, question mark. If it works out, I'll be very happy to see your return at some point in the future. But thank you so much for putting on an incredible show for us here tonight. And best of luck in all your
Alright.
future ventures, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For having us.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah,
Take care, guys.
Thanks for joining us.
All
as
right.
well.
Back to the caster room for the rest of us. We'll flip on as we start to close it out for the night. Absolute insanity. Love seeing that from this team, and always love getting to chat to these players, especially on that win. Champs, you gotta feel damn good about that. But also, big thank you to all our teams that came out this split, gave us some great games, gave us some amazing competition. Because that is one thing I will say right up front about the VRS Valorant split. Is this is the most and the highest competition I've seen here at the VRS Valorant level. So I'm really happy to continue seeing that upwards trend. And let's see some more of that happening this fall. Loki, Wumby, any final points here for our night, for our broadcast, for our VRS Valorant split?
Honestly, thanks for having me through it. I've been able to pop in. You've seen my face a few times. Hope you've been able to enjoy. La vita dolcezza. Life is beautiful, and I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their night.
Wumby yourself, buddy.
I'm really proud of the team, the both of the teams that played tonight, especially both of them not first seeds in either Group A or Group B, come both of them being in the third and fourth seeds in Group B, and they've completely trumped all odds, and they were able to give us a hell of a game tonight, and I'm very happy that we got to see them both play against each other.
Yeah. Always a great time when you get to see some Cinderella stories unfolding and two teams coming in that were not, I guess, I would say deem favorites as, what you would expect to see in finals, but damn, was it a good finals and one from the memory books for sure. And their names staring at walls will be in the Hall of Champions at the end of this split for all of eternity or until Discord is discontinued. We'll see what comes first, but that will do it all for us here at Victoris Esports. It's been a blast. Again, thank you to all our teams. Thank you to all our viewers who came out tonight. But that will do it for our VRS Valorant League for this summer. Make sure to keep an eye out in, I believe, around mid-July, we should have registration coming open once again. So if you are interested in playing in this VRS Valorant League, then make sure to take a look at our announcements when that is posted and to get your team signed up. I think that's really all from me. Huge thank you to my lovely casters next to me for putting on a great show, going through 5 whole games. And of course, the one you cannot see, but the one doing all the magic and making the stream look damn good and professional. Mr. Fantastic, thank you so much for the production tonight. That'll be it from us here. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you around. Make sure to hit up all the socials that you see here on the desk, and we will see you next split this fall for more VRS Valorant. Of course, lots of other streams this week, but until next time, have a good one.